going out with a poet?
Hey.
Hey.
Molly.
Hey.
Bonjour.
Peter, 27, poet, likes anime and cats, vegan,
This is something that I believe now. I didn't believe. I went to the beach once this summer. It was fine. You know, I think at this point now, it's time to close. We should have a moratorium. Let's have a 5-year moratorium. You cannot go to a beach. Shut it down. Close the beaches. We'll revisit it in 5 years. Let's watch a little bit of this. Lifeguards now wanting to be recognized as first responders.
Whether please EMT or firefighters, all first responders share one. When everybody runs from danger, they run towards it.
By the way, I'm all for diversity, but what the fuck is this woman saying? You know what I mean? I'm all for diversity. Play that again, and can anyone tell me what this woman is saying? Like, does anyone have a clue what she's saying on NBC News? Does anyone have a clue? Play this again, please.
EMT or firefighters, all first responders share one thing in common. When everybody runs from danger, they run towards it.
Our lifeguards.
Folks, we need. Everybody run away from danger. They run towards it. They run towards the danger. When everybody run. We need some diction. We need love diversity. Love it. Love it. But hey, we need to understand what the news anchor is saying. That's what we need to do. Not trying to be difficult here. Let's continue this.
Out here on beaches, and we are the first ones to respond to any type of water-related emergency.
Yeah, but that's your job.
We're not
that is your job.
Actually first responders by government designation.
Now, a new push from open water lifeguards across the country.
Close the beach. Close the beach. Close the beach. It's just what it is. Cut it out. Close the beach. Close the beach. I would close the beach before I give these. And, I respect the lifeguards. They do what they got to do. But you know what? I was a lifeguard for years. I was a lifeguard at a pool, and I didn't save anyone. And one sort of drowned, but he was fine, and his mother helped him, which I think is a better system anyway. Strong families. And I used to sit there, and I would, you would yell. You'd abuse your power. No running on the deck. You'd yell at them. You go, no running on the deck. And then there were the beach guards who ran every morning and were really hot, and they had 6-packs, and they would just run on the beach with their huge dicks. And, it was, that was the life. But the pool lifeguards were a very different group of people. It was kind of, somewhat chubby, power-obsessed, power-hungry people. And I was one of them who kind of abused their power and were very rude and nasty and would shut the pool down. If like a kid shit in the pool, you'd be like, we're done for an hour, done for 45 minutes. We got to disinfect this whole thing. And, members of the beach club, the cabanas would come, they give you a little food. You'd sit there and you'd eat food. And, the owner of the beach club just ran up to me and my friend once we were working, and he goes, the thing you missed to save, both of you. And we're like, what? Saying some kid was drowning, his mother had to save him. We didn't even see it, by the way. We did not even see. So apparently some kid drowned and his mother saved him. We didn't even see it. Truly. We didn't even see it. Because if you're going to drown in a very quiet way, I can't help. You got to thrash. You got to yell. I'm dying. Like, whatever happened was subtle enough that we missed it. Some kid drowned in the pool and his mother saved him. And he was like coughing up water, and it was all very... And then I think we walked over to him. He was in a towel and he was sitting there coughing, and he looked really flushed. Like he probably was struggling. And he was just sitting there in the towel, kind of staring like he had like near-death experience. He was just kind of staring. And we went over to him, we go, and the mother was really mad. She was like, and we were like, hey, how you doing? Hey, bud, how you doing? And he didn't say anything to us. He wouldn't even look at us because he was like, I think he was traumatized. And then the mother was like, well, now you come over? And I was like, we didn't see it. We did not see it. So That was, and I was a lifeguard for 3 or 4 years. I never saved one person. I never saved one person. That, you know, I never had to. They all had swim lessons. They were all pretty, you know. And then we'd have old people swim. The old people would come in and they would just do water aerobics and stuff. And you just sit there and. So I don't believe. By the way, I don't believe lifeguards should be first responders. And this is when a lot of people are not going to like this. And I'm sorry. You know, I do not believe lifeguards are first responders. I just don't believe they are. I don't believe they are. Swimming is a voluntary activity that you choose to undertake. I think they should guard the lives and be compensated for it fairly. I do not think you are on the level of an EMT or a firefighter or who are the other first responders, by the way? Who are they? Police.
EMT, police, and firemen.
Yeah, you know, I think firemen and police take more risks than lifeguards. EMTs also take risks. They're encountering people that may have communicable diseases, that may whatever. I mean, like, this is a real thing. Lifeguards are not first responders and they have to stop. And frankly, I would close the beaches if I was the leader of this country. The beaches need to repair themselves. I'm dead serious. They need to repair themselves. The water is not safe. It's disgusting. The marine life has become increasingly violent. And we need to shut the beaches right now and take a moratorium on the beaches. And it should be a swim at your own rate. Here's, you know what it should be? It should be swim at your own rate. Here's what it should be. The job of a lifeguard should be this. You should save the people, but if you don't, that's also okay. Truly, like, it should kind of be one of those things where it's like, hey, if you know, we're happy if you save them, but if, here's the other thing, if they're too far out and they're caught in a riptide, they're too far, and you don't feel safe saving them, you gotta just let it happen. You gotta let it happen, you know? And I do, that's where I will say I do agree with President Trump a little bit, that, you know, this is a country that we desperately need to get back to really, you know, get our mojo back, and people need to feel confident. And, you know, in order to do that, I think we need to, like, you know, chill out. A couple of people, if you're going to behave, now listen, you're young, you get thrown around. If we can grab you, you're right there on the shore, you grab him. There he is. He's right there. But if you're out there and you're doing something, and you go all the way out there and you're doing something crazy, you know, I don't believe that we can save everybody. I don't, and no one does. No one. So if you go out at 6 a.m. and you go, I want to swim laps all the way out in the open ocean, and the lifeguards are not even there, or the lifeguards are just getting in and having a coffee, and something happens to you, they can't go out there and do it. They can't do it, and they shouldn't have to, and that's why they're not first responders. They shouldn't a medical incident and they can't. What are we doing?
Grainger offers professional-grade products, easy ordering, and next-day delivery, making them the go-to play for everyone keeping arenas game day ready. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what I mean? What are we doing? It's actually stupid. The midterm elections are going to be fun because I imagine that it will be the kickoff of some type of civil war, perhaps not. Holly Market says the Democratic Party, interesting, only 51% that they will, the Senate, that they will win the Senate. Yeah, it is interesting. They'll clearly take the House. Most people believe the Democrats will take a House, and then some people believe that they'll take the Senate, but it's not that well established. And by the way, congrats, by the way, our national debt just topped $40 trillion. Can we get a round of applause for that? The national debt is now $40 trillion. Yeah, I mean, that is, it's good because as it gets bigger and bigger, the chances of us paying it back really just completely collapse. Like, no one believes any of this is getting paid back. So we need sort of a global war to reset the financial table, or a fake alien invasion or something. Hopefully you guys are getting to work on that. Certainly seems like they are. It seems no one believes we're paying the 40 trillion back. We need a global war or a fake alien invasion, and potentially both. I watched 10 Cloverfield Lane last night. You see that? With John Goodman? I think that's the title of it, right? And it was really fun. It's a really fun thriller. And, you know, it's about a whatever. I won't ruin it, but watch it. It's good. It's, you know. But here's the deal. We need that. That's what needs to happen next. That's really what needs to happen next. A staged alien invasion. That's the only thing we can do now. And I hope they're working on it. And I'm cautiously optimistic that they are. What we need, we're not going to pay it back. It's not going to happen. We need a fake alien invasion. So that's what the CFO of Walmart was getting to when he goes, you know, there's a psychological impact to the gas being nationally $4. You know what the next conversation is? There's a psychological impact to when we stage an alien invasion. That's going to be the real psychological impact, because we're not paying this money back. The economy's fake. We're not paying the money back. So if we're going to start talking about psychological impacts, wait till the psychological impact when we put fake alien ships in the sky and land and start killing a lot of people, because that's the only way out of this. Truly, it's the only way out of this. It's not a lovely thing to discuss as many people start school and the summer winds down. It's kind of, but that is what needs to happen. That is just divorcing myself from it, not viewing it through a moral lens, not taking myself out of it. I'm an analyst. Yes, it would be good to give people health care or better standard of living, quality of life, blah, 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 blah. Listen, what we need right now, more than anything, more than lifeguards being designated first fucking responders. I mean, are they high? Are they crazy? What we need is a staged alien invasion. That is the time that our economy has gotten to that point. We're losing a war with Iran, and we're 40 trillion in the hole. We're 5 to 10 years away from many, many jobs not existing, if any of these people are telling the truth. They may not be, but it's taking jobs already, so I imagine that those jobs are going to continue to evaporate. We need, without argument, a completely staged invasion of our planet by aliens. It is the only thing that can put us on the right course economically. It'll reset the table in a meaningful way. It's not what you want to hear. I understand that. You're driving in your car, you're jogging, you go, I don't like this. This sounds like it's going to be a real problem. Yeah, it is. Hey, buddy, it is. There's going to be mass chaos, mass death. Sorry. I want to be the bearer of bad news, but there's no way out unless we put fake ships in the sky. And really, you know, some of those weapons that we used in Venezuela, those EMP, electromagnetic, where all the soldiers start throwing up, we're going to need to use them in American cities and towns and claim it's aliens. I'm telling you right now, I know it's dark, and I know that I'm not saying that I'm for this. I'm saying that it needs to happen, sadly. That's just what needs to. People are like, well, that's not good. Yeah. Okay. All right. Sure. Okay. Yeah. I'd agree with you there, pal. Hey, pal. I'm with you. But what needs to happen, just reality, and someone's explaining this somewhere in a room, and don't think they're not. They go, we just need to start using those weapons on the public, claiming it's aliens, and, getting people in line again. You got to get people in line again. That's all. So that's coming, I believe. I do believe something like that is coming. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I do believe that's coming. And, again, is it ideal? No, it's not ideal. It's not the ideal situation, right? But it is, I think, really right now the only way, because if you look at the trends, right? So we have the AI thing happening. We can't win wars anymore. We're in a mad dash for resources. That's what a lot of these wars are about. They're strategic money grabs, resource grabs. And the president's pretty honest about that. He's like, we need to suck up the oil. We need to suck up this. We need to suck up that. And the way you used to control people isn't working as well because of the internet. People are kind of restless out there. It's very difficult to establish a narrative that people all buy into, so really the options are not plentiful. There's only a few. There's only a few options right now to continue to run this planet. And unfortunately, sadly, and I there's no joy in me telling you this, I think that they're going to have to stage an alien invasion. They're going to have to use a lot of weapons we've never seen or experienced before. We're going to have to destroy a few American cities. We're going to have to lock people in their houses while the alien warfare is going on.
Latoya Crab, Kate, let's go over to Inside Nova and find out what our local paper is telling us. All right. Talk!
Prosecutors didn't buy that defense, at least not initially. Now, though, they say they've decrypted a 5-hour-long audio record.
Decrypted? Decrypted an audio that's on her laptop that you've had since day one? What are we talking about?
Off of Latoya's laptop from that night.
We were going to go get a restraining order the next day. So she wanted the recording to back up us getting a restraining order.
Prosecutors didn't say specifically what was on the recording, just that they can't now ethically continue to trial. Prosecutors didn't buy that defense, at least not initially. Now, though, they say they've decrypted a 5-hour-long audio record.
Decrypted? Decrypted an audio that's on her laptop that you've had since day one? What are we talking about?
Off of Latoya's laptop from that night.
We were going to go get a restraining order the next day. So she wanted the recording to back up us getting a restraining order.
Prosecutors didn't say specifically what was on the recording, just that they can't now ethically continue to trial. Prosecutors didn't buy that defense, at least not initially. Now, though, they say they've decrypted a 5-hour-long audio record.
Decrypted? Decrypted an audio that's on her laptop that you've had since day one? What are we talking about?
Off of Latoya's laptop from that night.
We were going to go get a restraining order the next day. So she wanted the recording to back up us getting a restraining order.
Prosecutors didn't say specifically what was on the recording, just that they can't now ethically continue to trial. Prosecutors didn't buy that defense, at least not initially. Now, though, they say they've decrypted a 5-hour-long audio record.
Decrypted? Decrypted an audio that's on her laptop that you've had since day one? What are we talking about?
Off of Latoya's laptop from that night.
We were going to go get a restraining order the next day. So she wanted the recording to back up us getting a restraining order.
Prosecutors didn't say specifically what was on the recording, just that they can't now ethically continue to trial. Prosecutors didn't buy that defense, at least not initially. Now, though, they say they've decrypted a 5-hour-long audio record.
Decrypted? Decrypted an audio that's on her laptop that you've had since day one? What are we talking about?
Off of Latoya's laptop from that night.
We were going to go get a
Yes. Think about this. By the way, I know that there's CFOs and CEOs of big companies that listen to the show. They are all in agreement with me. They're all in agreement with me, by the way. It is not nice. It is not nice. But you're gonna have to be locked in your house while fake aliens rampage through the streets. There's nothing. I can't lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you people. I'm not gonna lie to you people. I'm not gonna lie to you people. It would be nice if you got health care and the retirement, and we stop polluting the rivers. Grow up. You're gonna have to be locked in your house while fake aliens rampage through the streets. We're gonna have to use electromagnetic pulse weapons and sound waves and crazy shit. We're gonna have to knock out the internet. I don't enjoy telling you all this. We're gonna have to knock out the internet. You're gonna have to be locked in your house while we kill lots of people and stage a fake alien invasion. And at that point, things will come back and we'll go, there was actually no more debt. We're actually not doing the national debt. We're not doing it. No, it's true. We'll come right back on TV and go, we're not actually going to do the debt. We owe the $40 trillion we owe. It seems stupid to even think about it now. We've just repelled an alien invasion. That's what's going to have to happen. We're going to, we're going to have to use a few real aliens that don't even want to do it. Here's how bad it's going to get. We're going to have to use real aliens who are not even involved. They don't even want to do it. They're not even doing it. We're going to have to use a few real aliens and because there's probably an alien. He's in Area 51 or whatever. He's like on that goes like 5, 7 stories, 10 stories down. He's he's sitting there and they go up to him and they go, listen, hey, we're in $40 trillion worth of debt. And the alien's going to go, why can't you win the Iran war? I go, hey, let's not even, what are we doing? We need, the plan. And the alien knows the plan. He goes, here's the plan. We're going to stage a fake thing and say you did it. And the alien's going to go, ugh. They go, we got to use photos of you. We're going to use a real alien that we probably have. We're going to put him in front of a green screen. And he's going to go, I don't even want to do, and he's going to read a script. He's going to be like, we are going, and his heart's not going to be in it. He's going to be like, we are going to destroy, or here to destroy you. You are a colony of ants. And the alien's going to stop in the middle, and he's going to look at all the DARPA people and all the burn off your fingerprints, Men in Black, fucking don't exist, delete your social security number, in the bowels of the government. He's going to look at all of them and go, we wouldn't even say it. He's like, I wouldn't even say it like this. And then somebody's going to go, no one even knows what you would say. And he goes, it just sounds weird. You're a colony of ants. He's like, it's hack. I don't even want to say it. And they go, you said you would help us with this when the time came. The time is now. So we will have a fake alien in front of a green screen threatening our country, and he will. don't want to do it. She, it, whatever. That alien will go, I don't even feel good about saying this. And then they'll have to tell them, they'll have to go, all right, so we have one take of you doing it that we think is usable. We want to run it again. And we want you to just say, we are colonizing you like ants. And then we're going to have to show you, like, pretend to be dead. And we're going to go, we got their leader. And he's like, oh, fine. And we're going to, it's going to be a product because we're not paying that money back. We're not paying that money back. We're just not paying the money back. It's what it is. And we're not paying the money back. And then just imagine the press conference. And here's the thing. We can do this all in like a week. We can shut everything down, kill a bunch of people, start putting out the fake alien content. And within 10 to 15 days, probably be back online quick. A few things got to go. We got to give a couple of seats. That's maybe what LA is for. We may wonder now what LA is for. LA might just be being hollowed out to be destroyed so we don't have to pay the money back for the national debt. That might be why LA, like if in 2 to 3 years you see like fake aliens running around LA, you're going to go, oh, that's why they let it collapse. Because there was a decision that like, we got to destroy an American city. We can't destroy New York. It's too valuable. But LA, like whatever, who cares? We're gonna hollow out LA so that we can stage a fake alien invasion in LA. And it's kind of a great city to do it. It has all the production here still. I mean, nobody's shooting movies or TV here anymore. But by the way, if you wanted to stage an alien invasion and have it be cinematic, it's LA. It might bring LA back. That's the other thing. This might bring LA back. People might go, there's discussions right now going, this could turn things. If we invade LA with fake aliens and then LA repels them and California becomes the city that repelled the aliens, and I mean, just photos of people holding their baby with the finger in the alien's face, like, no, you alien. I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen. We're not paying the 40 trillion back. No one's paying that back. Grow up. No one's paying it back. We're staging a fake alien invasion to save ourselves. And LA, we're going to have to kill some people in LA. It's a huge population. It's a couple of people are going to have to die. We're going to use those weapons. We lock everyone in their houses. It'll be a little chaos. We'll have martial law. I'm thinking if this whole thing's done well, it's 13, 14 days. And then the president emerges and he's like, we've realized that we can't have these nations and we're a global council. We've realized the importance of like using and marshaling all of our resources together. And we're not alone in the universe. We repelled one group of aliens, but by the way, then they're going to go like this. There's other groups. And we're going to have to really think about the other groups of aliens that are going to potentially do what these aliens, like we beat these guys, but maybe we won't beat the next aliens. So, you know, and then somebody will be like, hey, what about the national debt? And we go, oh, national debt? There's no nation. What are you talking about? We're America, I guess, but like, we're people. We're all just people fighting the aliens. So like, it's all good. It's all good. And that is why it's very silly to make lifeguards first responders. Because do you know how silly you're going to feel making a lifeguard a first responder after we've beaten aliens? After we've repelled an alien race and we've shut down the internet and we've shut down all mass media and we've shut it all down and we hit everybody with EMP weapons and we put them in their houses and we purposely destroy Los Angeles and then we build it back and it becomes a great American story and we wash away our debt and we unite as people all over the world. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. I know you like Mamdani, seems sweet, but I'm telling you what's needed here, and the people in power are listening, and that's what it is. And that's why you have a J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance immediately co-signs this. J.D. Vance signs off on this halfway through the pitch. Halfway through this pitch, Vance signs. He goes, fuck them. They panned my movie. I wrote Hillbilly Elegy. They panned it because it was about poor white people. And they go, hey, so we got to destroy LA in a fake alien invasion? He goes, done. Done and done. Good night.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. So I thought it would be fun if we made $15 bills. But it turns out that's very illegal. So there goes my big idea for the commercial. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50.
When we experience the world of Fallout, we experience it decades or even centuries after the globe-spanning atomic war annihilated the world as we knew it. Some characters, such as the Courier or the Chosen One, were born into this world. Savage though it was home. Others, such as the Sole Survivor or a Vault 76 dweller, were fortunate enough to make it into a vault, surviving and preparing for the future. However, the most unfortunate victims were the everyday people left outside on the surface who did not have the fortune to simply die when the bombs fell. Instead, these individuals had to wrestle with the loss of the world that they once knew and the immediate, chaotic aftermath of the new world that was born. Today, we'll have a look at what the immediate aftermath of the post-war world was, through the lens of the people. For the sake of formatting, I've labelled these as the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now let's get into it. Now, the end of the world did bring about the darkest impulses in mankind, but many others rose to the occasion, striving to bring some light in the darkness, some to save themselves, their families, or their communities at whole. On the day of the Great War, US Staff Sergeant Michael Daly's vertibird was knocked out of the sky due to the EMP released. Crashing into the Concorde Museum, Michael recorded that 2 of his fellow soldiers were shot by scared, desperate survivors while the remainder went AWOL. Michael then declared his own intention to go AWOL, claiming that he tried to save his sister in Boston, signing off with God Bless America, or what's left of it. In the capital wasteland, Germantown Police Station was utilized as a treatment center for patients suffering from radiation sickness. Logs from the presiding nurse officer, Nancy Croydon, did all she could to protect the residents from their sickness and, by her description, the immense looting that began to occur. Despite losing staff to raids, desertion, and illness, she and her staff, supported by a National Guard detachment, created a community focused on helping those in need. Steadfast in her duty, Nancy took to covering her own hair when she herself began to die from radiation poisoning in order to keep morale for the treatment center high, with her final testimony reading that, "Just know that I did everything I could. I tried, and I only wish that I could be the last to go, so I could have helped all the others before they met their own end." Similarly, in Appalachia, emergency services went into overdrive to help their fellow citizens after the bombs fell. Police, paramedics, and firefighters held on to their pre-war duty to assist the residents of the region, with this united goal eventuating into a formal faction known as the Responders. Uniting under their pre-existing chains of command, the Responders became a form of government in Appalachia, bringing a sense of law and order. The Responders were quite successful for a time, and over the years helped to protect residents from raiders and wasteland creatures, with the city of Charleston forming as a safe haven in 2082, 5 years after the bombs fell. The Responders rose and fell, with Charleston being destroyed in the flood and a new base of operations forming in Morgantown in 2086. The Responders were stated to have reached their peak at this time, forging an alliance with the Brotherhood of Steel and bringing a new era to Appalachia. However, the former emergency services were no match when the Scorch Plague hit the region, with the entire group falling to the Scorch Beast in 2096. That said, the Responders turned a bad situation good, bringing order and justice to the region for 20 years immediately after the bombs fell. And their principles lived on in the future, as a mere decade later, Wastelanders, inspired by their dedication, reformed the group. The most comprehensive detail we receive of a pre-war resident surviving into the new post-war world comes from that of Randall Clark. In one of his many diary logs, Clark records the end of the world as follows. "I was north of Spanish Fork. Took the 77 along Provo Bay to steer clear of town. Would have been home in an hour. Engine died. Truck just stopped. So did the Chryslers in the other lane. Knew right away. First nuke hit Salt Lake City inside a minute. I was looking south, lucky man. Flash behind me so bright, world looked on fire. Old couple from the Chrysler starts screaming that they can't see. I didn't watch you die, Charlotte. I saved my eyes. Counted 12 more flashes for the next 7 minutes. Ground shook every time, 18 seconds later. When nothing hit for half an hour, I took a look. Globe of fire where you and Alex died. Didn't kid myself. Didn't know what to do. Grabbed my pack and rifle. Saw to the old couple. Sat them up against the car, let them hold and comfort each other. Told them I was going to get help. Everything would be okay. One bullet through both of their heads. Instant.
Papa, we got barbecue? I just had brisket delivered straight to my door, and it was all by using the Wonder Wrap. Imagine.
Knowing that there was no way his wife and child survived the mushroom cloud in the horizon, Clark trekked back to Zion, taking shelter within a cave. Black rain fell from the sky, and with his Geiger counter continuing to detect lethal radiation outside, Clark sheltered within it for 3 months. By January 28, Clark was able to leave the cave and explore what was now the post-war world. He made some of the first recorded documentation of post-war flora and fauna, noting mutated clouds of stinging flies, large dragonfly creatures, and a family of bighorners that had adapted already to the irradiated world. Clark continued to eke out a solitary existence, purposely isolating from other humans, until 11 years later when a survivors group from Mexico entered Zion. Seeing them as an innocent group, Clark acted as a hidden guardian angel, even leaving behind antibiotics for an injured Mexican, which they saw as an act of divine intervention. 100-strong band of refugees from Vault 22 entered Zion, brutal, merciless, and armed to the teeth. The Vault dwellers raided the Mexicans' camp, mowing down any resistance, and captured the survivors as human livestock. Although desperate to save the unfortunates, Clark discovered the Vault dwellers had butchered and cannibalized them for sustenance. Having once been their guardian angel, Clark instead became an angel of death. Over the course of a year, he ambushed Vault patrols, booby-trapped pathways, and laid waste to their community, until the group of 100 were reduced to 22, upon which they retreated from Zion, seeing it as a cursed place. Only one remained, Sylvie, who had broken away from the group due to their brutal treatment of women. Clark protected her, and over 3 years a relationship formed between the two, with Sylvie falling pregnant. Unfortunately, the child was a breech birth, with both Sylvie and the baby not surviving, and Randall now losing his second family. Randall Clark continued to live a solitary existence, surviving into the post-war world. He discovered the phenomenon of feral ghouls, originally thinking he'd gone mad when walking corpses attacked him, but lived the next 20 years completely solo. All this changed, however, when another group of visitors in Zion, a group of children. Seeing it as his duty to care for their well-being, Clark once again became a guardian angel for the group. He left them gifts, books, weapons, medicine, and most notably, left notes for the children signed off as the father. Clark declared that Zion was a gift given to them to make up for all the sorrows of mankind, advising them to be kind to each other and to strike back with fury against those who try to hurt them. Eventually, in 2124, Clark began to die of lung cancer. He left final notes for the children declaring that while the father would be silent from here on out, he would always be watching over them. Finding an isolated location away from where the children would ever find him, Clark stared into the sky and thought of his families that he'd lost, pondering that the reason he forced himself to live all these years in the post-war world was to keep the memory of them alive, if only in himself. The children thrived via Clark's benevolence, with them mythologizing him as the father in the caves, who watches over and protects them. The memory of Randall Clark survives even into the current age, as the children developed into the Soros tribe, who still refer to the father in the cave and his teachings to this very day.
Try astrology.
Some of the saddest records of the immediate aftermath of the post-war world stems from audio logs or even looped radio messages that can be found of pre-war residents calling out for aid as they began to struggle with the world that came to be. Good, innocent people reduced to begging for help that never arrived, with their pleas still ringing out 200 years later. For example, a young employee of Fallon's department store became trapped in their safe room, with the following radio message still ringing out.
I'm trapped in the jewelry safe in Fallon's. If anyone is out there, please help. What's going on out there? I felt the ground shake and nothing since. It's been 4 days, I think. If you can hear this, please, please. I'm so thirsty.
Another comes from a terrified mother and child who are pursued by an unidentified creature, likely a feral ghoul.
If anyone can hear this, my son and I are trapped and need help. We were being chased by something. But we're able to escape into this train car. It knows we're in here though. Thomas is hurt. It means... Oh no! It got the door open! Run, Thomas! Get out!
This has been a pre-recorded message. Message repeats in 3 seconds.
However, it could be said that although there were good people who survived in the aftermath of the Great War, it was the evil ones who thrived. When society collapsed, the darkest instincts of these people were unleashed, once there was no law or community to keep them in check. For example, in a cave system next to the Jacobstown ski lodge, an unidentified man from the pre-war era prepared his own fallout shelter. The man even went as far to murder a young boy who had discovered the shelter, declaring that all the supplies would remain for himself. After the bombs fell, however, the man was not content with simply surviving. Instead, an audio log of his states that he noticed a woman and her daughter who took refuge in one of the rooms in the ski lodge, and that he would surely pay them a visit, claiming that a man's got needs. However, some of the worst actions in the immediate aftermath of the Great War weren't the instinctual actions of mankind's worst impulses. Instead, they were premeditated plans by ruthless factions that existed in the pre-war era. See, the United States was secretly ruled by a shadow government known as the Enclave, with even the President of the United States being a member. If any group was best prepared to survive and even thrive after the bombs fell, it was they. When the bombs fell on October 23, 2077, senior Enclave officials had already retreated into secluded bunkers such as the Poseidon Oil Rig, Raven Rock, and for the sake of our story right now, the White Springs Bunker in Appalachia. There, the Secretary of Agriculture, Thomas Eckhart, had made sure he arrived safely prior to the fall of the bombs. And seeing the Great War as an opportunity to further his own goals and power, he also took precursory steps. Many US government officials have been removed from the access list to the congressional bunker, as Eckhart viewed them as non-sympathetic to his cause. They were left outside to fry when the bombs fell. Any non-enclave members of the United States government that made it into the bunker were mowed down by security forces in their
Turn left.
With Raven Rock and Control Station Enclave falling silent, Eckhart eliminated the Secretary of Treasury and declared that upon the presidential line of succession,
In 700 feet, turn left onto Stafford Marketplace.
in his role, Eckhart relayed his plans to the assembled Enclave members, that being to continue the war and eradicate communism by any means necessary, including further nuclear strikes. Calling for a vote with their feet, Eckhart directed those for to stand to the left and those against to the right. The for voters were quickly escorted from the room, while those against were sealed into the chamber, which was then filled with toxic gas. It could be argued that Eckhart's actions so far were mostly against fellow enclaves, so who cares, right? The issue was that in order to launch atomic missiles against China, Eckhart had to trick the automated system to raise its alert levels to DEFCON 1. In order to do so, Eckhart turned the Appalachian wasteland into a living hell. Liberator robots, super mutants, and the Scorch Beast were unleashed onto the surface world, with the recent survivors of the Great War immediately contending with these nightmarish horrors, simply to play into the hands of one man's pursuit of power. By 2085, only 8 years after the Great War, the region had entered such a state of turmoil that the DEFCON level did reach 1. However, the missiles were fortunately never launched. Still, these immediate post-war actions had far-reaching effects, as wastelanders in Appalachia still had to contend with the Scorch Plague, Liberator robots, and super mutants, decades after Eckhart had died. One of the most notable results of the Great War was that it gave rise to a new humanoid species, the Ghoul. Many residents of the United States did survive the Great War, but not unscathed, with the radiation causing their hair to fall out, their skin to become necrotic, until they became akin to the Walking Dead. However, many of their minds remained intact, and many of them are some of the friendliest people you ever meet, and with some being pre-war, they can give first-hand accounts of the events immediately after the world transitioned from a stable one to a chaotic one. Raul Tejada is a pre-war ghoul born in a rural ranch outside of Mexico City. Mexico City was bombarded with atomic weapons, but not nearly as severe as the United States, leading to communities such as Raul's family ranch to be spared the devastation. However, scores of refugees poured from the city to the countryside, begging for aid from unaffected families such as the Tejadas. Raul and his family did what they could, but with supplies dwindling, they began to turn people away, at gunpoint even, when they became hostile. In the night, these same refugees returned, barred the door, and set the house ablaze, immolating the Tejada family, except for Raul and his sister Rafaela, who escaped out a bedroom window. According to Raul, Mexico City was a radioactive ruin for months after the bombs fell. However, communities had already begun to form, with a market sprouting from the ruins as traders bartered their scavenged goods. However, formative groups of Mexico City residents who already were becoming tribal raiders infested the city, surviving through loot and pillage. With these raiders murdering any in their path, Raul was forced to gun down many would-be attackers, becoming infamous amongst these hostiles, with Raul dubbed the Ghost of Mexico City. Raul's story was unfortunately not a happy one. Beginning to suffer the debilitating effects of ghoulification, his sister Rafaela searched a warehouse for supplies on her own one day, the same day one of those newly formed raider tribes searched the same warehouse. Although being a young girl, the raiders, who months before were ordinary citizens, brutally murdered her, with her only identifiable mark left being a birthmark on her knee. Carol, a ghoul resident of Underworld, was 26 years old when the Great War struck. Being from a family without the means for revolt, Carol and her father had to make do with a public fallout shelter in Washington, D.C. And while Carol managed to make it into the shelter in safety, her father lingered to help another family enter. Carol stated that she turned to call her father in, and in that moment, a flash of light of the atomic warhead blinded and knocked her out. When she came to, her father was gone, all except his shadow, which had been burnt into the concrete. On the ground. Carol stated that Washington, D.C. burned for months afterwards, with chaos, looting, and murder becoming commonplace. And although living as a ghoul in the depths of the capital wasteland 200 years later, Carol states that it was the immediate first weeks of violence after the Great War which still gives her nightmares. A particularly interesting insight into the status of the immediate post-war world comes from someone who helped create it. On October 23, 2077, Captain Zhao of the Yangtze submarine, the Chinese Navy, launched his atomic salvos, being the one responsible for the atomic warheads that struck Massachusetts. In fact, the mushroom cloud we see in the opening of Fallout 4 was sent by Zhao himself. That said, Zhao states that he's lived with 200 years of guilt and shame after seeing the devastation he wrought. After launching his nukes, the Yangtze struck a mine, damaging the reactor and causing the crew to become ghoulified. Zhao made it into the port of Boston, stating that while a few people noticed the Chinese sub, very few cared, considering that Boston had erupted into chaos as its residents turned on each other over the remaining resources. Zhao's actions had caused people such as Arlen Glass to never see his family again. Arlen himself states that he went into work in the city that Thursday morning and was trapped there upon the outbreak of the war, with Boston CBD describing as being pure chaos. When he arrived home to Cambridge the next day, all that was left of his wife, daughter, and home was a crater. Arlen states that he lay down in the ruins and hoped to die, but instead woke up as a ghoul. Ultimately, the immediate aftermath of the Great War was one of near chaotic savagery. When the bombs fell, the old world rules that kept people in check were cast aside and anarchy reigned. Those who were pure of heart strived to stay true to the old order, helping others. But many others, however, gave in to their chance of chaos in this new world, with pre-war such as law and order, making way for all of survival. The days, weeks, months, and years.
Which I'm choosing, but I decided to go with Mexican food from Lime Salt. And just like that, I'm back to binging my favorite reality TV show while a delicious quesadilla. And you know, I couldn't stop there. I also got a delicious quesadilla. And you know, I couldn't stop there. I also got a chicken burrito, which was so delicious, especially with all the sauces they gave me. This is exactly what I was craving. Good food at 1 a.m. without leaving my couch is one thing, but $0 delivery fees makes it even better. And I Wonder is my go-to every time.
At the University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences, you'll get more than a degree. You'll get opportunities to advance your career and change lives.
Let me just ask you a crazy question. What if 15 million people saw your business? Because that's our average client result. Our average client is 15.5.
Aircon, we have multiple flashpoints on horizon. Come back. Air Command, USN 350 requesting landing vector at zero ceiling visibility and low on state. Somebody get me a landing clearance. State 1+1 0 splash. Have zero read on outer marker. This is USN 350. I'm blind out here. Attempting emergency landing.
Hi, Daddy.
13 years old.
When are you going home?
I just wanted to say I'm sorry.
I want you to
Sorry
read
for
me to
everything.
watch. Mommy says you haven't helped horses find good homes.
The bombs in Fallout don't just destroy places. They trap people in the middle of their worst day and leave their voices behind on holotapes, terminals, and journal entries. When you find those, you're listening to people who were flying patrols one minute and falling out of the sky next. Guards who thought they were working a normal shift, and families just trying to make it. We're going to walk through those last logs and focus on what it was like to survive during the bombs and the weeks before and after. What it must have been like to live through those hours. You'll hear about people who try to follow orders and people who just try to protect one person that they cared about. A lot of them never get an ending that's satisfying. Let's stand in the spots where they died or disappeared. Really sit with what their last choices must have felt like when the world went to hell. We did a part 1 video of the same concept with more stories over there. I'll leave a link in the description if you guys want to check that out. If you enjoy Fallout, then you're in the right place. We have a ton of content on the channel and a lot more to come, so consider subbing. You can also join us on Discord with the link in the description. Thanks for watching and enjoy the vid. John Miller wasn't trying to save the world, he was just trying to save his family. Running a salvage yard meant he spent a lot of time repairing and maintaining equipment. At some point before the war, he began working on a shelter. Cracks were sealed wherever he found them and loose pipes were tightened as he went along. He went back over fittings and joints more than once, and you can find his journal entries here. Journal entry 8-2. I've sealed up all the cracks I could find in the trailer and made sure all the pipes are clamped tight. I still need to make sure ventilation is set up correctly, but I'll save that for next week. Shelly thinks we should start telling the kids about the shelter so they know where to go in case something happens. I'm not sure they need to know quite yet though. The shelter wasn't built for comfort. It only needed to function. Ventilation became the main focus. The generator caused problems, cutting out with any warning. When that happened, the fans stopped and the trapdoor sealed shut. John knew that that kind of failure couldn't happen, so he kept working on it. Journal entry 915. Okay, the ventilation is set up, but I'm having issues with the generator. It keeps shutting off for no obvious reason. Whenever the generator shuts off, the ventilation fans no longer work, which apparently vacuum seals the trapdoor on the shelter shut. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Work on the shelter continued as he tried to correct the problems he found. Adjustments were made when something didn't work as expected. If the shelter failed, it wouldn't just be a construction issue. Everyone inside would be affected. By the end of October, he believed the generator and ventilation issues were resolved. Supplies were stocked and ready. John notes that the shelter was prepared and hoped it wouldn't be needed. When he decided it was time to tell the kids where to go if something happened, he kept it simple. He didn't explain why, he just told them the location. He had them repeat it until he felt confident that they would remember. Journal entry 1028. I think I figured out the generator ventilation issues. All the supplies are stocked and ready. The only thing left to do is wait and hope we don't need to use it. I was telling Shane and Kimmy about the shelter, but how do you explain a bomb shelter to a 5 and 7-year-old? I just need them to know where it's at. So I tried to get them to repeat a rhyme, hoping that it would help sink in. In the tipped over train behind Dad's shop, climb up above and drop in the top. They seemed to like the rhyme. When the bombs fell, the family went into the shelter John built. They followed the plan he prepared, the door closed, and they waited. And at some point, the ventilation stopped working. John built the shelter to protect his family. He prepared what he could and worked until he believed it was ready, but it wasn't enough to keep them alive. He didn't ignore the danger. He followed through on the plan he made, but even then, it wasn't enough.
We found a good place. Already has walls and water. Some human made a tiny room underground with many good things inside.
The backyard bunker logs feel personal in a way a lot of the other records don't. This is Wayne Turnkiss talking to his wife Bonnie like she might still hear him someday. The first entry is 3 days after the bombs fell. saying, "The boys finally cried themselves asleep. It's been 3 days since the bombs fell and everything has gone to shit. Our director up at MedTech got advance notice, and if I hadn't put that code into his terminal that forwarded his logs to me, I would have been trapped up there along with everyone else when the lockdown kicked in." He then walked to Malden to get the boys. They did exactly what he told them to before everything went bad. Michael pulled David away from the teachers, and instead of going to a vault, they hid, and Wayne is proud of that. They reached the bunker just as planes started flying overhead. Then they listened to the radio until it went dead. He could still hear gunfire outside, and Bonnie was working at a hospital when the bombs fell, and Wayne doesn't know if she's alive. He ends the entry hoping she somehow is. 2 weeks later, he writes again. Bonnie still hasn't come home. Wayne wants to go into Boston to find her, but it's too dangerous, and he can't leave the kids alone. This is all going on while David keeps asking when his mom is coming back, and Michael has stopped believing Wayne's answers. To make matters more dramatic, Wayne listens to the radio at night and hears reports of fighting in the city, and he thinks Michael overheard one of them. Wayne knows things are bad, but he keeps pretending they're not, because that's all he can do. In his logs we read, "It's been 3 months since the bombs fell. I left the bunker for the first time last night. Our plan to tap into the main from the water tower worked, but the piping took more duct tape than expected and was leaking pretty bad. We didn't have any..."
لا كتار اليوم بيقولوا انه بشير اجى على الدبابه الاسرائيليه، اللي ما بيفهموه انه بشير فعليا ما اجى على الدبابه الاسرائيليه، بشير فعليا هو كان الحل الوحيد لاخراج الدبابه الاسرائيليه من لبنان. كتار اليوم بيقولوا انه بشير اجى على الدبابه الاسرائيليه، اللي ما بيفهموه انه بشير فعليا ما اجى على الدبابه الاسرائيليه، بشير فعليا هو كان الحل الوحيد لاخراج الدبابه الاسرائيليه من
Can we just address Marco Rubio's fucking ears for 1 second? Bro, what in the fuck is going on with his earlobes, people? This man's earlobes. Oh my god. That's the biggest ears I've ever seen. Can we just address Marco Rubio's fucking
in the house, so I tried to sneak over to the cop's house across the street. He was...
Bro, what in the fuck is going...
Bro, he paid? Come on, man. This is my friend. I got you next time, bro.
I decline.
Bro, he paid? Come on, man. This is my friend. I got you next time, bro.
I decline.
What type of person would do something like this?
How long have you been here?
A month and a half.
Good tips?
I don't make tips.
Say that again.
I make hourly.
Serious? So where do the tips go?
The owner.
Wow, $10 tip.
Yeah.
That's nice for you.
Of course, yeah. Why not?
Do you think the girls deserve some tips tonight?
No.
Do you think if I went and asked every customer when they leave a tip that it goes straight to the owner and not to the server? Let me ask that table there. Sir, the tip that you left, the young lady's server. The owner takes the tips.
No.
Don't with me.
Yeah, I would. You you think you are?
Tell the customers they're going to get their tips.
No, they don't.
They should be told that you're taking them because this service deserves them.
With me, I would.
I don't want to with you.
2 years after this episode was shot, their restaurant officially closed. A couple years after that, the owners also divorced and the man got deported from the U.S. for his criminal past and now lives in Israel.
What type of person would do something like this?
You don't have to call me. I'm right here. But our AT&T wireless plan might be unlimited, but my patience is not. You don't have to call me. I'm right here. But our AT&T wireless plan might be
هون مثل ما شايفين الشمس صار حيخلصها وبعد في 10 دقائق على الأرض. فرجينا العالم كلها هسه.
هون الشبيبة كلياتها.
عندنا الشاب هون خلصها ب 34 دقيقة والتايم لابس موجود وكله موجود وحينزل وحيتوصل على الصفحة. اجى من أمريكا وما كانت مجهود على الفاضي. هو 10,000.
Thank you.
Okay, can you count them please?
Yeah.
قدام الكاميرا أفضل.
Okay, ما في مشكلة.
You can count them fast though, it's okay. We are sure of the...
With the construction crew in the neighborhood, so I figured he might.
$10,000 there. All right. Very good pizza. That was delicious. Make sure you guys check them out. Difficult challenge, but not impossible. Got it done today. Can you do it? Come try it for yourself.
هون مثل ما شايفين الشمس صار حيخلصها وبعد في 10 دقائق على الارض. فرجينا العالم كلها هسه.
هون الشبيبة كلياتها.
عندنا الشاب هون خلصها ب 34 دقيقة والتايم لابس موجود وكله موجود وحينزل وحيتوصل على الصفحة. اجى من امريكا وما كانت مجهودة على الفاضي. هون 10,000.
Thank you.
Okay, can you count them please?
Yeah.
بس قدام الكاميرا افضل.
Okay, ما في مشكلة. You can count them fast though, it's okay. We are sure of the...
$10,000 there. Okay. All right. Very good pizza. That was delicious. Make sure you guys check them out.
have some. I was in Ron's den, where he'd been working on that Nuka-Cola machine, and must not have heard him over the distant gunfire and explosions. There was just that cold barrel pushed up against the back of my head suddenly. He told me to turn around slowly, and oh God, Bonnie, his face. The radiation had hit him hard. His hair was falling out and half his face looked melted. I begged him to stop, but he put the gun in my mouth and cocked back the hammer. I heard the gunshot, but when I opened my eyes, Ron was falling to the ground, and I spotted Lance from down the street up on our roof. He saw the whole thing and saved my life. Said he's got a plan and to meet him tomorrow night. Clearly a lot of shit just hit the fan, as we read. But by April, Wayne writes another message to Bonnie. Today, it's her birthday. The kids made her a cake with canned frosting, and although it didn't turn out great, it was the thought that mattered. Wayne explains that Lance and his brother Leon made it back from New York with their families after weeks on foot. They decided the neighborhood needed protection, and together they stole trucks from the Irish Pride shipyard and used them to build a wall around the area. Wayne flipped his truck and nearly crashed into a house. It took another month to finish, but they finally did it. Now they take watch shifts. The kids get to go outside again, and Wayne doesn't say things are safe, but he just says they're trying. Every log is written like a letter, hoping Bonnie might still be out there. As a true romantic, Wayne never stops talking to her. Even at the end of the world, he's still a husband and a dad trying to hold his family together. But if you spend a little time exploring, you'll actually find Bonnie's response.
Wayne, I'm leaving this message with Marcy in case you come looking for me. Though I pray you don't. The military took over the hospital, and everything's gone to hell in the city. Things here, it's bad, Wayne. People are dying every day. And most of the time, all we can do is watch and try to make them comfortable. One of the other nurses told me she heard a radio signal that sounded like you and the boys. I don't know if it's true, if you're still out there, but we've got a way out, and I'm going to try to find you.
If you want harder erections, multiple rounds, and to be ready in 15 minutes on average, you need to hear this.
Marina terminals tell a small, ugly story about two people who survived the bombs and still couldn't survive each other. Eugene and Malcolm were twin brothers. They made it through the Great War and reached the marina 10 days later on November 2nd, 2077. Outside was the shit we'd expect post-bombing, with constant chaos, increased radiation exposure, and gunfire in the backdrop. But the boats were still there in sight. With the boats in sight, their plan was simple. Fix one, leave Massachusetts behind, and never look back. Now, Eugene writes first. He thinks they can actually pull it off. The boats are in decent shape, but he's annoyed by Malcolm's habits, especially the way he slurps his coffee. But he keeps saying family sticks together. And this idea matters to him, at least at the start. Malcolm's entry from the same day matches that same mood. He hates the world outside, wants out fast, knows the work will be hard, but in his mind he calls his brother uptight, but still says family sticks together. He ends his entry wanting coffee, and that detail comes up again and again. By late November, everything changes. Eugene is angry. Malcolm wants to head north while Eugene wants to go south. Eugene believes Malcolm can't fix the other boat without his help, so that gives him leverage. He starts writing with real bitterness though, calling Malcolm names and blaming him for dragging things out. The coffee slurping isn't funny anymore at this point, and it too has become personal. Malcolm's November 27th entry shows the other side. He says Eugene stopped talking to him after a fight, and now they leave notes instead of speaking. And this is all happening while we get to witness their unspoken conversation unfold. Malcolm low-key is just as stubborn. He's sure north is the right direction and calls Eugene a coward. As we can see, the bond they both talked about at the start is already breaking. But by mid-December, both brothers cross the line. Eugene writes on December 12th that Malcolm has to die. He treats it like a problem with a clean answer. The issue is he needs parts from Malcolm's boat and he wants to escape. He starts digging into Mr. Handy's safety rules and plans to turn the robots into weapons. He even calls it a birthday surprise. This is some dark shit. Malcolm, though, is thinking the same thing, and on December 17th, he writes that their birthday is tomorrow. Eugene wants to bury the hatchet, but Malcolm doesn't trust it. He plans to bury something else. He also knows how to mess with the robots, so he plans to strike first, or at least thinks he will. As we learn, Eugene acts first. The robots attack Malcolm on their birthday and they kill him. Eugene puts his brother in a coffin, sets flowers beside it, and leaves him outside the building. For a brief moment, Eugene thinks he's won since the problem is gone. He's alone but alive. Then Eugene walks back into the hangar. The Mr. Handys greet him the same way they greeted Malcolm, with the same birthday message because they have the same program behavior. Obviously, Eugene dies right there on the floor and his skeleton stays in the boathouse, next to the plan that killed them both. Against most odds, they survived the bombs. They survived the early days after the world ended and lived through the pure initial chaos. What they couldn't survive was personal pride and anger, in weeks trapped together with no way out, dwelling in their sins. The marina wasn't their escape as they had hoped it would be, it was where the end finally caught up to them.
Last time when we talked about the Museum of Freedom in Concord, we were following the story of a young woman trapped in the building after the bombs dropped, and she was terrified. But she wasn't the only one to leave a message in this place. When you step onto the top of the Museum of Freedom, it's obvious that this place wasn't a safe haven for survivors. The building is wide open and the ceiling has been torn apart by impact. A vertibird is stuck inside the building where it dropped straight through. It looks like this helicopter had a sudden fall with no recovery. The museum isn't defended and it sits directly over a civilian town. The people below are frightened and no doubt panicking in the streets. Some are even armed, and the military is nowhere to be found. The vertibird is out of commission. It won't lift and it can't reach anyone outside the area or take anyone to safety. What happened here is recorded on a log from Sergeant Michael Daly.
Personal log. United States Army Staff Sergeant Michael Daly. This past Saturday, October 23rd, while en route to West Stockbridge, a vertibird crashed into the roof of this museum. The cause? EMP following nuclear detonation. Several, in fact. From the intel I've gathered, this was a global event. The co-pilot was killed on impact. Pilot died of his injuries a day later. Day after that, Flaherty and were shot by some scared, desperate survivors. Then Brzezinski took off running. Haven't seen him since. Now, it's my turn to go AWOL, if that concept even applies anymore. My armor's fusion core is burned out, so I guess my soldering days are done. I'm heading to Boston, on foot, to see if my sister survived all this. She's got an apartment on Boylston Street. This is Mike Daly, signing out. Good luck. And God bless America. Or what's left of it.
We get a good idea of how some soldiers were dealing with the end of the world, soldiers that have been misplaced and left behind. Daly doesn't leave his position out of panic or weakness. He leaves because there's no position left to hold. He knows that the systems in place for the military are gone and backup isn't coming. It shows just how fast military structure collapsed once the bombs fell. He lost both pilots quickly, and then the scared survivors in Concord panicked and killed some of the troops in his group. He eventually was alone, scared I'm sure, but he also seems determined in my opinion. He has to give up the power armor and move on. And the first thing that he decides to do is go find his sister in Boston, on foot. We don't know what happened beyond that. This might just be one of the most perfect logs we get of a first-hand exposure to the bombs falling.
Hey, I'm Chef Mac, coming at you from the Wonder Test Kitchen. Today we're making Jonathan Waxman's famous roast chicken. If you know Waxman, you know his chicken. So the pressure was definitely on to get it right. There you have it, folks. Jonathan Waxman roast chicken. Juicy, crispy, perfect.
Guys, I just wanted to show off these clubs I got from my Whatnot haul. I spent a total of $300 and got 3 brand new clubs. First off, we got this Callaway Paradigm Star Driver, and we only paid $135 for it, and again, it's brand new in the plastic. For the second club, I picked up this TaylorMade TP Reserve putter, which is also brand new in the plastic, and guess what? We only paid $120 for it. And lastly, we grabbed this Cobra SPX wedge that's brand new in the plastic, and I got this one for only $62. But what do you think? Were these good pickups?
You find Marlene's holotape inside Wilson Automa Toys, sitting on a terminal in a building that doesn't work like it used to. This building functioned as a toy company, with rooms used for development and testing tied to its products. The recording is still there because it was stored on a developmental terminal behind security doors. What makes this holotape different is simple. The person it addresses is still alive.
Go ahead. Hi, Daddy. When are you coming home? You work too much. I want you to read to me again. Mommy says you're helping all the horsies find good homes. Take care of them, okay? I love you. Oh, Buttercup says she loves you too. We miss you. Come home soon.
Arlen Glass is a pre-war ghoul still alive at the Slog. He works as a technician and a toy designer, using the same skills he had before the war. He is known his wife and daughter were gone since the day he tried to return home and found an irradiated crater where his house had been. What he didn't have were recordings of their voices. You can actually return Marlene's holotape to her father all these years later. Arlen listens to the recording on his terminal and then speak to you. All he says really is that he never thought that he would hear those voices again, and he leaves it at that. Arlen has spent more than 2 centuries knowing that his family died without a goodbye. Now he knows a message existed, and he probably regrets that he wasn't there for it when it was recorded. Imagine losing a child and then hearing their voice 200 years later with a message just for you. I can't even imagine that. After that, Arlen talks about the day the bombs fell. He talks about trying to get home and what he found when he arrived. He talks about surviving when he didn't want to.
It's been so long. I never thought I'd hear their voices again. You can't imagine what this means to me.
What happened to them?
We had an apartment in Cambridge. I went... office that morning to try to talk to Mark again. When it all happened, I tried to get back, but the city was in chaos. By the time I got home, there was only a crater. I lay down in the ruins. I just wanted to die. Instead, I woke up like this.
It's a long story, but I lost my wife and son too.
Then maybe you can understand. She was right, you know. I did work too much. And now, I'll never hear her voice again. Never get to hold her. Kiss her goodnight. All I have left are the memories. And this tape as one father to another. Thank you.
After all of this, he ends up leaving the slog. Wiseman says that Arlen moved on, maybe to make peace with himself after the recording, or maybe it was just too painful to stay in the Commonwealth, and he finally got the closure he needed. If you check back in on his workshop, you'll find a complete Giddy Up Buttercup toy and a note from Arlen. All it says is, for a child who needs it. You carry a message across more than 200 years to a man who survived all these years to hear it, but too late for it to change anything that mattered.
Eliza's journals are written by a kid through her own worldview. She's not trying to explain the world, however, she's just writing down what she sees at home on Cranberry Island before everything ends. Her first entry is from February 15th, 2077, saying, "Grandpa Pat was yelling in his sleep tonight. He's done it before, but this time it was so loud it woke me up. I saw Mom head over to make sure he's okay. Glad she remembered her coat. It looks like it's freezing out there. I heard her talking to Dad the other day about Grandpa moving in with us soon. I don't think I want him to." It sounds like Eliza doesn't like that idea. She doesn't say why, but you can tell she's uneasy around him already. A few weeks later, on March 2nd, she writes about Nathan. She says he's out by the output pipes near Grandpa's place again. When Eliza notices him and looks his way, he tells her to go back to bed. She says he looks angry all the time now. She wants to tell her mom, but doesn't, because she's afraid Nathan will make things worse for her if she does. On March 19th, the tension spreads through the whole family. Eliza hears her dad yelling at Stephen after morning chores. Her dad says if Stephen doesn't keep the pump, it'll mean more than just pipes shutting down. But Eliza's a kid, and she doesn't fully understand what he means. But she knows it's serious. She hates when they fight, and she just wants Stephen to do what he's supposed to do so things calm down. But by May, Grandpa's behavior is impossible to ignore. Eliza comes home from stacking boxes at the dock and sees him sitting on the porch yelling at the sky. He's talking about people taking their farm and messing with the generators and reels. He keeps saying the harvest is coming. Eliza says things changed after Grandma died, and Grandpa started accusing Nathan of messing with machines, and now he's blaming the government. The fear in his head is spilling out into everything. In July, Eliza writes a short entry saying she misses Grandma. She says the family doesn't argue as much when she was alive, and Grandpa was different. It's one of the only times Eliza directly says she misses someone, and it says a lot about how broken things feel now. In August, Grandpa is still talking about government agents coming after them. Eliza's dad tries to calm him by talking about insurances and a will they finalized. Eliza ends up asking Nathan what insured means, and he tells her not to worry and says it means they're safe. Then he tells her she should be excited about what's in Grandpa's will. But again, she's a kid, so that comment goes right over her head. She admits she doesn't understand what any of them are talking about. Her last entry, however, is dated back on October 22nd, 2077, the day before the bombs fall. Eliza's excited. She's about to head to the mainland for a Halloween party in Bar Harbor. All her friends are there, and she's hoping that some kid named Gregory might show up. Nathan was supposed to take her, but no one knows where he is. He's been gone a lot lately, and Eliza says her mom will probably take her instead. She's already thinking about writing in her journal the next day about how fun the party was. Unfortunately, there is no next entry. Eliza never gets to write about the party. The next day is, of course, October 23rd, when the world ends. All that fear, arguing, all those strange warnings from Grandpa about the government, none of it mattered anymore. Eliza's journals stop with a kid excited about costumes and friends, not knowing she's writing her last normal thought before everything disappears. But one thing's for certain, her grandpa sounds absolutely goated. The employee tunnel logs from Nuka World tell the story of people who followed the rules and prepared ahead of time, but somehow still paid for it slowly. As mentioned by the name of these logs, these weren't tourists, but were workers who knew something bad was coming and tried to survive together under Kitty Kingdom. Quick side note, can you guys imagine shit hitting the fan while you're in Epcot? That's a crazy place to be during the end of times. I digress. Dean Morris writes first entry and notes that the bombs finally fell. He says they followed quote-unquote the plan. Staff tried to calm the park visitors, but panic took over. They couldn't save everyone, but they dragged a few people into the employee tunnels before things got worse. Oswald and Rachel had already stocked the tunnels with food, seeds, tools, lumber, and water hooked to the park pumps. They had almost everything they needed. The one thing missing was weapons, though. And yes, without that, they're likely fucked. That was Mitchell's job, though, and nobody knew if he was alive. Dean tells everyone to stay calm and wait it out. Now, about a week later, Mitchell shows up, and he's alive. He drives in with a semi-truck full of guns, explosives, medicine, chemicals, and supplies. He says he's been collecting everything they need to defend Kitty Kingdom. Suspiciously enough, he has blood on his shirt, but nobody asks questions. Dean admits Mitchell is dangerous, but right now they need him now more than ever. I mean, he is the guy with the guns after all. So they seal off the service tunnels that connect to the rest of the park and start talking about barricading the gates if things don't improve. Then the storms come. Dean describes something none of them expected. A massive green storm rolls in from the east, spinning like a tornado with glowing lightning. People don't even have time to run, and some are pulled straight into it, and they never come back. Fallout from Boston rains down on the park, and after that, everyone gets sick. And as the weeks pass, people start dying. The ones who live start changing. Then he realizes something. The survival training videos never covered this part. Time jumps forward by a huge amount, and Dean says they've been alive for over 100 years. Their bodies adapted to radiation. They stopped feeling sick, but their bodies changed shape. Some people handled it better than others, but of course, things start getting even worse. Mitchell changes first, then Herman, then they stop talking and they shuffle and they growl. If anyone tries to restrain them, they attack. At this point, Rachel believes it's an illness. The rest call it the affliction. Dean says he's scared it's going to take everyone, and Fran Fowler's logs fill in the rest. Her first entry talks about their first real attack when raiders rush the park. Fran freezes when someone comes at her boyfriend Evan from behind, and Mitchell kills the attacker instantly. Evan survives, but he's angry with Fran for freezing. Fran is upset because the world has ended and she's still dealing with relationship fights. Personally, I'd be pissed too if someone froze in my time of need, but with a name like Fran, I would expect her to freeze too. Months later, Fran sounds exhausted and radiation storms keep rolling in, and now 23 people are dead. Her skin is falling apart like a brittle pine cone being stroked. Her hair is coming out in clumps while she types. Evan loses all of his, and Fran can barely stomach to look at him. They fight some more, so Evan moves his things into the clock tower. Fran wonders if she's becoming something awful, and she wonders if all of them are. But then one night, an alarm wakes everyone up. The water intake is contaminated and glowing, but Fran shrugs it off. She's heard rumors about a reactor in the bottling plant, and she jokes that if radiation hasn't killed her yet, more won't matter. So she goes back to sleep. But then another attack hits, bigger than before. The mob nearly reaches the castle. While people are fighting, Fran realizes something. They've survived radiation, but raiders haven't. She runs into the tunnels and turns on the park's mist sprayers, and then radiation floods the area. The attackers drop fast, and the park is safe once again. If you haven't guessed by now, by the way, this is a romantic novella. So Evan kisses her when he finds out it was her idea. Things aren't quite fixed between them, but it's better than nothing. The final entry, however, is a bit heavier. The affliction is spreading faster, and as I mentioned, Herman is gone. He knew it was coming, and so did everyone else. Fran says they've survived storms, hunger, attacks, and more for over a century. But this isn't something they can shoot or barricade against. She doesn't know if her anger is grief or a sign that she's next. What we can gather from this is that these people were badasses until the very end. They lived long past the bombs falling, and they built a system that worked. They defended each other. And in the end, what broke them was something far worse than raiders. It came from inside their own bodies that nobody knew how to stop.
Not everyone's life runs in straight lines. At Sophia, we get that. Our flexible, affordable, self-paced college-level courses help thousands of people just like you complete their degrees for only $99 a month.
Big Chicken Energy. Mega chunks of white meat chicken, triple coated and seasoned to perfection.
Tell me how you want it. 3, 2, 1, and I'm
Banquet Mega. Eat mega, spend less.
Terminals inside the Dunwich building were never meant to hold personal records. They were office terminals used by the company. But one system used auto-dictation software made by Pagsoft, a voice-to-text program that converted speech into stored entries. Audio was saved automatically until the system's memory filled. Because of that, the machine stored recordings without any filtering or review. A workplace memo is logged. It's a routine company message tied to the sales staff and company performance. The coughing heard in the recording is simply part of someone speaking while unwell. It says, N18-2077, coughing, memo to sales staff. In recognition of an exemplary quarter, Mr. Statham has authorized me to release sales staff early for the holidays. It was no easy task to release the new acoustic borer to a market used to conventional bit bore drilling systems. But thanks to your hard work and unintelligible, acoustic bore drills are setting a new standard in the excavation industry. More coughing. Thanks to your many private sales and procurement of government contracts, we'll all be in the black for the foreseeable future. Happy holidays from Mr. Statham and Dunwich Borers. Now get home to your families, with an applause. Nothing much to note here, really. But now you kind of understand how the auto-dictation works. Well, the next two entries are dated October 23rd, 2077, the day the bombs fell. Both entries show mostly random letters, but we can either assume that this is the bombs erupting or maybe the building collapsing in parts, possibly the sound waves. The software issues warnings about recording in a sustained low-frequency environment, and then powers itself off automatically. After that, the machine goes offline. When it comes back online, it's the year 2134. More than 50 years have passed. The building is still standing and the equipment still operates. 3/27/2134. Unintelligible. What the hell was that? Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Deep breathing. Where is it? Where? An impact sound, paper crumbling. There. More paper crumple. Safe and sound. Jesus, they bled so much, but I kept it clean. Clean. Shit, more. Gotta move. Gotta keep it safe. 4/27/2134. Deep breathing. My skin. Barely any left. One of them now, but they know I still have it. Stay back. Back you. More deep breathing. That's close enough. You and you too, over there. Yes. One of us, Ugg Qualtoth, is returned. Clearly this person being recorded is going through ghoulification, joining the numerous other ghouls we can find in the Dunwich building. But near the end, you do see a name spoken, Ugg Qualtoth. Then we get to one last dictation, 5/1/2134. There's liquid dripping. Ugg Qualtoth. I came. Back this time, deep temple. Screaming, twisting, an impact sound. No light, no flesh. Deep temple born, deep temple died. Ugg Qualtoth again. Returned. Retribution. Notice to user, internal memory capacity reached. Pagsoft LLC recommends PagMem LLC for all your data storage needs. Please contact your administrator for details. Once the memory limit is reached, no additional data is saved. I find it interesting to read the logs of an auto-dictation program working the moments the bomb fell, and then recording a man's descent into ghoulification. But even more than that, insanity. Finding yourself in this dark and hopeless place and losing your mind would have been one of the worst ways to go. When the bombs fell, he was 13 years old. Politics and war didn't mean anything to him yet. What mattered to him was that something terrible happened shortly after he had done some things that he knew were wrong. Adults had told him that bad behavior would lead to bad outcomes. His father had said things like that before. To a kid, that will mess them up. This kid grew up believing the end of the world was his fault. This is the story of a boy named Colonel who wound up in the Appalachian wastes after the bombs. You'll find his holotape in the steeple of the Flatwoods Church.
Hi. Dasa asked me if I would talk about, how I got here. She asked everybody, so I said okay. My name's Colonel, and I'm 13 years old. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. The bombs and the messed up people and the cows with two heads, all of it. I was bad. Just bad. I cheated on my spelling test.
في تركيزه لإيران. Hello.
Chip Wilkins in the shins until he cried. I pushed Rosie McCloy down the stairs. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about everything. Because my dad said if I wasn't this way, the bad things wouldn't happen. I haven't seen Daddy since the bombs, and so I guess he left because of that too. It's okay. I'm trying to be good now, though. I'm not old enough to be a volunteer, but Dasa said I could help collect food and water, so I'm getting better, I promise. And, Daddy, if you're listening, promise I won't be bad anymore, so you can come back now. Okay?
These are the top 5 things I would order from Wonder. Detroit style buffalo chicken pizza. This is literally one of my favorite things ever. Just look at this pizza. Piled high with buffalo chicken, celery, blue cheese. One of my favorite things ever. Detroit style spinach artichoke dip from Mainstay by Mark Murphy. One of my favorite things ever.
Okay. Why?
It's heartbreaking to hear this young boy believe that he was the one that caused the bombs to drop. His father made him believe that he was a curse, and yet Colonel still wishes to see his father again, believing that he can do good and that it will bring him back. Time passed and that kid survived. 10 years went by. During that time, DASA found him and brought him in. The responders didn't treat him like a problem. They gave him structure and let him help. He wasn't old enough to be a volunteer yet, so he just collected food and water. From there, he tried to live in a better way. Not perfect, just better than before. When people needed help, he stayed. When kids lost their families, he made sure they weren't alone. That became his role. Later, he said his father had died in the war. That didn't change what happened though, but it changed how he talked about it. He stopped focusing on what couldn't be undone and focused on what he could still do.
Boy, it's been like 10 years since I did one of these. Dasa said she lost my original one though. Bummer. My name is Colonel, so hey, hi. Let's see. Bombs fell when I was a kid. My dad died in the war, so this is all pretty normal. My story is, I guess, boring. So Dasa found me when I was 13 or so. She brought me the responders. They taught me everything. I became a volunteer. It was great. For the past 5 years, I've been a responder myself. I help kids who lost their families. I get them safe, trained. Just act like a big brother. Every year we find fewer people though, so I don't know. Things are not good out there. Just getting simple food and water is tough. And the Brotherhood, well, we thought that would be different. We thought everything would be different though. So anyway, maybe in 10 years, Dasa will ask me to do another one of these survivor stories. Till then, peace, Appalachia.
For 5 years, he had been a responder. He helped kids get safe and trained. He acted like a big brother because he knew what it was like to grow up without one. Each year, fewer people were found. Getting food and water was tough. They thought the Brotherhood would be different, but that didn't work out the way they hoped. No kid should grow up thinking they caused the end of the world. At the same time, he found people who were trying to help instead of take. He found a way to be better than the kid who thought he ruined everything. You can find his body where you find the second holotape. He might not have made it, and most of these stories do end in tragedy, but this one to me shows hope. With all the odds stacked against him and how he was treated, he ended up becoming a responder and someone willing to help others.
Raymond's journal starts the day before the bombs fell, and I like this one because it feels more nostalgic than some of the other holotapes we find in the wasteland. Raymond was a mall Santa. Not just any Santa though. He believed he was the best one around. On October 22nd, 2077, he calls them all asking when his Santa job starts. Now let's just take a second. It's October, and he's asking when his Santa job starts. He's already a little sus or a little slow. Anyways, they dodge the question and they say they aren't hiring a Santa at all. Raymond knows that's a lie, and his friend Tommy tells him the real reason. They think Raymond smells like whiskey and takes the job way too seriously. Raymond is furious. He says people don't come to see Santa, they come to see him. He talks about training all year and plans to show up in full costume the next day to remind them who they're dealing with. See, I told you this would feel nostalgic. The alcoholic Santa is something we've all seen in a movie before, so he feels familiar. The next day is of course October 23rd. Raymond goes to the mall ready to yell at the manager. Then everything changes as the sirens go off. The radio starts warning people. The building shakes from God knows what outside. Then Raymond realizes the bombs have fallen. He panics, shoves past people, and locks himself inside a concrete storage room. He hears chaos outside but refuses to leave. His anger about the job disappears instantly, and survival is the only thing that matters. 2 months later, on December 14th, Raymond is still alive. He's been hiding inside the mall, eating whatever food he can find and keeping to himself. Radiation has done something to him, and his skin is breaking out.
$8.35 plus offer accepted. We'll add it to your room.
His hands look burned and raw, but instead of feeling weak, he says he feels better than ever before. Strong, confident even. Someone tries to break in and steal food, and Raymond kills him with a plastic candy cane. After that, he decides nobody can be trusted. Now, at this point of the story, Raymond is absolutely goated. I mean, a plastic candy cane kill shot, that's pretty tough to beat. But now he starts to change how he sees the place. The mall isn't just shelter anymore. He calls it Santa's workshop and that Christmas is coming.
Winter is coming.
Raymond, of course, is excited. He talks about joy in the air even while the world outside is gone. By this point, Raymond is no longer thinking like a normal person, though. Then, the journal jumps forward in a huge way. December 20th, 2184. Raymond is still alive. He doesn't understand how, but he decides it must be fate. He says it's been 107 years of Christmas and declares himself the one true immortal Santa Claus. There is zero doubt left in his mind. He fully believes it, and to be honest, I'm starting to too. He could easily be a post-apocalyptic Santa at this point. Just think about it. He's been around for a century claiming to be the best Santa, and with 90% of everyone gone from before, he could easily be looked at as an icon like this guy from Venice Beach. The last entry is from October 12th, 2287. Raymond is still alive after more than 2 centuries, and super mutants have taken over Fallon's department store. Raymond usually shoots anyone who enters, or he sends his guard. Someone he calls, you guessed it, Rudolph. But the super mutants are different. He knows better than to fight them. He retreats to the loading dock behind the building and waits, angry and frustrated. He says a garage isn't fit for Santa Claus and that he wants his workshop back and knows he needs a plan. Raymond survived the bombs by accident. He survived the years after by force and paranoia. Over time, the role he played before the war became his entire identity and actually manifested into reality. He became the Santa he always knew existed from within him. By the end of the holotape, Raymond isn't waiting for Christmas to come back because he believes it never left.
Overpaying for car insurance? Elephant Insurance may be able to help. Customers who switched saved $829 on average. Our excellent Trustpilot score speaks volumes about our customer satisfaction. Visit elephant.com to see your savings.
GNN, the Galaxy News Network. It was one of the main ways people learned what was happening before the war. If you lived in the States, this is the kind of broadcast you'd hear playing in homes, offices, and waiting rooms. When resources started running out and tensions rose, GNN became the filter between public and reality. We can find a broadcast disc in the Sierra Army Depot, and this holodisc is a collection of those broadcasts, pulled from different years and saved together. Someone in the military thought these reports mattered enough to keep them on record. These were the stories people heard while climbed and riots were spreading. I wanted to just read the last few broadcasts because they give us a perfect idea of how the media was handling the war and situations going on right before the bombs. Broadcast March 30th, 2076. Today, the president ordered the Pacific Fleet to the Poseidon Deep Sea Oil Derrick, located at the secret location out in the Pacific. He cited concerns over that military exercises staged by the Chinese fleet are unacceptably close to our strategic oil reserves. The Chinese government denied any hostile intentions. A recent poll suggests that 54% of GNN viewers think that the president is using this as a diversionary tactic to take the public's eye off the president's recent admission to having multiple extramarital affairs with campaign staffers. Our poll also suggests that 70% don't care about these affairs and are happy with the way the president is running the country. A whopping 60% also think he should keep having these affairs, if that's what it takes to keep the country running smoothly. Broadcast October 10th, 2077. War. A state of war is declared as China invades the United States by way of Alaska. Protests by the US fall on deaf ears as the UN Council chooses to ignore this blatant act of aggression. The President of the United States is calling on you to help defend our country against those that would do harm to her. You are urged to go down to your local recruiting office and join the armed forces. Uncle Sam needs you. For justice, for freedom, and mom's apple pie. Broadcast October 22nd, 2077. And this would be a day before the bombs fell. Thanks to the brave souls of the armed forces and our newly developed power armored combat suits, US forces have pushed back the Chinese invaders. Crippled by lack of fuel, US forces have put the invaders back to their home capital of Beijing. It's really crazy to read the first-hand news broadcast going on right before the bombs.
Aircom, we have multiple flashpoints on horizon. Come back. Air Command, USN 350 requesting landing vector. Have zero ceiling visibility and low on state. Somebody get me a landing clearance. State 1+10 to splash. Have zero read on outer marker. This is USN 350. I'm blind out here. Attempting emergency landing over water. INS pinger active on distress band. Flaps up, descent to 8 cherubs. 3 green over. 5 cherubs. Tree line up. Throttle easy on 4 lights. Prepping to pull the loud handle.
The jet didn't come down under stable conditions. Visibility was gone and fuel levels were running low. As the flight pushed toward Point Lookout, onboard systems were struggling and fuel margins kept shrinking. The pilot reported multiple flashpoints along the horizon. Whatever plan existed before that moment no longer mattered. The priority became finding any way to get the aircraft down before fuel ran out. The impact area sits in a bog, where deep mud holds the aircraft in place. The jet drove into the ground hard enough to bury large sections of the fuselage. Skeletons are found around the wreckage. Several of the bodies are still armed, matching what was carried at the time. The pilot ejected before the crash. The parachute caught in a tree east of the impact site, leaving the body hanging above the ground, with their rifle landed below out of reach. Near the cockpit, you'll find a shovel and the black box recorder that were left. That recorder holds the final transmissions from the flight, the one you heard at the beginning of this section. The jet went down hard in the swamp, and right away it would probably create a focal point. It's loud and visible from far away. In a place like Point Lookout, that draws a lot of people in. Locals trying to understand what just fell out of the sky. They wouldn't know what the jet is carrying or why it crashed. The skeletons with axes might mean they likely approached the wreck to scavenge it. Metal, fuel, supplies, anything useful would matter right after the bombs. They were trying to get inside. The crash site would have become dangerous fast. Radiation from the jet, exposure from the swamp, and the early onset of ghoulification would turn people aggressive and confused. Once that starts, coordination breaks down. If several people were already there with axes, fear and panic would take over. At that point, the tools meant for cutting into the wreck become weapons used on each other. It seems like this might have just been a swamp folk bum rush. People converged on the wreck, armed themselves with tools, and tore each other apart while trying to claim whatever they thought the jet held. The black box gives us the perspective of a pilot caught out right when the bombs drop.
Gorgeous camel black leggings. Louis Vuitton.
If you're claustrophobic, you might want to avoid this one. The day this woman got trapped at Fallon's started in the building, and it ended in the basement where the blasts hit. She didn't make it out. She went down into the basement jewelry area and into a hidden room that was built for valuables, not for people. The hidden room is behind a bookcase in the basement. There's a red button under one of the jewelry counters that opens the way in. Once she was inside, she was cut off from the rest of the store. She survived the explosions, but she couldn't get back out. She waited, listening for anyone in the building. She couldn't see what was happening outside the room, and she didn't have a way to check. That's the problem with a hidden little space like this. It'll keep you out of danger for a moment, but it also locks you away from help. It was a storage space. Inside were 6 locked safes and a ham radio. There were no windows down there and no clear way to track time. She kept trying to get help the only way she could, the radio.
Hello? Anyone? I'm trapped in the jewelry safe in Fallon's. If anyone is out there, please help. What's going on out there? I felt the ground shake and nothing since. It's been 4 days, I think. If you can hear this, please let me out. There's a button underneath one of the counters in the jewelry department. Please. I'm so thirsty. Please. Hurry.
This has been a pre-recorded message. Message repeats in 3 seconds.
The recording date is October 27, 2077. She says she went into the room when the blast hit, which puts her trapped there for about 4 days before she made the broadcast. The message isn't live, it's just looping and repeating the same call out again and again. Nobody answers. She died there in that hidden basement room, all alone with no food or water. You can find the place later, and the ham radio is still in the secret room, her skeleton along with it. I can't begin to imagine what it would have been like for her. That's some scary shit.
If any of you have changed your mind, it's time to go. James will see you out. No one. Very well.
This club was built for people who thought the world would always bend around them. It was a club for powerful men, not something an everyday layman could join. I'm talking presidents, senators, governors, judges, their sons, Nepo babies, and room enough for a lucky few handpicked guests who could afford a fee so high it filtered out almost everyone else. This all came at a small lump sum of 500 grand. Also, this was a gentleman's club, so no women are listed. It's a closed circle that expected doors to stay open for them forever. It's effectively the Bohemian Grove. In October of 2077, life inside the club still followed its normal routine. Members argued about cigars imported from Canada. They sat through 7-course dinners with politicians. They drank wine while talking about Asia as a threat, calling it the Red Menace, like it was just another theme night. While the rest of the country worried about war, these guys gave an iota of a fuck less. The calendar here tells you everything. On October 21st, a wine event was focused on Asia. 2 days later, the bombs fell. After that date, the schedule changes. A new event gets added on October 24th, a memoriam gala with free food and an open bar, only for members who were still able to make it, of course. Then, a final toast planned for midnight. That line is actual gold, though. Members still able to make it. It's my kind of twisted humor because we, of course, know some were already gone. Some were trapped somewhere else. Some probably didn't survive the first strikes. Rather than cancel, the club simply pivoted and adjusted with the times, and they continued to move forward. They planned one last gathering for whoever could still walk through the door. Now, this place wasn't a bunker. It was a place to sit, drink, and say goodbye together. The people inside likely believed help would come for them, or that status still mattered. Or maybe even that being important once meant being protected later. The wording feels calm as there's no panic in the text. Rather than fear, we get notes of logistics. The calm tone in these tapes always reminded me of ignorance mixed with sadness. It shows how disconnected these people were from what was actually happening outside. While cities burned and people ran for cover, the club stayed focused on comfort and tradition. But it also felt like a final send-off. Now, aside from the personal aspect that we just covered, we also get notes that the safe in the club still worked. Locks still checked clearance and systems still responded. So even as the world fell apart, the mechanisms that protected wealth and secrets stayed intact. Whatever was stored in that safe mattered enough to protect, even until the end. This club didn't leave behind a goodbye note, but it did leave a calendar. A list of events and a quiet update added after the world ended. It shows a group of people who lived their entire lives behind closed doors and decided to face the end the same way, together and insulated. Maybe convinced that history would remember them as important right up to the last drink.
Here at Wonder, we use a double thick cut pork chop. It's roasted low and slow, so it's nice and juicy. The best part of this dish, the two finishing sauces. Bourbon sauce, pomegranate glaze. That right there is the perfect pork chop.
My friend David told me about the supplement. I hadn't heard of it. And then, isn't it funny when you first start hearing, when I heard about Fatty 15, I'm suddenly seeing it on my feed all the time. And it's like, well, what is the science behind this? And then I was happy to try it. I saw that there were so many studies and there were so many benefits and there were reviews. I was so happy to take this and then meet the people behind it. It's been such a journey of like learning this process of how we got here with something so beneficial to so many people. It's an amazing, eye-opening experience.
This holotape is about people who survived the start of the war only to be targeted by their own country. Although some survivors were fighting monsters or scavenging ruins, plenty of others had to deal with other demons. running from soldiers with paperwork and orders already signed long before the world ended. This is one of those tapes that is fun to... Acts like a subtle world builder. Sometimes I find holotapes and I don't fully understand them on my first playthroughs, or I'm so focused on a quest that I don't spend the time to listen to these things. But when I came across this one, I thought it was refreshing because we actually get to hear the horror of a nuclear bomb going off in the background, and the immediate reactions of those who had to experience its terror.
George! George! You hear that? Listen!
I don't hear anything.
Citizens, imminent. Please exit. Most convenience. Thank you for your...
What did it say?
Something about convenience? Probably just an ad for Red Rocket. We get them all. The hell was that? Was that a...
Nuclear strike. It said nuclear strike.
No. Jesus Christ. We need to get out of here.
Out of here? Are you crazy? We need shelter. This is shelter.
This isn't a vault, Luann. We don't know if this place will hold.
You don't have the slightest idea what's happening up there.
Get off me, Luann. I'm leaving.
Jesus, George, don't... Fuck. George, come back.
Attention, citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh God. Oh my God.
The people working beneath Arctos Pharma were part of a classified operation deep underground. The lab sat far below the facility, separated from the rest of the area. Daily life there focused on research tasks and keeping the lab running. What was happening beyond the walls wasn't something they had direct access to. When the bombs fell, they were already inside the lab. They didn't see what happened above. The facility itself stayed intact after the initial event, and for a time, nothing reached them down there. Whatever was happening elsewhere remained unknown. Time passed without clear answers. No information reached them that explained what had happened. Eventually, that lack of knowledge became a problem on its own. The group decided to send people upward to find out what was going on.
To anyone out there, this is Dr. Christina Bryan. I'm a botanist employed at a classified laboratory deep underneath the Arctos Pharma facility. We were down here when the bombs fell. We held out as long as we could before sending people to the surface to find out what the hell happened. That was a mistake. There was nothing up there except death and these ghoulish creatures. They got down here somehow and started taking us out one by one. Our last remaining technician tried to program the security force to recognize these creatures as a threat, but it seems he disabled their targeting parameters instead. And they started killing everything. 8 of us have locked ourselves in the lower generator room. If you hear this, please come and save us before it's too late.
There was death above, along with ghoulish creatures, and those creatures later found a way down into the lab. Once that happened, the underground space was no longer safe. As it got worse, one of the remaining technicians tried to use the lab security force to stop the creatures. The attempt failed. Instead of targeting the threat, the system began...
So proud of myself for the past 2 weeks. ما عم اكل من برا ابدا، وعدت حالي انه اطبخ اكثر واعرف شو عم باكل اكثر، لانه في كم كيلو بدي انزلهم، وبحس انه اول مفتاح لتضعفوا هو الاكل اللي عم تاكلوه، يعني لازم تهتموا شو عم تاكلوا، تحسبوا كالوريز. So I'm so proud of myself. اليوم معي potato salad. It's so good مع افوكادو.
Oh my God. Why did you?
22.
Okay, next one. Ramselina.
Really say?
Yes, wallah.
Tini, listen, I fuck your mother. Yes? Come. Where are you, Tini? Huh?
No, Tini.
Eating banana?
Wait, you gotta finish.
Tini, you eating banana? Huh?
Wait, Tini, what are you doing?
Friend, yeah, let's go. Bid price timely. Automatic watch with luminous design. Let's go. Yeah, rose golden one. PP watch, only $1, my friend. Anyone? Yeah, how about this one, my friend? Wow, check it out. You can see metal band two top. Yeah, data design. This one is also automatic watch. Trust me. This one with a pretty pattern in the dark. Yeah, let me show for you, okay? Wow, my friends, do you like this design? So
wet snow.
Their learning apps, there we go. Learning apps, maybe even playing their favorite game, watching their shows on YouTube and listening to music. Definitely recommend you guys.
My men! Huge.
Attacking indiscriminately. 8 people were left locked underground, with no clear way out and the hostile creatures still inside the facility. After the message was recorded, there's no further record of what happened in the lab. The facility stayed sealed and no response is documented. The Arctos Pharma complex is still standing. It makes you wonder what their last days looked like. Jeff Nakamura's story doesn't start on a happy day, even though the holotape we find is called The Big Day. When he sits on that bench near Summersville, he's already thinking about the memory of what he lost. He volunteered for a mission to Pleasant Valley because he was bored and wanted excitement. He later admitted he was young and stupid for that choice. Less than an hour after leaving Charleston, everything went wrong. The dam failed and the river tore through the city. Jeff and the others looked on as the water washed half of Charleston away. Every friend he had was gone that day. Jeff survived, and that stayed with him. For a long time, Jeff felt like surviving wasn't fair. He says he should have died with his friends. When he talks about his duties with the responders, he doesn't explain how it made him feel, only that people depended on him and that the work mattered. Meeting Amy Carey changed what Jeff thought about next. He says meeting her gave him a reason to want to be alive. The bench looks out over the floodlands that Jeff talks about. That was where he decided to ask Amy a question. Rebuilding was really important to him.
Oh, wait. Is that... Did you brought a holotape recorder?
Oh, yeah. There's something I wanted to document. Don't worry. It's nothing weird. I promise. Anyway, you asked where I like to go to be alone and think, and here we are.
When I was a student at PTU, I always thought Summersville was one of the prettiest towns I'd ever seen. It was quaint, you know? Old-fashioned. Now it's lost all of its charm for me. I just see a sad, decaying place filled with ghosts of a forgotten world. What draws you here? Is it the silence?
The view, actually. You can see the floodlands perfectly from here.
The mudflats. Why? There's nothing there. It's a ruin.
Because I never want to forget how lucky I am to be alive. I volunteered for the mission to Pleasant Valley because I was bored and wanted some excitement in my life. I know, I was young and stupid. We weren't even an hour outside the city when we heard the blast from the dam. We looked on as the river washed half of Charleston away. I lost every friend I had on that day, and for a long time, I felt like it was unfair that I survived. Like, I should have died with them. But that all changed on the day I met you, Amy. You gave me a reason to want to be alive. That's why I wanted to ask you.
Jeff, don't. I know what you want to say, but now isn't the time. I don't know if it ever will be. I just can't think about that right now. It's not that I don't care about you, but I have my work on the environmental monitoring program, and you've got your duties to the responders. People are counting on us to be selfless, to put their needs ahead of ours.
I know, but part of rebuilding the world is, well, having families again. And I think that's an important responsibility too.
Fair. Hello.
Besides, why even bother trying to survive if there aren't things worth living for? Look, if this is too soon for you, then I'll wait until you're ready. Just promise promise me you'll tell me if you change your mind?
Okay, I promise.
Amy stopped him and said it wasn't the right time. She explained that people depended on both of them and that they needed to be selfless. Jeff said he understood that and that he would wait. You can find the ring and the hat on the bench where the recording was made. The holotape ends there. Maybe the big day means something else entirely.
Professor John Malleus's recordings from Vault 92 are calm at first, almost proud. He was the lead scientist and the vault was filled with some of the best musicians in the world. That wasn't an accident. Vault-Tec wanted people with trained ears and strong focus. The experiment was straightforward initially. Play extremely low frequency white noise through the Vault's sound system and see how the human mind reacts over time. He starts by saying everything is working and the loudspeakers begin to play the noise in regular intervals. The soundproof studios help control the tests and he even compliments Vault-Tec for picking musicians, calling it a smart move. At this stage, he sees the residents as test subjects, not people in danger. The next log begins to sound more excited. About a third of the Vault's population is slipping into trance-like states.
I'm a bit encouraged by the latest batch of data. Seems that 33% of the subjects are now lapsing into a trance-like state on occasion.
While in those states, they can be influenced. He talks about planting tiny behaviors, scratching an ear, fixing hair, and says it works every time and that he's happy with the results. He thinks they're onto something big, but just how big is too big? As with everything related to Vault-Tec, everything breaks. One resident with no history of violence snaps and kills 3 people. Security has to fire over 20 shots just to stop him. Now, the doctor is shaken because this man was one of the best at receiving implanted instructions. That connection scares him, but he doesn't fully understand nor grasp it yet. Obviously, the killings don't stop. Over the next month, 12 more people attack and kill others. The violence is extreme to say the least. These were artists, performers, people who lived for music and likely had immense intelligence and empathy. Now, they're tearing others apart with their bare hands. The professor starts questioning himself. He doesn't know how his work led here, but by the 5th recording, over half the vault is acting savage. Malleus believes the noise woke something deep in their minds and he begins to blame himself for moving too fast. More than 35 people are dead at this point, and the vault is...
Prosecutors didn't buy that defense, at least not initially. Now, though, they say they've decrypted a 5-hour... Marilyn doesn't understand why it took so long for investigators to decrypt the file, but said she believes it sends a clear and dangerous message.
The mother doesn't know why it took Amy Ashworth 22 months. Farah, hello, hello. Farah, what are you doing?
collapsing from the inside. Then he learns the truth, saying, "I can't believe what I've discovered. Just before he died, one of the security team members told me everything. The Overseer has been implanting these murderous intentions in the entire Vault population without my knowledge. Using the loudspeakers in the dorms instead of just the studios, he subjected everyone to the white noise as they slept. He then implanted combat suggestions he claims came from Vault Tech itself. He must be completely insane. No observation, no controls. I'm gonna have to confront him now and make him pay for what he's done. Half the Vault is dead, the other half fighting for its life. Good luck to all of us, and may God have mercy on our souls." Malleus realizes the Vault wasn't about research anymore, but was about control. Ruben wanted soldiers, people who could be programmed to fight without question. Unfortunately, half the Vault is already dead while the rest are attacking each other, which is when Malleus recorded his final message, knowing things are beyond saving. Outside the recordings, though, we learn what likely happened next. The professor tried to end the experiment and open the Vault so people could escape. Ruben saw him as a threat, and thus, in his own logs, the Overseer writes that the professor was an obstacle and needed to be removed. The professor's attempts to do the right thing likely got him killed. See, Vault 92 wasn't destroyed by the bombs, unfortunately, because if it were, it would have ended the suffering sooner. This place was destroyed by the sound and control that started it. 92 learned a tough lesson on the consequences of treating human minds like tools. The professor went in believing he was helping his country, and he died realizing he helped create a slaughter. Executive Order 99066 was issued before the bombs ever fell, which is crucial to know for this one. Ironically, this order was planned during the Resource Wars, while the government was still fully in control, yet panic law was made after the world ended. So this order gave legal cover to imprison Chinese and Chinese American people inside the United States. Now, the name of this holotape is Internment Orders, so I think you already know that they weren't imprisoned for doing anything nefarious, but just because of who they were during a war with China. The military handled it directly in some cases, and in others they hired private military contractors. That's why the Internment Order holotapes exist at all. At first glance, you might think it was written by an officer at a base, but if you take the time to read the notes, you'd find it was written for a contractor doing paid work, with a small warning that sharing it would count as treason. The names on this list weren't random though. I'm not good with pronouncing Chinese, so I'll post them on the screen here. These were people already flagged under Executive Order 99066. What happened at this point was families being split up. Children were even listed alongside the adults. Nobody was told where they were going, only that they were being relocated to a WRA camp. The order allowed non-lethal force if needed, which means resistance was expected. People obviously didn't go quietly, but the deadline for delivery was October 29, 2077, which was 6 days after the bombs fell. Even after nuclear fire hit the country, the government still expected these transports to continue. The 9-to-5 grind was real, and paperwork and schedules still mattered. Ironically, these people mentioned still mattered less than the order itself. The internment truck is found abandoned on the highway. Something stopped it. Maybe the driver ran. Maybe the road was destroyed. Maybe the bombs made finishing the job impossible. Whatever happened, the fact that the truck never arrived doesn't erase the intent. Executive Order 99066 is a direct mirror of real history, and Fallout doesn't hide that at all. It's modeled after Executive Order 9066 from World War II, which is when Japanese Americans were imprisoned by their own government. In Fallout's world, history repeated itself, and it quickly escalated.
By the time the survivor reached the roof of the Gwinnett Brewery, weeks had already passed since the bombs fell. The restaurant had been the place they first used as shelter. It was enclosed and Melissa was there with him. His eyesight had started to recover by then, but his hearing was still gone. He had to rely mostly on what he could see. Every movement around him depended on his eyes catching it. When the looters forced their way inside, everything went to hell fast. Melissa ran for the utility closet and locked herself in. He didn't follow. Instead, he tore open a pipe grating in the craft wing and pushed through the building until he reached the main brewery. He moved as best he could using the vision he had left. But reaching the roof wouldn't solve anything. It just put him in a different kind of problem. Once he entered the roof and secured it, there was no simple way back down. The space was a small control area, not a living space. There was no food store there and no clear exit he could reach. Time passed, and with no hearing, he couldn't pick up any activity in the rest of the building. The beer was the only thing available, and at least it was something he could drink while he waited. He recorded this log while he still had the strength to do it. Trapped. It's been a few weeks since the bombs fell. My eyesight has come back a bit, but my hearing is still gone. Everything has gone to shit. We holed up in the restaurant for a while, but when looters broke in yesterday, Melissa locked herself in the utility closet. I managed to pop the grating off the pipe in the craft wing and get out to the main brewery. But now I'm trapped up here on the roof. I don't know how much longer I can hold out. He died inside the control niche, sealed in place, with the door still shut. The area would stay undisturbed for the next 210 years. His remains are still there, in the small space where he wrote that last entry. He lived through the blasts and the looters that came afterward, but what ended him was being stuck above the building with no way out. We've covered a lot of stories around the bombs falling, but if we missed anything, let us know. I'd love to scrounge up everything and get these stories told. Thanks for watching, and remember, enjoyed time is never wasted time, and we'll see you in the next.
Aircon, we have multiple flashpoints on horizon. Come back. Air Command, USN 350 requesting landing vector at zero ceiling visibility and low on stage. Somebody get me.
Calienta agua de botella rápidamente, seguro, ligero y práctico. Máxima relación calidad-precio.
Isn't just about who survived the bombs. It's about the moments right before everything happened. The split-second decisions that saved some people and the long, terrible aftermath that followed others. We can still read and hear the stories of people who lived through it in terminal entries, holotapes, and journals. Some were soldiers trying to hold things together as the world collapsed. Some were parents just trying to get home. We've already covered many of these in these 2 previous videos. So if there's a story missing here, it's probably in one of those. If you guys enjoy Fallout, then you've come to the right place. We have loads of content on the channel and a lot more to come, so consider subbing. We also recently started a GTA channel doing similar things, so if that's something you're interested in, you can find a link below. Thanks for watching, and enjoy the vid. The birth of the Brotherhood of Steel is actually the story of one of the bomb survivors, surprisingly enough. A man named Roger Maxson, who left diary entries during the attacks. His story is usually told in the perspective of this great leader, who rose up through the ashes to hate the things he saw and want justice for the atrocities, which is all true. But when I read them, I also see the desperation of a soldier, who is entirely confused by all the events he's witnessing, desperate for answers and terrified about who he served and discovering it was all a lie. October 10th, 2077. I, Roger Maxson, Captain, serial number 072389, have started this log because it doesn't look good for any of us, and I'd like people to know what really happened here. All hell broke loose when we finally discovered what those scientist bastards were up to. The colonel has locked himself in his office and seems to be having some sort of breakdown. The men are screaming for blood. They're looking to me for answers, and I'm not sure what to do. Someone has to do something though, before this place sinks into an anarchist bloodbath. The first entry is happening at a place called the Mariposa Military Base, only a few days before the bombs. Captain Roger Maxson and his unit were stationed here to secure government and military secrets, but they weren't told what those were, and then they discovered what they were doing. The scientists there were working with the forced evolutionary virus and human testing. They found that these people were being exposed to the virus against their will, and that research had crossed a line. When he talked about the colonel locking himself away, he's talking about the commanding officer at Mariposa, who basically lost control of the situation when Maxson and his soldiers rebelled. Maxson's men were obviously disgusted and pissed off, and they wanted retaliation against the scientists for what they were doing. October 12th, 2077. Every time we get a report from higher up, things get worse here. The war is going in a very bad direction, and this place is about to go into full mutiny, with all the chaos that entails. I stopped one of the men from executing a scientist today, and demanded that we interrogate them to find out what their orders were. October 13th, 2077. I killed a man today. I was interrogating Chief Scientist Anderson, and he was giving me the full details of their inhuman experiments. He said his orders came from the government, but I didn't buy it. He started screaming about how he was following orders, how he was a military man, and I just shot him. I tell myself it was to keep him from causing a full mutiny among the men, but I'm not so sure. Maxson is getting desperate here, and you start to feel for him. He really is stuck between a rock and a hard place. His unit is losing faith in the command structure, and really the government. The war is going to hell, there's FEV human testing, of course these people would want blood. Maxson is just trying to hold things together, stopping his men from executing scientists on the spot, and choosing to instead interrogate them, so he can understand who gave the orders in the first place. He questions Chief Scientist Anderson about the experiments. Anderson says the work was authorized from the top levels of the government. The rage builds up, emotions are running high, and Maxson shot and killed him. He told himself it was to save the base from full mutiny, but in my mind, I think a lot of people would have done the same. Seeing and hearing about the experiments would have been horrible. October 15th, 2077. I tried again to speak to the colonel through the door, but he seems to have completely lost touch with reality. I broke down the door with several men just in time to watch him blow his head off. Right before he pulled the trigger, he said he was sorry. October 18th, 2077. By killing the egghead, I seem to have confirmed my position as leader of the men. They follow me without question now. The interrogations invariably end up as being executions. Shellman held out the longest, but the end result was the same. Her arguments about her orders were a bit too specific to be completely made up. I'm getting a real bad feeling in my gut about how all of this is going to end up. I don't even lie to myself anymore about my reasons for executing the scientists. October 20th, 2077. I finally replied to the outside world over our radio. I don't know why they never sent anyone here to see what was happening when we stopped responding to their transmissions. It doesn't make any sense. Well, they'll come now. I declared ourselves seceded from the Union. They remember Jefferson Davis. What will history say about me? These are the final entries in the first volume of his journals, and it's clearly the beginning of the end. This is the final collapse of any sort of government order at Mariposa, and the point where Maxson fully separates himself from the US government. He tries radio contact and makes a crazy move declaring that his unit seceded from the United States, but he'd never get an answer back from them, and things were about to change even more. And this is where volume 2 of his journals begin. October 22nd, 2077. What the hell is going on? We declare ourselves to be in full desertion from the army and no longer under the government's command, and what happens? Nothing. Something bad is coming down. October 23rd, 2077. I can't believe those bastards finally did it. Damn them all to hell. They finally let the A-bombs fly. We were right in the middle of trying to pry the real story out of von Felden when we completely lost contact. I have a feeling the research center was hit hard. I don't know why, just call it a gut feeling. It seems inconceivable that we were not targeted. I'm sure China will make up for that oversight real soon. Luckily, we had moved our families from outside into the facility the day before yesterday. We do not yet know if the fallout has reached this area. Now,
what's poppin'? I got some of my favorite dishes from 5 different restaurants. Yo. I ordered all of this using the Wonder app. It's a food delivery app, except that you can combine multiple different restaurants into one order. I got the zesty chicken rice bowl from the store Yasa's. I'm not gonna lie, I'm eating a little bit healthy right now, but they got barbecue, they got a whole bunch of different Wonder restaurants you can get it from. Now we gotta see what these are hitting for. Apparently these little bites taste so good. I'm saying apparently like I don't always have these when I go to the mall. But if you guys want to try food from a whole bunch of different spots, check the Wonder app out.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel, and this is a big urgent message because I believe that August 27th could be it. And this post is going to get straight to it, show you all the scriptures and why we need to pay attention to the coming blood moon. So this post is going to make the case that the day of the Lord could arrive by the end of August, specifically the blood moon coming on August 27th. This is the last blood moon until New Year's Eve entering 2029. So about 2.5 years from now. And that 2.5 years without a blood moon is more than enough to absorb all the remaining flexibility in interpreting the year. You know, whether what year the cross was, various other rounding errors, inclusive, exclusive, all those disappear when you look. There's no other blood moons on the horizon. Now, according to scripture, the sun will be turned to darkness, the moon to blood before, and that word before can be in time or in the presence of the great and terrible day of the Lord. So this can be interpreted as a solar eclipse followed by a blood moon. And there will not be another pair of solar eclipse followed by a blood moon until 2033, which would be way at the end of a 7-year tribulation, over 2,000 years from the cross. Now, I'm not relying on blood moons alone to draw this conclusion. There are 4 independent witnesses pointing to this very year and dozens of witnesses pointing at a full moon, many of which are also pointing directly to a blood moon. So there are also several witnesses that independently identify this month even before considering whether the moon has a blood or reddish color or not, confirming the sign. So I'm going to move quickly through the facts so that as many can be warned at the last hour as possible. Now, the evidence is so overwhelming that scripture is practically screaming at those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. The wedding feast is at hand, and yet most are too busy to hear the watchman cry. Most of you will probably not finish this video. Your land, your cars, your oxen, or your wife demand your attention. I'm sure many of you will mock and attack those calling people to the wedding exactly as Jesus prophesied in his parables. Now, many people are looking for the rapture, but I took a different approach, looking for the day of the Lord, the day of sudden destruction that comes at midnight like a thief. And this is the day that a third of the people and a third of the nations will be burned with fire in a single hour. And this is the day that the world will call World War III. So this is the day that Jesus told us to watch for over and over so that we are not caught naked and afraid. We need not be in darkness for that day to overtake us like a thief, because we are told the wise shall understand. Now that's a promise for the wise, but the wicked shall not understand. They are blinded by their rejection of Jesus and his commandments. Many accept a version of Jesus that deny his commandments. Surely he will do nothing without revealing his secrets to his servants. And while not looking for the rapture directly, the day of the Lord is closely connected with the rapture resurrection. And Jesus left to prepare a place for us, that where he is, we may also be. And when he comes, we will meet him in the air, and he will take us to his house. Thus saith the Lord, the God of David thy father, I have heard thy prayer, I have seen your tears, and behold, I will heal thee. And on the third day you shall go up unto the house of the Lord. Now this is from Kings and also Isaiah, talking about him healing us and going up to the house of the Lord on the third day. Now, this promise speaks beyond a literal healing of the king Hezekiah, because the king can represent all of the nation. Just like you might say the Bush administration. I can't use the name of the current administration because YouTube will block the video. But just like you refer to a country by its current president, you can refer to Israel by its current king. So when God says that he will heal him on the third day, he could be talking about all of Israel. And who is Israel? Those that are grafted in to Israel. We are no longer Gentiles. We once were Gentiles, but now we have been brought near. We were once strangers to the promise of covenant, but now we are grafted in. Hezekiah being king symbolically represents the entire nation. And Hezekiah said to Isaiah, what shall be the sign that the Lord will heal me, and that I, the nation of Israel, will go up to the house of the Lord on the third day? And this is the sign he was given. And this shall be a sign unto thee. You shall eat the first year such things that grow of themselves, and in the second year that which springs of the same. And in the third year sow and reap and plant vineyards, vineyards is key, and eat the fruits thereof. So only those who are wise can understand this sign. And not wise in human terms. There are plenty of people that are super smart, but they don't know Torah. And in the Bible, wisdom is understanding of his word. So this is a sign of the Jubilee, where no one may plant or harvest on the 49th year, nor on the 50th year. So this sign identifies that the 51st year as the third year in which we are healed, the year after the Jubilee. And I've written an entire book, Time-Tested Tradition. It's available at timetested.bible, where we prove the Jubilee cycle based upon the 1406 BC Jordan River crossing, the sabbatical year when Herod the Great conquered Jerusalem, the Day of Atonement when Jesus declared the favorable year of the Lord in Nazareth in 29 AD, and many other lines of evidence. Bottom line, this is a well-established timeline. Excuse me. There are many other archaeological support for all this. So you can go and investigate yourself. You can get the book if you need to prove the timeline. Nevertheless, if we put that on our timeline here, we see that 2024 was the Sabbath year, 2025 was the Jubilee year. Now, in the past, I looked at these 2 years as, hey, the Jubilee is the sign. And so I've been watching since the Jubilee was declared in the fall of October 2024. And then I was looking all the way to the very end of the Jubilee. But we have this one last year, which is the year which the harvest occurs. And how many times in Scripture is the rapture resurrection compared to a harvest? So, everything in the book of Jeremiah is completed at the end of 70 Jubilees, and that is where we are now. So there are 8 months left, because we're already 4 months into this. And I'm going to demonstrate that it has to be on a full moon. And so that means that we have this very narrow window of time. So if this year passes, then we won't see this sign again for 49 years. And when we do see it again, it will not align with the 70th Jubilee or 2,000 years from the cross and many other things that I will get to. So everything is aligned for it to be this year. And if not this year, much, much later. Now, if this year starts a 7-year tribulation, then the tribulation will end exactly 2,000 years from the cross. A day with the Lord is as 1,000 years. And all throughout Scripture, he says, 2 days, and he will return on the 3rd. So in the past several years, there was debate about the year of the cross, but time has proven that years before 32 AD are wrong under the assumption of the 2,000 years, leaving this very narrow window. Now, we also happen to be, or have just completed, 490 years from the last order to restore and rebuild Jerusalem. Now, have you ever wondered why Daniel 9 is so awkwardly phrased? This is one of the most common verses talking about end times, right? And it appears to ask the reader to add 7, 60, and 2 to derive 69 weeks, implying a missing 70th week. And under the Hebrew, the text is even more unusual in terms of the grammar, particularly when you remove the vowel pointing, which was added several hundred years AD and is a tradition of men, not the literal word. So when you look at it, we see this verse: know and therefore understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until Messiah, Prince, shall be 70, 7, and 70, 60, and 2, and the street shall be built again in the wall, even in troublous times. That would be a strictly literal reading that maintains the word order and doesn't assume the vowel points. Now, one of the things is that the word for weeks in Daniel is identical to the word for the number 70, and is also the word used for the Feast of Weeks. Something else you need to know about Torah: this is the count to Pentecost, right, where you count 7 weeks to Pentecost. And the Pentecost count mirrors the Jubilee count, where you count 7 Sabbaths of years, and then the 50th year is the Jubilee. The 50th day is the day of Pentecost. So we know that this word talks about a feast that mirrors the Jubilee. So applying the Jubilee substitution, we can get the following understanding of Daniel 9. Know and therefore understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and build Jerusalem until Messiah the Prince shall be Jubilee 7, as in 7 Jubilees, 490 years, and then Jubilee 60 and 2, or 2 can be a second. The street shall be built again, not just the first time, and the wall, and even in troublous times. So a detailed deep dive into the unpointed Hebrew shows that Daniel is prophesying that at the 60th Jubilee, a second order to rebuild will be followed by followed by a second 490 years that will end in tribulation. So proving this is beyond the scope of this video, but I've done many other videos that go word by word through the Hebrew that demonstrate it, and you can verify it for yourself. The evidence is also at timetested.bible. So now this prophecy appears to be fulfilled, because at exactly the 60th Jubilee, Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent gave the order to restore and rebuild Jerusalem around 1535 AD, about 490 years ago. And that evidence is engraved in stone on the Temple Mount today. So scripture prophesied that Jerusalem would be rebuilt twice. Once without foreign help under Nehemiah, where they held swords in one hand as they were building the wall with the other. Now, there's an interesting symbolic picture there. The sword of the Spirit, which is the word of the God, and the wall, which is symbolic of salvation. So those two things are used to visualize how Jerusalem's walls go up when we build it ourselves instead of foreigners. Now, Isaiah 60:10 says, "The sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor I have had mercy on thee." So that's the evidence. And now there's one other point that's pointing at this time, is that from the time the daily sacrifice was taken away, which was 597 BC, going to the setting up of the abomination, the Dome of the Rock, shall be, so the abomination to be made desolate shall be 1,290 days. In Daniel, a day is a year. Blessed is he that waits and strikes or touches 1,335 days as years. Depending on how you interpret the count, the abomination's desolation is as early as this year or as late as Hanukkah 2029. That varies based upon inclusive versus exclusive counting, whether you count the year that the sacrifices were taken away, that Jerusalem fell, or the following year, because Jerusalem fell in the 12th month, right on the border between the 2 years. So that's why there's some variability there. But if you use the confirmation of the Dome of the Rock at the 1,290th year, then it's a match for the 490th year to have completed. No, sorry, the 1,335th year from the completion of the Dome of the Rock to be starting next year. And of course, this word here is strikes or touches. So the year that touches that year would be this year. So there's a little bit of ambiguity there, but nevertheless, we are in the season, and this whole timeline falls out of focus if we have to go another 490 years or 49 years.
Shit.
The October 20 no threat to him from the radiation, but if he had been exposed, he would have had to be exiled. We don't have adequate decontamination facilities here. October 26, 2077. I convinced the men that we should bury the scientists. I don't know why. Perhaps it was to ease my conscience. I finally started to believe their stories when the last one was dying. My God, what have I become? After days of interrogations and executions, Maxson makes the men bury the scientists. He admits it might be to ease his conscience. Earlier, he tried to justify the killings as necessary to prevent a mutiny, but now he's openly questioning himself. He also admits he finally believed the scientist's claims about following orders when the last one was dying. Maybe he realized that the anger that made him do all of this was aimed at the wrong people, or at least people who were part of something way bigger than they controlled. If we put ourselves in his shoes, what would you do? Everything you thought you knew has been flipped upside down. Maxson was a good soldier and believed in his government's cause, and now that's all gone. He's now forced to make some of the most difficult choices while protecting his crew's families. Guilt is already taking over. October 27, 2077. We're leaving this godforsaken place today. I'm leading the exodus to the old government bunker at Lost Hills. I'm leaving this log behind to be buried when this place goes in the next exchange. Who knows? Maybe someone will find it someday.
Black 101 rookie, bro. It's a rookie too, Chats. This is a Mecca. Didn't call it. Oh my God! Oh my God! Holy smokes, brother.
My man Dom is a magician in the kitchen. Because Dom, he's good for it. For the moments that can't wait, get a cash advance up to $500 instantly with no interest, no credit check, no late fees. Because you're more than a credit score.
Obviously, his story didn't end here. In fact, there's a lot more. But for us in this video, this isn't about the diaries of the Brotherhood of Steel commander. These are the stories of another soldier caught up in the events of the Great War, a man who saw atrocities firsthand and fell into a position of power. His men looked to him for guidance, but from these entries, he was just as confused and desperate as them. It drove him to hatred, and maybe those scientists did deserve it, but most of them were just following orders. Maxson watched the chain of command collapse, discovered the truth behind the FEV experiments, made hard choices to try and keep order, and then he saw the world end only a few days later. He lost all faith in the government and in blind obedience, in the idea that powerful technology would always be used responsibly. What came to be in its place was a belief that some knowledge was too dangerous to be left unchecked. The man who walked out of Mariposa wasn't just a soldier anymore. He was someone changed by guilt and the need to make sure the same mistakes never happened again. He was one bomb survivor that would go on to cause a massive butterfly effect that would affect the wasteland for the foreseeable future.
If you're anything like me, you probably enjoy the holotapes where we get just a taste of what others experienced when the bombs fell. It's like we get to experience a sliver of the panic others must have felt, which is why the Skylane's Flight 1665 final transmission stands out to me. Now, yes, the final transmission from this Skylane's flight is relatively short. It's barely a few seconds long, but that's also why it works. This was a commercial plane doing what thousands of planes had done before it, approaching Boston from the west, clearing heavy winds, but nothing out of the ordinary. In fact, in the beginning, the pilot is calm and professional, and he's focused on lining up with the runway 2. It all just sounds so routine, the kind of recording that normally ends with landing gear and maybe a Karen or two that claps when the plane lands. But then something breaks that rhythm. Mid-sentence, the pilot stops talking about headings and runways and asks a question that doesn't belong in a cockpit.
Approaching Boston from the west, we've got heavy winds, but it shouldn't be a problem. Lining up for runway 2 at heading... What the hell is that? Some kind of bright light from the north!
That's the last thing anyone ever hears from Flight 1665. What happened next isn't on the holotape, but the wreckage fills in the rest. No, the nuke didn't hit the plane directly, but instead it detonated north of Boston, close enough that the shockwave slammed into the aircraft while it was still lining up for landing. The left engine failed instantly and caught fire, and then the plane lost control. During the descent, it struck something solid enough to tear the left wing clean off, and we actually see that the fuselage split in two. What was left slid across the earth and came to rest in what would later become the glowing sea. Yet somehow, it didn't completely disintegrate. The crash site is more intact than any other civilian plane in the Commonwealth, with one wing still being intact and the cockpit miraculously existing at all. We see seats, even luggage, scattered like the passengers might one day come back for it. There are first aid kits that were never opened, suitcases that were never claimed, a storage compartment that still seals tight enough to block radiation centuries later. That's what makes it feel familiar. It's this little piece of environment from the pre-war world existing in a zone of hell. A moment frozen just after the world decided it was done with moments like this. But if you look close enough, there's also a subtle contradiction here. The flight data recorder ends the moment the pilot sees the flash. We never hear a mention of any kind of engine failure. We might even expect a drop in on a mayday call, but obviously it immediately goes dead. But if you follow the radio signal from relay tower 0DB521, you hear a longer exchange. We actually hear the pilot talking to Boston Airport and discussing landing procedures with no mention of a flash at all. Then suddenly, an engine fire and panic, and even the pilot's voice sounds different. Here, give it a listen.
Skylane.
Sure. Hello.
20 miles out.
Roger, Skylanes 1665, traffic short final. Cleared to land on runway 18 left.
Copy. 18 left. Coming in at 475 knots. That's 47. Hang on, control. Up. Damn it. Fire in left engine. We're losing power in left engine. Okay, let's put it out. Left engine to idle. Shit. We're still losing power.
Sure, how are you?
That's it. No power in left engine. Boston Center. Skylanes 1665, declaring an emergency. Left engine failure. We're out 15-3 at this time.
Copy that, Skylanes 1665. Request emergency landing. Clearing runway 18 left. Can you make it?
That's a negative, Boston Center.
I'm gonna try to go to another hotspot. Maybe it's gonna be a little bit busier.
We're going down.
I've been here for the past.
Now, realistically, both recordings shouldn't coexist cleanly. A nuclear detonation that close would have blinded
think this place
anyone
is,
who recorded it,
busy.
so there wouldn't have been time for calm radio chatter afterward. This means one of two things happen. Either one recording cuts off too early,
You
or
don't know.
it's going longer than it should, but
I
never
know.
gives us a clean answer.
Maybe the
Is
other
it
hotspot is gonna be
intentional,
busier.
Or is it oversight? I don't know.
We'll
But the
see.
truth is, the difference doesn't really matter.
We'll
Whether
see.
the pilot saw the bomb first or felt it second, the outcome was locked in. Flight 1665 died because history arrived faster than anyone expected. It was a normal flight that happened to still be in the air when the war ended. Everyone on board survived the war for a few extra seconds, long enough to be confused, long enough to ask a question, but not long enough to hear an answer. Skylane's Flight 1665 crashed because sometimes survival comes down to timing. And on October 23rd, 2077, being in the wrong place by a few miles was enough to erase an entire plane from the sky.
$0 delivery fees, always on Wonder. Mix and match your favorite cuisines in a single order.
only one flight recording managed to survive 2 centuries of decay. Or maybe you're like me, where you thought that the flight data recorder was just a typical copper globe that could be scrapped for parts and was just a simple junk item. But these things are important to the lore, and as we see again, it's found in the cockpit of an aircraft, showing us once more a glimpse of someone who saw the world as it was ending. The recording from Skylane's Flight 1981 jumps right into it and starts already broken. The first thing you hear is the pilot calling Boston Tower and getting nothing back, just dead air, foreshadowing their fate. That silence is an answer in itself, and it tells the world has already moved on before the crew even had time to realize it.
Boston Tower, Skylane 1981. Acknowledge. Over. What's going on? Oh, God. Mayday, mayday. Boston Tower, Skylane 1891. Lost engines. We're breaking up. There. Aim for the road. Pull up.
We hear the pilot repeat Mayday 3 times and muscle memory kick in from his hours of countless flying and the way he learned to navigate these types of situations in flight school. Flight 1981 was coming in from Chicago on the morning of October 23rd as a normal commercial flight with passengers in their seats and luggage stowed. They were close enough to Boston to see it when the bombs hit, and I love that we get a second plane in the mix because anyone that's been to Boston or lives there knows just how busy that place actually is. Transients are iconic to the background of the city and flights are constant, so the plane here feels very real and familiar. We find that the nuclear blast didn't strike the plane directly though, but it didn't need to. The shockwave tore into it anyway, ripping engines apart and destabilizing the fuselage in seconds. In the absence of airports or instructions, they look for a long flat surface, a gamble that maybe rubber and asphalt can substitute for concrete and lights. We hear very gizmo types of sounds and then the tape ends, but the crash site tells you how close they came and adds to the overall story. The pilots actually managed to get the plane low enough to try. It clipped the overpass instead of landing on the road, and the impact tore the aircraft apart and sent it tumbling into a gulch between rocky bluffs. If you take a step back and look at the scene, we find that the wings snapped off completely, and the fuselage split into multiple sections. Whatever momentum remained carried pieces hundreds of feet away. There's no intact moment here like with Flight 1665. We don't get a sense that time politely stopped, and in contrast to the other flight, this wreck looks like violence, like a scene straight out of War of the Worlds. But there's loot to be had here. By 2287, the crash site has been picked over countless times. Raiders, scavengers, super mutants, the children of Adam, everyone passes through eventually, and the plane becomes just another landmark amidst all the other new landmarks in the Commonwealth. If you walk around the area, there's even a gunner outpost nearby, a highway collapsed under the weight of history, now used as a firing position. The road the pilots aimed for still exists, just not in the way they needed it to. Flight 1981 leaves behind a simple story for us to talk about and adds to the environmental storytelling Fallout's so good at. The recording tells us everything we need to know in under 30 seconds. The world ended mid-flight, and the people in the cockpit tried to solve an impossible problem with the few seconds they had left.
Offer accepted. We'll add it to your route.
A while ago, we talked about Carrie Delaney and her experience with her class on a field trip during the falling of the bombs. This eventually led to the beginnings and formation of Little Lamplight as we know it. But it wasn't just Carrie that recorded her experience during the events. We also have the diary of Jason Grant, one of the founding members of Lamplight. He left behind 2 entries in the form of holotapes, and he gives us his take on what it was like a month into the apocalypse. You would expect most 10-year-olds to shut down during this time, rightfully so. It would have been terrifying for adults to go through, but a 10-year-old kid is just terrible. But Jason had other ideas. He was one of the few who decided to do something about his situation.
I guess this thing is working. I'm Jason Grant. I'm 10 years old. I'm in Miss Delaney's class at Early Dawn Elementary. A month ago, a big war came and everything was destroyed. Except us. We're still okay in these caves. Kind of. Mrs. Delaney went out this morning to get help, and she never came back. The other adults never came back either. So now it's just us kids. A lot of the others still cry every day. They're really scared. I'm not. There's nothing to be scared of, as long as we don't go outside. Nobody else wants to be in charge, so I'm gonna try. Most of the kids listen to me already, so it should be easy.
A month in, and all of the adults had left Little Lamplight. We don't know if they decided to go for help, which is what I would expect from Carrie, but the rest of them probably decided that with the rations being gone, they had a better chance going on without the kids. That would be a huge commitment for anyone. to take care of a bunch of children that didn't belong to any of these teachers. Literally, there were 82 of these kids when they first went on this field trip. If I was in that position, I really don't know what I'd do. So now that the adults are gone, Jason decides to step into the leader position. He knows everyone else is scared, but not him. He's a brave-ass kid. Another month goes by and Jason leaves his last journal entry. The kids end up discovering Vault 87 and try to get inside. They bang on the doors, they can even hear people inside, but those adults refuse to let them in. Honestly, it was for the best. Imagine if they did take them in and use them during the FEB experiments. But Jason's last entry shows us why they hate adults, and where that culture kind of stems from, because one of the vault dwellers actually speaks to them on the other side of the door.
It's been almost 2 months, and we're all doing pretty good. Even if we are all alone, there's a door that leads to a vault, right here in the caverns. Every day we bang and bang, but they won't let us in. We can hear them in there. One time, a guy on the other side told us we were dead already. Fuck those grown-ups. Fuck them all. We don't need them ever again.
This wasn't the end of Jason's story, though. There was one more journal entry left in Little Lamplight, the recording of a young girl who stays anonymous to us, but she describes what happens during the next month in the caverns.
We've been in here for 3 months now, and it's way better than it used to be. Who says kids can't take care of themselves? Jason has done a really good job keeping everyone busy. He says if we want to survive, we need to work together and work hard. A few of the kids have started we're like a whole new city. A city of kids. They call it Little Lamplight. It's so cool. All of us voted in secret. And tomorrow, we're going to tell Jason that he's the city's first mayor. He's going to be so happy with us.
Puerto Rico isn't about checking boxes. It's about discovery done your way. Here, the best experiences are personal. Awaken your senses. Discover Puerto Rico.
With Carrie's story and Jason's, we get a pretty good picture of how Little Lamplight as a settlement came to be. What happened in those dark caverns to a bunch of children on a field trip is pretty horrific. And really, it should have ended worse than it did. All of them left alone after just a month to fend for themselves. Cut off from any help or food, and they just had to figure it all out on their own. The adults that they put their trust and faith in just a month before had all abandoned them, or at least died before they could find any help for them. Then they find a vault, something they've seen in a million ads thanks to Vault-Tec, telling them that it's the safest place they could be, knowing that there's more adults inside, and they're still turned away from that as well. But instead of falling apart and following the Lord of the Flies path, they stuck together and they made Jason their mayor. a true leader who was courageous enough to try and survive for all of them. What happened here would change Little Lamplight to its core and create this crazy little town that we run into all those centuries later. Of course they hate Mungos. You would too if you were one of them. But it's pretty amazing what they made of their little city. They did a better job surviving than a lot of the other settlements on the surface. Before getting into Peter Stevens' journal entries, it helps to understand who he was and what kind of place Vault 87 really was. He wasn't always insane, he was just a man who was already trapped in one of the worst Vault experiments ever created. Peter was a technician class 3, stationed inside Vault 87, which means he wasn't security or upper management. He was just part of the maintenance and technical staff responsible for keeping the vault working. Vault 87 itself was never meant to protect its residents. Like most Vault-Tec facilities, it was built for experimentation. In this case, the vault was used to test the forced evolutionary virus on human subjects. People were being exposed to FEV. Peter lived in the vault during all of this, and at some point, his son Jason died inside the vault, under what was listed as unexplained cause. We know that a lot of these unexplained deaths were due to the FEV experimentation program, which means Jason might have been another victim of what was happening here. And no, this Jason is not the same Jason from Lamplight. Just in case you were starting to theorize, his son's death is the center of Peter's story. This was a father trapped in a sealed hellhole where people were disappearing or dying, and he couldn't do anything to stop it. Peter left behind a bunch of journal entries on terminals in the vault, most of them corrupted. I wanted to add his story because the events of 87 all happened within a year of the bombs falling. It was a quick downfall for all of them. Journal entry 06A02. I don't know what to do. My Jason, my little boy, he's gone. My wife won't talk anymore. She just sits in this godforsaken sublevel and stares out of the window at the rock wall, as if looking across a sunlit meadow or a lazy summertime lake. Jason was my life. He was my joy, my meaning. Now all of this work seems pointless. This was a mistake. Better we had all died together outside than inside this permanent tomb. I'm scared. Journal entry 06A05. Nothing has meaning to me anymore. Every time I'm in the outer tunnels, I swear I can hear children's laughter. The vault doctors say it's just my mind compensating for the loss of Jason, but I know I'm not crazy. They gave me new pills, but pills are for crazy people. I refuse to take these pills. I am not crazy. Why bring up kids in a hellhole like this? Why? This is a pointless existence. He probably wasn't crazy, likely hearing the kids stuck in the Lamplight caverns. He was definitely going through some terrible grief. But I think the Vault-Tec scientists were taking advantage of this, giving Peter mystery pills. We got one last entry from Peter himself, and reading this might be confusing, as you'll see. Journal entry 06A07. Can't stand the sound anymore. Take the pills, they say. Why take them? I am not crazy. I am not crazy. Jason's laughter. No, family gone forever. Stuck here for ever, eternity, end. I am sane. I am me. I am forever. We don't really know what was happening to Peter in this last entry, but I would assume that his grief had finally taken a turn for the worse. Like so many other survivors we hear about in this series, trauma breaks most of them. They can't handle the reality that they existed anymore. And Jason was the catalyst for Peter's decline into his own psychosis. Of course, he finally went crazy. He kept hearing children, but he never actually knew that it was real. The doctors just kept pushing that he was losing it. I have to wonder if Peter ever became part of those unexplained deaths, just like his son Jason. Another subject for the FEV program.
Alright, I get it. Not everyone who is a Fallout fan is a Fallout 76 fan. But listen, I actually think that 76 has some of the best holotape lore around. For all the issues when 76 released, the game has gotten better, and one of the smallest details that Bethesda got right in the game is the voice acting. A lot of what I've heard is top tier, and the survivor story of Nurse Scott is no different. We hear him talk shit about the government, and he gives us insight into the fact that he's one of the Responders, which is a group that was once prominent in Appalachia before it got wrecked by the Scorched Plague, much like most groups and factions did. I don't want to spoil the rest of it for you, but I will say it involves aliens, perhaps Zedans. But let us know what you guys think. Is he manic? A conspiracist perhaps? Or is he onto something?
Responder Dasa gave me some supplies in exchange for my survivor story. So, hi. My name is Scott Shepard. Things are going all right. I was a nurse before the war, and I guess nothing much has changed. I just work for the Responders now. I don't get paid. The government is basically the same now as it was years ago. Wrecked, disorganized, cannot be trusted. Everyone knows this. You want to know why the war? Aliens. You think I'm joking? Listen, right before everything went to hell, I saw him. I was grilling hamburgers out in the yard with my dog, and I heard rustling from the bushes and a zapping noise. Next thing I know, I'm lightheaded, and I felt myself falling to the ground. And I didn't even have a lot to drink. I woke up, and I saw some little thing run into the bushes with my dog following it. And I knew something was wrong. I found my dog later with a clump of green skin in its mouth. Green, like moss or something. The bombs fell almost 10 days later. 9 days, 19 hours to be exact. That's 235 hours precisely. You know what that is, right? They have our thoughts. Everything was designed for us, just like this conversation. Every word saying, planned. Time to wake up, Appalachia. Find the ones holding the strings and cut the cords.
These are the top 5 things I would order from Wonder. Detroit style buffalo chicken pizza. This is literally one of my favorite things ever. Just look at it. Piled high with buffalo chicken, celery, blue cheese, one of my favorite things ever. Spinach artichoke dip from Mainstay by Mark Murphy. Look at how creamy and cheesy this is. This is my favorite spinach artichoke dip. It actually tastes like heaven. It is that good. Next up is my favorite sandwich. It is the fried chicken deluxe by Marcus Samuelson. Also add hot maple chili sauce on this. It is so crispy and delicious. If you're feeling Thai, I am telling you, you have to get the drunken chicken noodles. This might be my #1 rep. I'm a sweet treat kind of girl. I got it in the meal with a sweet treat, and they have Magnolia Bakery banana pudding. It is so creamy. It is so delicious. It's banana pudding with cookie wafer bits in it, and it is the perfect ending to your Wonder Meal.
Wait, no selling fees on Vinted? Yep, sell what you don't use. From fashion, books, toys, and more. Just download the app, snap your items, list them across loads of different categories, and sell with no fees. Don't use it? Sell it. The Boston Bugle building terminals don't document the end of the world as it happens. In fact, if you look at the dates on these guys, they actually document the week before it occurs. In some ways, it's not as shocking because you don't hear panic as the bombs fall, but in other ways, it's worse because of how descriptive these things actually are. The Bugle bills itself as trumpeting truth for over 50 years, and the dates on the to believe it just yet. But then riots break out in the streets. The staff's families are still out there somewhere, but medical personnel aren't allowed to leave. They're told they're needed here, and that is where they belong now. The hospital stops being a workplace and turns into this kind of containment or quarantine type of zone. It doesn't take long for it to become unbearable though, because, I mean, would you want to be stuck at work while your family is outside during all of this? But more than just that fact, there are more patients than beds, more injuries than hands that can help. A vertibird crashes into the building and wipes out an entire department in seconds. That specific detail is slipped into a log like a scheduling issue because there's no time to process it as anything else. At some point, someone hears a radio signal and a rumor of escape. There's a possible way out. The idea starts circulating quietly because hope is dangerous in a place like this. But then we navigate to the personal logs and they're somehow worse. One starts with brunch plans and leaving early, pushing appointments onto med students to slip out after a shift. It's typical normal life being balanced with the busy life of someone in the med fields. The next entry is written after military extraction. The writer is pulled from a shelter and brought back to the hospital. The med students are still there, except one who tried to leave and was killed by a looter. Then another log admits the writer isn't even a surgeon anymore, just someone cutting and stitching until their hand shake. Things get worse and the military starts turning civilians away. A city council member tries to force his way in and gets killed for it. Authority doesn't mean anything once resources are rationed. After a while, a guy named Major Howell arrives, and he orders the director to pull the plug on all life support patients, not because they're beyond saving, but because resources need to be conserved for military personnel. We find that one tech throws out his back carrying wounded soldiers and is denied painkillers, but the writer plans to steal some later, and we see a quiet rebellion form. But Dr. Sharma doesn't get that luxury. He's accused of stealing supplies and is executed by being thrown off the roof. The log notes it wasn't worth wasting a bullet. By this point, they've been trapped there for over 3 months. Fighting is still raging in the city, and the writer ends with something more disturbing by saying they need to leave because of the way the sergeant has started looking at them, even through filthy scrubs. It's kind of a creepy way to leave things if you ask me, because we get a sense that the sergeant was inhumane and viewed these people as pawns that he could do whatever he wanted to with, whether that was kill them or assault them in grotesque ways. He viewed them as stock. Mass Bay Medical Center failed because medicine doesn't survive when it's forced to serve war first. What started as healing turned into triage, then into obedience. And by the end, the hospital wasn't saving lives anymore, it was deciding which ones were allowed to continue.
Vault-Tec Regional HQ had some interesting terminal entries that I wanted to cover. In these terminals, we get first-hand accounts of Vault-Tec employees just days before the bombs. It gives us some insight as to what the employees were thinking, what they knew about the vaults and each other, and it's really interesting. Dr. Reed was a mid-level Vault-Tec employee, working in the Boston area right before the Great War, and his job put him close enough to operations to see where he's being shipped into multiple vaults. But he wasn't high enough up in the company to be told the truth about why. It kind of looks like he worked in an oversight role, tied to logistics and supply coordination, which basically means he just reviewed incoming materials and tracked deliveries. That job made him one of the first people in the office to notice that something wasn't adding up. Martin Reed's personal logs, 9/29. So we just shipped 15 cases of Psycho and Jet to Vault 95. Of course, that makes total sense. Let's give these addicts more of what put them in the situation to begin with. Davidson says it's to force them to make a hard choice. Chems or getting clean. I say it's to cause a bloodbath. 10/7. Walter in the warehouse just told me we received a massive shipment marked Vault 111, do not open. So he opened it, and it was hundreds of gallons of liquid nitrogen. What could they possibly need that for? 10/22. That's it. I can't work under a manager who's so oblivious to what's going on around him. These vaults are supposed to be a safe haven for these people, not a lab to run experiments on them. Davidson still doesn't see it, or he's just ignoring it. Either way, I'm putting in my 2 weeks in the morning. Dr. Reed found out what was happening a day before the apocalypse, and it's too bad. Maybe he could have done something about it. Walter Scott was one of the warehouse employees working in the basement storage area of the HQ. He wasn't a scientist or a high-ranking executive. He was more on the ground level of operations, handling incoming shipments, and saw what was being delivered to the vaults in the Boston area. It made him one of the few people who started to notice patterns just like Reed. Walter Scott's personal logs, 10/15. I think Mr. Davidson has been getting annoyed with Martin lately. I told Martin he should probably back off a bit, because I know Mr. Davidson has a temper. I saw him break a pool cue over Roger's head, because he stood too close to the table when Mr. Davidson was taking a shot. Roger still had trouble with his hearing in the right ear. 10/19. I miss Sharon. She's been out for a couple of days, and it's just not the same here without her. No one upstairs has her.
אנחנו נמצאים כאן בכתר החרמון, והמסר הוא ברור גם לנשיא סוריה. כשאתה מתעורר בבוקר בארמון בדמשק, ומביט למעלה על החרמון ורואה את צה"ל, אתה יודע אנחנו נמצאים כאן בכתר החרמון, היכן שהיה מוצב החרמון הסורי. היום כוחות צה"ל נמצאים פה ובכל רחבי החרמון ורמת הגולן ובכל אזור הביטחון. משקיפים מכאן על דמשק מלמעלה, מרחק 35 קילומטר. משקיפים על הבקעה בלבנון, על מעוז החיזבאללה מלמעלה, וכמובן משקיפים ומגינים על יישובי רמת הגולן והגליל מול כוחות ג'יהאדיסטים שנמצאים כאן מעבר. הרבה כוחות ג'יהאדיסטים, חלק בתוך המשטר הסורי, חלק בארגוני טרור שונים. מכל כיוון המטרה שלהם זו תקיפת מדינת ישראל, וצה"ל שנמצא כאן ויישאר כאן ולא יזוז מכאן, מבטיח שהדברים האלה יותר לא יקרו. זה הלקח המרכזי. מ-7 באוקטובר יש כאן פעילות יומיומית לסכל איומים, לסכל את שרידי המשטר הישן, למנוע התארגנות מסוכנת של המשטר החדש, והמסר הוא ברור גם לנשיא סוריה. כשאתה מתעורר בבוקר בארמון בדמשק, ומביט למעלה על החרמון ורואה את צה"ל, אתה יודע שאנחנו כאן כדי להגן על יישובינו ועל הגבול שלנו, וזה המסר הטוב ביותר. כל עוד יהיו איומים, צה"ל יישאר כאן על מנת להבטיח את ביטחוננו. כך עשינו, וכך אנחנו מתכוונים לעשות גם בעתיד. פעלנו נגד ניסיון טורקי להתבסס בסוריה תוך סיכון אינטרסים ביטחוניים של ישראל. הבהרנו את הדברים בצורה ברורה, נעמוד עליהם גם בעתיד. אנחנו פעלנו על מנת שסוריה לא תהווה איום על מדינת ישראל. השמדנו את כל התשתית האסטרטגית שצבא אסד במהלומה של מספר ימים, מטפלים כאן באיומים, להבטיח את הביטחון, וכך נמשיך לעשות. והמסר הוא ברור גם...
From her, I'm starting to worry. Getting to see her face when I go upstairs for lunch is the highlight of my day. You might be wondering who this Davidson guy is. Well, lucky for us, he left some entries as well. Frank Davidson was the regional manager in charge of the Vault-Tec office in the Boston area, and it put him in a position of being in charge of day-to-day operations, the staff, and the handling of supply logistics tied to multiple vaults in the region. He was exactly what you'd expect from a corporate supervisor in the Fallout world, a bootlicker who believed in Vault-Tec's mission and expected his employees to follow orders without asking questions. But you know what his employees thought of him, and his own logs show us just how evil he really was. Frank Davidson's personal logs, 10-2. I believe Dr. Reed is under the impression that the vaults in the Boston area will be used to harm its future residents instead of helping them. I told him he's just being paranoid. Vault-Tec would never do anything of the sort. 10-13. Sharon spilled coffee on my new shirt while we were in the lounge this morning. I told her it was fine, and we had a good laugh about the whole thing. If she does it again, I'll stab her in the fucking throat with my pen. She's a good kid. 10-19. Dr. Reed is beginning to get on my nerves. All he talks about now are his theories on how the vaults were built to run experiments on people and not actually help them at all. I keep telling him that he couldn't be more wrong. If he keeps it up, I might have to discipline him. He might not have known exactly what was going on, but this was the type of person Vault-Tec was putting in charge of areas. He was naive and easy to control.
Just snap a photo and list in minutes. Easy, right? Once it sells, the buyer covers shipping, so there's no cost for you. And with zero selling fees, you keep everything you earn. With millions of users and low cost for your buyers, it's easy to start selling and earning. Less clutter, more cash. Download Vinted and list your first item today.
Hello?
Luke, is this thing on?
Yeah, boss. We're rolling.
All right, good. Now get back to work. I can take it from here. This here is Bray Husky, leader of the Husky family, and rightful owner of the land previously known as Haddock Cove. And these here tapes are mine as well. We've torn enough scrap wood and metal from the nearby houses to build an outpost on the water and really make a go of it here. We build this thing big and
We got it right now. When we get the vehicles from Ford, they have the seats and the carpet and everything all nice and buttoned up. But unfortunately, when we go do the upfitting for law enforcement, we have to take everything out of the vehicle, put a 911 safety harness in, which overall we use the same harness at no matter what shop we're building it. That way, if any technician at Prince William County comes across that vehicle for diagnosis, they can pull the wiring and all the colors are the same. This vehicle will be buttoned back up. We'll have a cage in it, a partition, Havas table inside of it with the CF33, brother printer installed in the vehicle, and then it'll be fully functional for patrol. So here we are here at Dana Safety, and what you see here is a vehicle. So here we are here at Dana Safety, and what you see here is a vehicle that is completely gutted right now. When we get the vehicles from Ford, they have the seats and the carpet and everything all nice and buttoned up. But unfortunately, when we go do the upfitting for law enforcement, we have to take everything out of the vehicle, put a 911 safety harness.
We are excited for Stafford and we love this coffee. And for many reasons that I love this place. It's very close to my house.
Why am I here? I'm busy.
Sit around doing background checks?
No. Doesn't that hurt?
Yeah, I don't know why the I just did that.
Come on. What is this? What do you want from me?
What do I want from you?
If you wanted to talk to me, you could have just faked a heart attack.
Well, you wouldn't have come.
You're right. I would have sent flowers.
What? Sent flowers. Well, my divorce is final. Yesterday.
Yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you came back.
I'm not back. I'm FBI now.
You came back. Marshall says hiya.
Fuck yourself, Mikey.
You too, Danny.
I didn't realize everyone missed me so much. I would have come back sooner.
Yeah, well, they don't like me now either.
Because of me?
We'll be able to see pests come. good distance off. No one will be able to catch us with our pants down. Bray Husky. Signing off. Shit, Luke. How the hell do you turn this thing off? There's a million buttons on this stupid thing. Screw it. I'm just gonna unplug it.
Bray Husky and his family took advantage of the apocalypse situation and staked some claims on some territory. Now, this isn't taking place near the bombs falling, but I figured it was still a good showcase of how people are still trying to survive even hundreds of years later, almost as if they were starting from the same place as those who lost everything during the Great War. They made an outpost on the water so that they would be able to see any approaching enemies or creatures. Bray left a series of holotapes which explained what happened to his family and their outpost.
Okay, lunkheads, listen up. These here are the chores for the month. I'm only making one of these, so pass it around. And no, I will not be changing my mind again. So stop asking, Braun. Luke, you're in charge of fishing and cleaning fish and cooking fish. Just about anything to do with fish. That's your job, okay? Rowan, you're on building and repairs. Seems like some of the baseboards keep getting loose or torn up. I'm not sure what's getting at them, but fix it. Braun, you've got brush removal again. Gotta clear our line of sight. And yes, Leader. I pulled day guard duty again. Not around here. Wait, is this thing still on? Damn it! Is it this button? No, of course not. I swear, I'm gonna throw this thing in the water.
Our pros save an average of 8.6 hours a week. How? Home service software with simplified daily workflows. With online booking, customers schedule time on your calendar without calling. And you can save even more time by automating your outreach, like email marketing and postcards, and even review requests to bring in more solid reviews.
When we came across House Call, it serviced the things that we needed immediately to address. And it just flowed easier, it looked a lot cleaner, and it was a lot more presentable for the clients and made us look like a real legitimate business.
Running a home service business, there's always something that needs your attention right now. Well, actually, there are like 50-somethings. Win more jobs and rake in more reviews in less time with House Call Pro. Everything to run and grow your business.
Big Chicken Energy. Mega chunks of white meat chicken, triple coated and seasoned to perfection.
Tell me how you want it. 3, 2, 1, and I'm
Banquet Mega. Eat mega, spend less.
Bray took control and started organizing the family to do certain jobs. He might not seem the most capable, but someone's got to do it. But in the next holotape, his ego gets the best of him. He should have started listening to his other family members.
All right, new announcement. So listen. Whoa, Luke, what are you doing in here? I'm making my next tape here.
Boss, Ron's off in his bunk whimpering about something. He says he saw something peering up at him from under the baseboards.
Are you kidding me? He's a grown man, for God's sake. He's too old to be jumping at the boogeyman.
Maybe, but he's refusing to do his chores. On top of that, Rowan keeps hiding in the water and jumping out at him. Scares him half to death.
Fine. Go round up those chuckleheads, and I'll have a talk with them both. This place would fall apart without me, I swear. Oh, for crying out loud. This thing is still recording. Luke, how the hell do you make this thing stop?
Big red button. Mark, stop recording.
I knew that.
We find his last tape right next to his cold, dead body.
This is Bray Husky. And this is probably my last recording. Oh, jeez. I can see my friggin' guts here. They came up from underneath us. Big, huge freaking Maya lyrics. Tons of them. The dead fish and chum must have lured them to us. Oh, God. My leg. The rest are dead. All dead. Luke got pinched right in half. And I saw Rowan screaming while another one pulled him under. His eyes. Jesus, his eyes. I went to get Ron and found some huge fish thing eating what was left of him. He clawed right across my guts before I could get a shot off. This place was impenetrable. We could see anyone coming for miles. Underwater goddamn fish monsters. I just hope. Oh, God, no. Oh, it found me. No, no, no. You get there. Get away from me. Oh, God! Is this thing still recording? You've got to be kidding me!
Bray's tendency to leave the recording going reminds me a lot of the Grizzly Man, Timothy Treadwell. He unfortunately recorded his last moments during a bear attack, and it's truly awful. I've heard that the actual tape has never been released, but even the recreation will haunt you. I strongly suggest not listening to it. But poor old Bray ended up as Mirelurk bait as a group of them stormed their outpost.
It's not often that we get to hear from one of the Lordsmen themselves, but it's always welcomed here since rarely do we hear religious folks speak in the series. Sure, there's the Children of Adam or even Father Clifford in Fallout 3, but again, they're just not that frequent. Maybe because it's hard to have faith or hope in anything, but we see that shortly after the bombs fell, Reverend Delbert Winters finds a higher purpose.
Reverend Delbert Winters here, born and raised in this very town. Lit my own church to the responders for their outpost here, and you're welcome. The responders are on a true mission, you see, helping folks through thick and thin. The heavens open up again and take us all up anyways. When this all happened, I figured like most it was time. This was the end, but it wasn't, was it? We're still here. At first, I thought it was a mistake, that we was missed, forgotten. Maybe we did some wrong. Didn't give enough to charity, maybe. Didn't praise his name, even in the worst of times. Maybe thought some things that ought not to been thought. So I asked him. I asked how? Why? I fought your wars on Earth. I'm ready to fight them up there by your side. Then, in my despair, I saw some survivors eating raw rat carcass behind a dumpster. You ought to cook that first, I warned them. Seemed obvious. We tried but got sick, they said, covered in their own. I realized right then and there that I was being tasked. From then on, I built kitchens, cooked good food, fed anyone who walked up with an empty belly, and I was thankful for my task in life. Thankful. Next time hell or high water land at my stoop, I'll be swept clear away with it. But until then, let's share a home-cooked meal together, all right?
It's kind of cool to see someone ask theological and philosophical questions like this. And whereas half the people are leaving personal memoirs that are pessimistic, it's refreshing to hear an optimistic spin on things. Is it because he hasn't lived on hell on earth for 200 years like some of the others have in the installments of the franchise? Maybe. Or maybe Delbert really is that guy.
Estos adornos están montados en el volante. Un Volkswagen. Vienen en varios estilos, como uno con la figura de un lindo panda, y el brillo dorado, el otro con elementos coloridos y motivos rosados.
Just talking to this? Oh, yeah, am I loud enough? Okay. Hi. What do you want me to say exactly?
Yeah, so just talk about how you got here and maybe a little bit about your life. This is a historic document. Go ahead, Tabitha.
Okay, so, well, thanks. Okay. I've been sober for 9 days. I got here 9 days ago. My name is Tabitha. And this is my story. I just found out about everything. The war, the bombs, I just realized this was really happening. For years, I thought the chems were playing tricks with my mind, hurting my brain. Thought it was the worst trip ever. Every time I'd come out of my haze long enough to look for food, I'd find more chems and, well, they kept going. And I kept seeing madness. Look, I would have been wandering around fighting giant rats and eating garbage if not for the responders. They're good folks. That doc in the church, got me some meds that are helping out a lot. And they have group therapy meetings, and it's good. It's good. I think it's helping. But listen, you should avoid the mountains. They'll just get you mixed up, get you doing things you don't want to do, hurting people mostly. And there's so many chems up there. I spent too long there, and I hurt people. I couldn't think right. I couldn't.
Oh, it's okay, Tabitha. Remember what we said in the group? Take your Addictol, rest, and things will be okay soon. It's okay. We're here for you.
Yeah, I'm taking it. When I feel better, I'm going out west, though. Getting out of this place. Getting away from the chems, all of this. I feel better every day, but, years of chems, years of rads, years of sleeping in the muck. It adds up. Yeah. I'm gonna get back to sleep now, okay?
Okay. Thanks for sharing your story, Tabitha. Get some sleep. You'll be okay. You're safe now.
This is an interesting one. We hear that
$7.10 plus high paying offer 2.3. Offer accepted. We'll add it to your route.
Tabitha is recently sober, but ironically, she takes a chem to help with her addiction. I never thought about how many chems may have been in the mountains of Appalachia prior to hearing this tape, but it makes sense since there's so many raiders in that part of the map at the time, and chems and raiders tend to be heavily correlated. This also might be one of the saddest holotapes not only in the game, but in the entire Fallout series. As someone who lost a parent to addiction, I personally have witnessed that addicts struggle with having people in their orbit and that they quite often feel alone. It's unfortunate that by the time Tabitha sobers up, she actually is alone. Yes, it sounds like she has a good support group in the Flatwoods, but everyone she knew and loved is likely gone, so that loneliness is likely even more magnified than most people could possibly imagine. The other sad truth is that addicts want to escape, which is why drugs are such an appealing outlet. And Tabitha mentions leaving the Flatwoods soon, alluding to further escape from the current reality she's living in. But I don't know, what do you guys think?
Upload your toy and sell. Sold already. Now on to the next one. If you don't need it,
as another. So in practice, we see it was a holding pen for people the government no longer felt like explaining. The terminals read like logs as opposed to the views of the prisoners themselves, so don't expect them to be passionate reads coming from the prisoner's POV. Instead, these belong to the guards, but I think that perspective is still important. The first log opens with everything related to efficiency. We can put ourselves in the guard's shoes and imagine 3 trainloads of people arriving. The writer calls them communist infiltrators and notes that half of them don't speak English, so there's really no attempt at verbal communication. They're shown where to go with nightsticks.
Yeah, I've got a DoorDash for Camry.
Second one, just.
Right, thank you.
Like a game of charades. It's written fairly casually, like crowd control at a sports game or some uneventful event. But towards the end of the log comes a shift in language. The guards might refer to these groups of people as prisoners, but the doctors, well, they're talking about research subjects. The guard shrugs it off though because this is war, so if it advances the war effort, that's enough justification. The second entry is a little bit more manic though. One of the prisoners speaks a little English and is desperate enough to complain. He talks about hungry ghosts taking people in the night. The commandant dismisses it as superstition and throws him in the cooler for 3 weeks though. Case closed. Except the guard writing the log hesitates ever so slightly. He's seen the new robots being developed nearby, and he wonders quietly where they get the brains from. Unfortunately, at this point, we get a little insight that the guard is simply just doing his duties and is the yes man type of guy. But even still, that line in there does a lot of work. It's kind of confirming what the prisoner complained about. The guard knows that it's a question that shouldn't exist in a normal prisoner camp. The final entry somewhat wraps it up for us viewers though. There's another escape attempt, but they don't specify just how many tried in the past to leave. They don't say what happened to the others either, just that they were quote-unquote processed. Triple shifts are now required because of the toll that the prisoners are giving. Internal team morale is dropping, and we see that the guards are exhausted, and the solution isn't fewer prisoners or better conditions. It's Fallout's go-to, which is just more control layered on top of it all. The commandant puts in a requisition to field test total pacification collars, which are experimental devices that are tested on prisoners. Because of his yes-man nature we witnessed, the guard doesn't object since he just wants what he calls his goddamn sleep. The story these logs tell aren't one of explosions or heroics, but of systems tightening ever so slowly. People becoming problems, and the problems becoming test cases. Then these test cases become equipment. The prisoners talk about ghosts because they don't have the language for what's actually happening to them. The guards have language, but it's bureaucratic and filtered through whatever propaganda they've been sipping to believe that all of this is okay. It smooths everything over until nothing sounds real anymore. Little Yangtze is about scientific progress continuing uninterrupted. Even in a place designed to erase people, the requisitions go through, and everyone involved finds a way to sleep at night. Unfortunately for us, it's also another piece of environmental storytelling and shadowing since we ourselves find ourselves in a similar situation when Father Elijah does the same shit to us.
West Everett Estates was just another neighborhood full of families and neighbors who knew each other. Like a lot of survivors or people who didn't make it, some of them who lived there were caught in blasts far away from home. One of these people was named Lance, and somehow he and his brother were able to make it back home in Boston all the way from Connecticut. He left us a diary of the events that occurred after that, and how he and his brother were trying to survive. Home, November 8th, 2077. I can't believe we finally made it back home. We were on the freeway in Connecticut when it all went down, and thank God we bailed on the cars. Took us more than a week to make it back here on foot. And the things we saw, I never thought I'd see happen in America. Leon and I talked about the plan to wall up the neighborhood, but I don't think we can do it on our own. And we need Janet to keep the kids safe. Maybe some of the neighbors made it out okay. I might scout out a bit while it's still dark. The walls, December 12th, 2077. We finally got the walls finished with Wayne's help. Still can't believe that Egghead made it out. I feel like such an idiot for laughing at his bunker all summer. He's even got fresh water down there. Leon, March 27, 2078. God give me strength not to kill my brother. Leon and I were scouting earlier and hid out in a building when we heard a group passing by. 12 men, armed with guns and bats, and wearing some kind of makeshift armor. Leon...
Upstanding citizen, hello, thank you for being here. This is the, it's the podcast for the Let me give you the name of it.
Hey.
Hang on, I'll be right back. What's up, buddy? How are you? Doing okay?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm tired, but I'm doing okay.
Me too. Now you go home with you, man.
You guys are taking care of my friend?
Yes.
Yeah, she's my friend, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The lady?
Yeah.
Miss Lane?
She's the nicest person you ever meet.
She is.
Isn't she?
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
That's how he's telling everybody about you. I be like, y'all take care of my DoorDasher when he come through here, right? Because if he tell me something, I'm gonna fuck y'all up.
And I know you would.
You know I will. I don't worry about you.
I love you, okay?
I love you too.
I'll
See you later.
Yes, ma'am. Upstanding Citizen, this is a YouTube channel that talks about the Fallout universe. So it just gives you a whole lot of random information about Fallout. So if you know Fallout, if you're into the Fallout universe, you're gonna enjoy what this channel is talking about. But there's a lot of channels. Like, this isn't like anything special. It's just throwing a whole lot of random information at you about the Fallout universe. If that makes any kind of sense. I like listening to it because it gives me a break from talking about what I talk about normally on this channel. This channel is normally outside of me doing DoorDash, out and about doing DoorDash, this channel is a true crime podcast out of Prince William County. So listening to these random podcasts gives me a break from what I normally talk about, just help me process everything, if that makes any kind of sense. So, and I enjoy it. But not everybody finds it enjoyable, if that makes a lot of sense. It's just a lot of information, a lot of random information about something completely random, like Fallout. But thank you for being here. Thank you for following the channel. And you get to come with me while I go out and about door dashing. If you do get a chance, go over to the videos and watch the podcast we did a couple of days ago, and let me know what you think. What we talk about normally is a case coming out of Prince William County. It's a sealed case, but I got my hand on the file, the actual file, the body cams and the documents, where I'm leaking them on YouTube, and we get to have an actual conversation of what that county is doing. So when you do get a chance, watch the podcast and let me know what you think.
Recognized one of them from when he was running with the mob and called out to them before I could stop him. The damn idiot starts running his mouth off like nothing happened and tells them where we've got a walled fort. They let us go, but I can tell from the glint in their eyes we'll be seeing them again soon. Lance was going through what a lot of survivors go through in these situations. He was looking to make walls around his neighborhood for some defenses, doing all the things people should do instead of worrying and just giving up. Finding food, finding people like his neighbors to help, just being smart about his situation. The problem is, sometimes you can do everything right, but it's the people around you that can make a mistake and cause some unfortunate consequences. There is one more log on the terminal, and sadly, it wasn't from Lance. Look what we have here. Hey, this thing still works. Controls all the lights too, wicked. Damn asshole should have just left and given us the fort. Now he's dead, and it's ours anyway. He probably just stole this place from someone else anyway. That dumbass Leon even pissed himself and joined us when we overran the place. We'll probably use the idiot as a meat shield next time we head into the city. That piece of shit Leon got Lance killed and their home stolen. And what's even worse than that is he joined the same raiders that killed his brother. A lot of these survivors aren't heroes. They fall for the low-hanging fruit and decide to hurt other people for their own survival.
What's poppin'? I got some of my favorite dishes from 5 different restaurants. Yo. I ordered all of this using the Wonder app. It's a food delivery app, except that you can combine multiple different restaurants into one order. I got the zesty chicken rice bowl from the store Yasa's. I'm not gonna lie, I'm eating a little bit healthy.
We've covered a few survivor stories from Fallout 76, but Dasa's is the beginning of all of it. She was the first one to try and convince others that the record their thoughts and perspectives of what went down and how they were trying to make it. These range from hopeful to because her father was actually a Vault-Tec employee and he had slots in a vault, but Dasa couldn't do it and chose to be selfless. I'll let her explain in her tape.
We call it the Great War now. It's not been long and things have been rough. Welcome to Survivor Stories. I'm Dasa Ben Ami, a responder. I've been working with the responders for a couple of years now. I'm from Charleston originally, so it was easy to join up. What wasn't easy was the work. Rebuilding Appalachia from the rubble while survivors flock to us regularly from all over. So many have come and gone. Their stories untold, their names lost to time. I thought we should preserve this history somehow. I've decided to ask people to record their thoughts, their stories, anything they want to preserve forever. I'll call this series The Survivor Stories. I'll start with me. I was an anthropology PhD student at Vault-Tec University, final year. I was printing my thesis when I heard the sirens. I thought for sure my father, a Vault-Tec employee, could take us all with him, but only 2 reservations came through. I refused to go. With my little brother, he went to the vault. They could not persuade me, though they tried. In the end, I pushed them at it, and it was, well, survived. The flood was definitely a big plans. We can do so much. We can rebuild enough. This is gossip for now.
Sadly, we find this tape on her body in the cemetery by the Flatwoods Church, and the Flatwoods terminal tells us that her last check-in was 11:05:96. Her story reminds me a lot of Carrie Delaney's. Just like Carrie, she worked within the school systems, was coordinating a statewide high school science fair in Watoga, and it had the theme of the future of energy. Then the bombs dropped.
Dasa has asked us all to document our stories for posterity, you know. It seems like a fine idea. So, hi, I am Kesha McDermott. When the bombs fell, I was in Watoga, coordinating a statewide science fair for that year's high school kids. And the theme was the future of energy. After the bombs, everything was pretty chaotic. Scavenging for food and fighting off rabid survivors. Oh, it was just a bad time all around. I found a couple of surviving kids from the high school whose parents didn't make it. And we holed up in a house in town for a while. After a bit, I was able to solder the circuitry in an old radio, and we tuned into a broadcast from the responders. Oh, we were overjoyed. The trip from Watoga to Flatwoods, it was rough, mind you. The kids and I ran into a group of assholes in the mountains who stole our food and water. I can't tell you how happy I was to find the responders in Flatwoods. Tents for everyone, open kitchens, medical supplies, protection. We were safe. They had a problem, though. Their water sources were contaminated heavily. People were boiling water, but not long enough to make it safe. So, I stepped up and I said, I'll build a test
Sarah,
kit
hello,
to
hello.
monitor the contamination, and I will
There
teach
you are.
folks how to properly boil water.
Hello.
Sarah, how are you?
I'm very tired.
Oh, you have no idea. Now you're speaking my language. I was so tired. I think earlier I took 2 naps, and I just like got knocked out. Like I was waiting for an order to come through, and all of a sudden I fell asleep. Like you get a bell that comes through.
Yeah.
That woke me up.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I felt so.
Really?
Yeah, I felt so. I mean, I needed that nap because I was falling apart. I've been up since 8 o'clock and 7 o'clock in the morning. 7. Yep.
Oh my god. That's too much.
Yeah.
Way too much.
Yeah. But it's good, you know.
Yeah.
It's good. You know what I mean? It's good. You know, I mean, I didn't start DoorDashing until I want to say 6 p.m. Yeah. I was doing a whole bunch of stuff for like taking care of Mustafa stuff. You know.
Right.
Like behind the scene, there's a whole bunch of stuff that I was taking care of. But I got I got a whole bunch of stuff done, and then when I got done, I jumped into DoorDash. So it was a productive day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but very tiring.
Oh, I'm exhausted. I'm falling apart. Oh well, I was earlier. Now I'm good.
You know you're tired when you're waiting for something and all of a sudden you just fall asleep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's good, you know. It's good. Life is beautiful. Okay.
It always is. It's what you make of it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And as long as you're doing everything that you're supposed to be doing, you're doing all right.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Except for me, I do everything I'm supposed to be doing and 25 other things, so, you know. That's probably why I never get any sleep.
I know what you mean. I know what that means.
It was so smoky here today, it was horrible.
That's not good.
I know. Like,
I mean,
you could taste it. It was so thick you could taste it. It was really gross.
You know what's really
Like, I
funny?
could barely go outside and smoke a cigarette. It was that bad.
You know what's really funny about what you're going through? You know how the stereotype people hate Canadians because of like some random like stereotypes? You can actually hate Canadians because of all the stuff that comes through Canada from where you're at.
Right. You're right. The truck drivers are the absolute worst.
That's funny.
Yeah, I threw a whole pop, like a full pop at a truck on the freeway.
But by the way, for all the Canadians that are listening, we're just being stupid, okay? Fair. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. Okay, Gwig. What the hell is it? Goddamn trolls.
So Farrah, you're a grandmother now?
Yeah.
That's beautiful. I mean, you're gonna be busy.
Not really. Not my deal.
you're like not my job.
No, I want to live my life still. I already did what I had to do. I don't mind
Okay.
once in a while, but it is not my job.
You know, it's really funny. You're putting your foot down.
Oh yeah, my foot's been down.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah. I don't deal in that. I have a life. It's not a lot, but it's mine.
That's good. No, that's good.
I'm not taking care of a baby, then I'll look like I'm 80 years old.
That's
Babies make your hair turn gray and you just feel like you're 100. Forget it. I already had my kids and did my job. That's it.
You do have a point.
Yeah.
I mean, you do have a point.
If I wanted to take care of babies, I'd have another one. Not my thing.
No, it makes sense. Actually,
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense.
Yep. But my son's not very old. Well, he's 24.
That's young, yeah.
Yeah. I think I was 26 when I had him, and my older son, I was 19. So I waited like 6 years.
Yeah.
Just hopefully they don't have twins.
Oh, that would be. I mean, having a baby is a lot of work. I mean, if you get twins, that's crazy.
It runs on both sides in her family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I'm like, oh, please, no.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of work. That would be a lot of work.
It certainly will be.
I mean, I can see them calling reinforcements.
For that, anybody would.
you're like, you know, I had my foot down, but here we go. you're like, never mind.
Exactly.
That's funny.
Yeah, that would be horrible.
Yeah, that would be horrible. That would be a lot of work.
I mean, one's hard enough.
Yeah, watching what my brother had to go through, it's a lot. It is a lot.
Well, at least my son and his girlfriend have each other. They've been together since like 9th grade or something.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Because
really
when
good.
you have to do it by yourself, it's even harder.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really.
Yeah, that's true. Farrah, hang on. Let me connect you to the speaker so I can hear you better, okay? Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Farrah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, there you are. Okay, good. I can hear you a lot better.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Farrah, the YouTube channel is doing really good.
How many subscribers does it have?
So I'm getting a lot of subscribers. So every day I get new subscribers. And I used to average 500 views when I first started doing, like, I used to average 500 views every night. Now it's up to 12, like, it's in the, yesterday was over 1,200 views. The day before, so now it's averaging 1,000 and more views.
Wow. Wow, that's really good.
Isn't it crazy?
That is really good.
I mean,
Wow.
that's crazy.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and we're getting new subscribers every day. And this is like, you know, I mean, when you talk about our county it's a huge county, but in retrospect to other counties, it's a small community, if that makes any kind of sense. So
Right. Yeah.
whenever you're doing something like this, word gets around, the channel gets around. So, and it's a community where it's a local community. So it's good whenever you're doing like what we're doing. I mean, essentially, this is a podcast, and we're adding on top of it what we do behind the scene where we're door dashing. So, I mean, it's beautiful. You know what I mean? I mean, it's the best thing that I've ever done for this channel is just go live when I'm out and about. You know what I mean? People get to see behind the podcast what goes on.
Right. Plus, I think if you go live more, it makes it go out to more people, probably.
It does. Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. It does.
Yeah. Which is really good. Well, hopefully they didn't hear you snoring today.
Oh, they did. They did. They It's a random chat too. I mean, if you start reading the chat, half the time like you're getting trolled on it. So I mean, you take it with a grain of salt. It is a funny chat when you start reading it.
Well, hey, it's a chat.
There you go. It is a chat.
So that works. It was so hot here today. It was horrible.
That's not good.
No, hot and smoky is the worst.
So when is it gonna, like, the smoke is coming from where?
I think this time it's coming from east of the mountains, like eastern Washington.
Okay. Is there like a wildfire, or like what's going on?
Yeah, there's quite a few of them, I think.
Okay.
I'm not really sure. I don't pay too much attention to it. The only last thing I saw was Spokane was on fire and it burnt a whole neighborhood down or something. That's what I saw on the news, but yeah. I don't know. It kind of looked weird. It looked like the houses were burnt all the way to the cement, except for the tree next to it was green.
I know.
I'm like, what the hell is this? What the hell is it?
I know where you're going with this.
I mean, it didn't even look right.
I was listening
and
to...
Brenda makes me watch the news every single day. And I'm telling you, some of the stuff, I have to make her stop it, push pause, and say, look at this. This is not right. It doesn't even look real.
You know, you should, you and Brenda, since she watches the news like religiously, what I want is like, you know how we cover Inside Nova?
Yeah.
Like, you and Brenda send me articles to cover on the podcast. You know what I mean? And
that would be cool.
I mean, that's gonna lift a huge because it's like time and effort that I have to, I mean, that I don't have, because I have to go and search out these articles, versus if you just send me the articles that you want me to cover on the podcast, that would be beautiful. I can just cover them on the podcast.
That's a good idea.
And what I like to do is, on the podcast, I don't read them beforehand. I don't prepare for them. So I'm literally, because you get a reaction as you're reading the podcast versus if you prepare for it. It's better when you're podcasting, when you're reading it for the first time, so you're reacting to it as you're reading it. So it's just a better experience when you're doing it that way.
Right. Well, in our little town, there's an old lady that got some person. There was one of them was a cop from Florida, I think, like a detective.
Yeah.
And him and 2 other people got in trouble because they were getting, I don't know, somehow taking money from old people. But one of the people lives in my town, and they took $1 million from her.
$1 million.
Like somehow scammed her out of $1 million, and little old lady.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that was on the news. I'm like, are you kidding me? A little old lady, that was probably everything she had.
That's crazy. $1 million.
Yeah, she probably had all that saved just to live for the rest of her life. Like,
That's crazy.
God, leave the old people alone.
And they caught them, right?
I don't know about all of them, but I think that they did. They said there was 3, and one of them was a detective from Florida, I think.
Wow. I mean, that's crazy.
He was actually a police detective. So I'm like, there is something real wrong.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
See, I would love to cover that article on the podcast. You know what I mean? Like, that would be a nice...
Right.
That's crazy.
We have a lot of stuff that goes on in this little town. Most of the time, it's just people getting run down on the highway, but, you know, there's always something.
Mm-hmm. My favorite articles is where there is a like a video coverage of the news. You know how you read the article, okay, and then you move into like a video of the news covering it. That's like my favorite segments out of the podcast, because now you're getting people like to interact with the news. When you read the article, you talk about it, and then you react to it, and then you play the news.
Mm-hmm. That's perfect.
Mm-hmm. So if you and Brenda have like any news articles coverage where there's an article and a video, send it to me, and now I'm gonna talk about it. That is gonna be beautiful.
That'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty around here.
I think Brenda's
the county itself is really big, but there's like a lot of different little towns everywhere.
That's good. Okay.
So a lot of stuff happens around here.
Okay. I think Brenda
in this county.
Look, I think Brenda's really gonna like this idea. She just got appointed as senior correspondent. Wait. Let me not butcher this, okay? Senior correspondent for Not Another Boring Podcast. Is she out of Washington State?
Yes.
Okay. All right. There you go. All right. She's the senior correspondent out of Washington State for Not Another Boring Podcast. Okay?
I'll tell her.
I swear to God, tell her Amar said that. Okay.
I will.
That's beautiful.
I'm telling you, that's all she does is watch the news. If I'm lucky, I can talk her into changing it to like a movie or a show.
Oh yeah.
And that's that's at like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, but that whole entire time it's news.
Farrah?
Like,
Farrah. Do not. She's good where she's at. Okay. Okay. She's perfect for the job. All right. The job description fits.
It does.
By the way, on a serious note, like outside, you have no idea how excited I am about what we're talking about. That you and that you two are gonna be sending me articles where I cover on the pocket. I mean, like, this is just like you're talking my language right now. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, this is like, by the way, like in the back of my head, that's all I think about when like, you know, like I listen to these random podcasts throughout the day when I'm out and about door dashing. You know what I mean? But this is really just to process the amount of information that I have in the back of my head about the podcast. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So you and Brenda coming through with these articles, it's just like, it makes it where it's like a team effort, where it's no longer like I'm organizing the whole thing by myself. No, there's a segment that's coming through, and that's the news segment in the middle of the podcast, where we take a break from the case, we cover the news, and then we jump into, and it's just like, it makes it interesting because it's like a team effort. You know what I mean? Like, hey Farah,
Right.
hey Brenda, what are you guys talking about? What news article? It's just like, it makes you look forward to doing like what you do. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm telling you, she'll find some. She will definitely find some.
That's pretty cool. That's cool.
I have to pay over $5,000 to fix my car.
That's bullshit.
That's not cool.
That's painful. That's painful.
It is. But it's better than waiting.
What's wrong with your car?
Oh, a lot of things. I need a new timing chain and a new high pressure fill pump and some others, like a sensor and some stuff like that.
What's the year, make, and model?
And
What's the year, make, and model of the car?
it's a Audi, it's a 2005.5 Audi Quattro.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. No, it's expensive. Yeah. When you start listening to.
When I should just throw it away and get a new car, but I just can't do it because I like that car.
I know. That's why I didn't.
Besides,
Yeah. From what you told me the other day, that's why I didn't even say get another car. No, I know.
like I have already spent like after I do that, it'll run for years because I've done everything else to it.
No, it's worth it. It's worth it.
Plus, the heated seats are absolutely amazing.
Especially if you have the mechanic that is working on your car is someone that you trust. Does that make sense? You're not just like...
Yes.
Yeah. It's not a random shop that you're taking it to.
Right. That's it. Well, I probably wouldn't have to pay so much, but, you know, the person that's going to do it is taking time off work to do it, so...
Yeah, no, it's...
I have to make sure I pay them good, because that's just how I am. I'd feel like an asshole if I didn't.
That's good. That's good.
That's gonna mean I can't get 3 coffees every day, because that's a lot of money.
You know, that is a lot of... If you can manage to get the 3 to 1, you're gold. Okay?
I know. Believe me, I know.
Yeah, like where you're not missing out. Because it's... I mean, look, it's... That coffee, that mocha, that coffee is just the difference between like a good day or a bad day.
It is.
It's like an activity.
And I don't know why. I like the coffee I make better with my machine.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know what it is. It's like driving there, just going there. I don't know.
It's the activity behind it.
I don't know. It's just, yeah, it is.
It's like getting in your car, getting off of work, getting in your car, going there, talking to the people that, you know what I mean, getting the coffee. It's just the whole, it's like an activity.
Well, yeah, and when your life is as boring as mine, anything helps. Of course, I think I'd rather have my boring life than
That's exactly
what I could be doing.
That's exactly what I was going to tell you. I'll take a boring life any day than all the adventures that I'm having today.
You betcha. I've had enough adventures in my life. I like having a boring life. It's kind of nice.
I agree. A boring life is a beautiful life.
Like, listen, I don't have people coming knocking on my door wanting to hang out because I don't talk to people. I'm like, just stay away from me.
Sometimes that's a good thing. I mean, that's not a bad thing.
Like when I was younger, everybody was at my house all the time.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that just gets old. I like to come home from work and just chill. I don't want to hear any people.
It does get old.
Well, when you come from a giant family, and all of us have always really lived together.
Yeah.
Until like 10 years ago, like all of my siblings, we all lived with my mom and all of this.
Yeah.
There's so many people everywhere. I'm like, I cannot do this anymore. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, like that, like I mean, it comes with the giant family. I mean, yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, there's always,
yeah, but sometimes
there's always something to do. Always.
You better believe it. Yeah. That's a lot of people.
I was listening to Tim Dillon earlier.
Who's Tim Dillon?
So remember the podcast we were listening the other day? The one podcast we were listening to where he's talking about Trump, where he's talking about the elections, where he's talking about. Well, I'm gonna play it in a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, his podcast is really funny. I mean, he's always funny, but this one is really funny. He's talking about what's coming for us is some really dark days, because if we think that we live in a democracy, it's like, come on, people, grow up, okay? The way he said the way he said it.
Oh, that's great.
The way he said it, it was just like casual. Like, it was so casual. He's like, come on, people, like, stop being stupid. Just grow up. Okay? At this point, we're no worse off than China. Okay? We think China's bad. So
that's the truth.
That's the goddamn truth. I mean, and then he goes into, he says what's coming for us is some really dark days where they're gonna stage an alien invasion just to get us out of what we're dealing with. Like, you know, the whole debt to China, like what's
right.
going on, like everything that's going overseas, everything that's going on a domestic level, everything that, I mean, the country is falling apart, but no one wants to talk about it.
Yeah, I think it's already apart. It's not falling, it is.
It's apart. Absolutely. And so, you know, just like the stuff, he says it in a funny way, but it's like a reality check. It's like people like to play this game where it's Democrats and Republican. I'm voting for this guy and you're voting for that guy, when both are manufactured and paid for by the deep state that gives us a Democrat and a Republican. Like, people are waking up to that reality that your vote doesn't count. So
it definitely doesn't.
It doesn't. You know, I mean, your vote does not count. I mean, whether you vote a Democrat or a Republican in, is your life, you on an individual, is your life gonna get any better? No.
Not a chance.
No, as a matter of fact, it's getting worse. So, I mean, look, there's a fundamental problem where whether you vote for that guy or that guy, your life not only doesn't change, but it gets worse. So, I mean, look, people are waking up to that reality, and I'm glad we're waking up to that reality. We're not like, people are not like I was asleep. Everybody that I know was asleep, but at least I am waking up to it.
$6.05 offer 4.6
Fuck
miles.
you.
22
Like,
minutes total.
Fuck you. $6 for 4 miles. That's okay. It's not too bad.
Offer accepted. We'll add it to your route.
I mean, that hit the nail right on the head. Just when I'm like, we're analyzing what's like everything doesn't, and then this comes through. I mean, there you go. This is what I'm talking about. It's like, while they're fucking us over, they're living their best life.
Of course they are.
Well, the whole country is door dashing. I don't know.
I know.
That's not normal, by the way. That's not normal.
No, it's not normal. It's weird. Actually, everyone DoorDashes. Even people that have another job, they get done with that job and they go DoorDash.
It's crazy.
Like, everybody does it.
It's crazy. That's crazy.
That is really bad. That's when you know it's just shit.
They want to talk to me about a midterm election when the whole country is door dashing. Go fuck yourself. Like, I'm not coming through. My vote will not count, and I will not be there. Go
That's
vote.
right.
Go vote for your.
I'm not voting for anything.
I'm not voting for it. I'm not gonna vote. Fuck that.
No, it's
what?
pointless.
Or what?
I'll tell you, I voted one time in my life. Once, ever. That's the only time, because I never believed in any of their bullshit in the first place, ever.
Who'd you vote for?
Trump.
Trump. Okay.
And you know what? That was a big fat mistake.
I mean, everybody's waking up to that reality. It's just, and people are depressed. Pharaoh, people are depressed because that man got people depressed.
That's for sure.
So,
he's like, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this, and look what you've done.
Nothing.
Screwed everything up. But they're all paid by the same people, so you know.
Oh, 100%. I mean,
It's not like it's not going to be any different.
I mean, look. I mean, Trump came in to fix it, right? Well, who broke it? supposedly the Democrats, right? Biden. Well, when you really step back and look at it, the government Trump is the government. I mean, at the end of the day, no matter how much you love the guy, he's the government. So, and Biden is the government. So you're telling me the Democrat broke it and Trump is here to fix it? So the government broke it and the government is here to fix it. I think there is a lot of, I think that sounds like bullshit.
If you think the government's here to help you, you are sadly mistaken.
Exactly. Fair, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Sure, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back. Anyway, ETA 8 minutes. Alright, not a bad deal.
No. I would love to have a job where you just drive around all day.
Oh yeah, I mean this isn't bad. You know what I mean? The only reason, I mean, actually this isn't bad at all for what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I mean,
right.
I get to drive around where I can help me process everything I talk about on the podcast. So that's a plus. I mean, that's one. Two, the channel is picking up a lot of traction through just me doing this, like going live, like it's behind the scene of what goes on this podcast. 3, I'm making money. All right, so I can't complain.
Right.
The only problem is I have to be able to balance it because I tend to overdo it. Which is, I mean, it's not a problem. You know what I mean? It's just
it's not a problem, but I overdo it every day.
That's funny. But yeah, I mean, look, it works. You know what I mean? Whatever we're doing works. You know what I mean?
Well, if you had a wife, you'd probably be in trouble.
Oh, I absolutely.
Yeah, you would definitely be in trouble.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, I get away with doing a lot just because, you know, I don't have to worry about that. You know what I mean? Like, no.
That's right. That I'm telling you, that's the best.
Exactly.
You just don't have to worry about it.
I don't have to answer to anybody. You know what I mean?
That's right.
I mean, I make it sound like horrible, but I mean, for what I'm doing, I'm good right now. You know what I mean? I'm good where I'm at. Keep doing what you're doing. You know what I mean?
If it's working, do what you do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, you should have heard what happened yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
somebody on TikTok hates me and thinks I'm a bitch.
Who does?
Me. Oh, some girl named Jamie.
Some girl named
She was
Jamie.
going in. Yeah, she was in Casey's lives, and she was mad because I saw Kate. I always gift Casey because that's what I do to help her get her points up, whatever.
Yeah.
And Tracy was in there, so I gave her a couple. And this other girl, I don't know who the hell she is. So she wasn't the only one in there either. There were a lot of other people, and she was mad because I didn't give her a heart me.
But you don't know her.
She got mad over 1 cent.
But you don't know
Well,
her.
for one, I don't know you, and why are you mad? Right.
Yeah. That sounds a lot.
So,
that sounds
yeah.
like that sounds like bullshit.
Her and Kate.
It sounds like bullshit.
Yeah. It is. I was like, listen, bitch, I don't have time for you. I don't know you. I don't want to know you, and I don't care. You're getting mad over 1 penny.
That's crazy.
It's weird. I'm like, like, why are you stalking me anyways?
So wait. So what did she do? Okay, so she's obviously talking shit, right? Like, all right. What else did she do?
She was just that. She was talking shit to Tracy, to Casey, and so I was in the live with them, and she had come in there, and she said, oh, a big fat zero, and Tracy goes, what are you talking about? And she goes, never mind. And Tracy goes, no, seriously, what are you talking about? And she goes, well, every time I'm in a live with you, Farrah gives you guys gifts. It doesn't give me anything. I'm like, lady, how old are you?
Fucking funny. That is bullshit. That's funny.
And she's been mad about this for a while now.
Okay, that's funny.
Like, what is the problem here? How old are you anyways?
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm telling you, this lady, she's at least 45, 50 years old. Like, why are you crying over 1 cent?
See, you just, I mean, now when you put the age in there, I mean, now it sounds like a mental illness, to be honest with you.
I'm telling you, yes. I was so pissed though. I'm like, I probably would have given her one the first time she got mad about it, but I didn't even notice she was in there because usually I always try to give everybody something. That's me. No.
I mean, at this
She got all
point,
mad about it.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't give her a heart even if I wanted to. You know what I mean?
No. I made a post for her and I gave her the bird.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look, that's just shitty for someone to do that.
It is. Like, lady, you don't even know me. I'm nice to everybody.
That's the thing.
For one.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Like, you don't know her. So why is there this, like, where does the expectation coming from? Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes a lot of sense. That's what I was saying. Like, I don't even know this broad. Like, why?
That's funny.
I've never even said hello to her. Nothing.
That's crazy. That's crazy, Farrah.
Yeah. I know, now I'm a big bitch. I was like, oh no, you're not the first person to tell me that.
That's funny. Yeah, exactly. After a while, it's just, come on now. Like, you think that's gonna bother, you know what I mean?
No, I'm just like, oh my God, seriously. She acted like she was about 12 years old.
Sounds like it.
She's like, you guys think it's okay? She gave you something and not me. I'm like, oh my God. Sound like you're in preschool.
That's funny.
I know 6-year-olds that act more mature than you.
That's funny. I mean, that's not funny. It's really sad, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's really bad. I don't know.
It is funny, though. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, when you see
Like,
something so, like, when you see something so odd, and you're like, yep, that's it. Aliens do exist.
That's right. I couldn't believe it though. She made a big deal out of it. I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me right now? Like, I have more to do with my life than worry about giving some dumb bimbo like you a penny.
That's crazy.
A fucking heart me. It's 1 cent.
That's crazy.
If I knew you were gonna cry, I'd probably just given it to you just so I'd have to hear your lip.
It was like, nope, to sell. Send a penny.
Yeah, and that's just so weird.
It is weird.
You gave everybody else one and not me.
That's funny.
So then they had to block her because she was being so annoying.
Oh, they actually blocked her?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Because she kept messaging and talking shit. So.
Well, it sounds like the situation resolved itself.
Yes, it did.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
That's just weird. Like, why are you obsessed with me? There's 1,000,001 people in there giving people gifts, and you get mad because I didn't give you a penny.
That's crazy.
It doesn't even make sense.
That is crazy. I find it hilarious that the situation the situation rose up and it resolved itself.
That's right. I know. After work, Casey was like, "Just call when you get off." And so I was thinking, "Oh, geez, what's going on?" And then her and Tracy told me that, and I'm like, "What the hell? Really?"
It's like, where did that come from? Oh my God! I have a really funny video for you about that situation. It just popped in the back of my head. Once I get a chance, it's called the video. If you YouTube, what the hell is that? There's a viral video. Okay, it's about. Oh my God! Remind me to play that video for you. It's exactly about that situation. Okay, the video is called. The video is called. It's like, what the hell is that? Okay. That's the viral video, okay? Okay, you're gonna laugh, okay? That video fits perfectly, okay? To your friend. Here, I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. Are you drumming your steering wheel?
Yeah, I do that. Like,
I know, so do I. That's how I know what it sounds like.
That's funny. It's by the way, it's an interesting habit when you're drumming your steering wheel. Not everybody does it. It's a weird habit.
No, it is. I know, I do it too.
Sarah, I'm gonna play the podcast that I was telling you about with Tim Dillon.
Okay.
Where he's talking about what we're going through as a country and what he thinks is coming.
All right, let's hear it.
You know, when you were talking about the wildfires, how the trees are burned. How the wildfire burned the trees.
16 minutes total.
It's just weird. It's just the way those trees are burned is weird. Okay, where it makes
It is. It's very weird.
I mean,
it's like it was. Yeah, it's not right. I already know something isn't right about it. You can just look at it and you know.
Exactly. It opens the door to a lot of conspiracies. Okay.
Yeah.
So, am I saying those conspiracies are true? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it opens the door to that conversation.
It definitely does. It does.
So, I find it interesting what Tim Dillon is talking about and how he thinks what they're gonna roll out for us, and it just plays perfect into that conspiracy. And the truth is, we're dumb enough to fall for it. I mean, if tomorrow they come
That's
out,
true.
yeah, if tomorrow they come out and they tell you we have an alien invasion, would we not believe it? Honestly, you don't think we would believe it?
I don't think I would believe it, but I know everybody else around me probably would.
That's the point. People will believe it. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna see it on the news. You're gonna see it, blah blah blah. Next thing you know, your COVID is your reality. You know what I mean? For everybody that wants to say I'm not gonna go through it. Well, didn't you buy into the whole COVID just the other day? You know, like we all did. I mean,
well, I have to say I did not.
I
did not.
I never did.
I got kicked out of stores because I wouldn't go by their rules.
Yeah, I never did. I mean, I worked throughout the entire COVID situation. My business was...
I never had any COVID problems ever. The only people I know that had COVID problems were the people that got the shots, like my mom.
Exactly. But the majority of people will fall in line and believe it. So,
yeah, that's very true.
So yeah, I just, I mean, like this podcast is he has a funny way of saying it, but the sad reality is he's right.
It's true.
Yeah. Fair. I'll be right back.
Okay. Coffee.
Sure, what happened?
Oh, I was just talking trash to my son.
You told
we
him
were
about...
talking about when I quit smoking. Oh, I said, oh, I quit smoking, and he goes, it's not quitting if you smoke right now. You took a break. I said, I fucking quit. It's called quitting when you quit.
That's fine.
He's like, nope, it's taking a break.
I've quit for a whole entire year before, and I went back.
I quit for 2.5 years.
Yeah, it's doable. You can quit. You know, it's just when you quit, you have to replace it with a different habit or lifestyle.
Yes, you do. And you know what mine was?
Yeah.
Walking.
That's pretty cool. I mean, that works. I mean, that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine is not spending $20 a day and saving that $20.
Oh my God, that's so much.
I mean, it's two packs a day. It's not. I'm not. It's like more like $17. Might as well, you know.
Yeah,
round it
but
up.
still, that's a lot for
round
one
it
day.
up. Exactly, 17, 20. I mean, it's the same thing. You're spending $20 a day on a cigarette. Okay.
That's right.
If you add this up, it's $600 a month.
Yeah.
That's
a lot.
That's a vehicle payment.
That's right. Kind of like my coffee habit.
Yeah, exactly. And your health is you're destroying your health. You know, I feel a lot better. I mean, do I miss cigarette? Honestly, yeah, of course I do. Okay, I miss it every minute. You know what I mean? But it's like a mindset where you replace it with a different lifestyle. Okay, like. So every day you get more used to that lifestyle versus the lifestyle with a cigarette.
I think the worst part about it was in the morning having coffee and a cigarette.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That was the hardest part for me. Most of the other stuff, the craving for it didn't last very long. Like 3 minutes probably.
In the morning, at night before you go to sleep. I mean, everything that I did it with a cigarette. So,
I know.
Yeah.
I saw.
Exactly. I mean, you know, yeah. So it's like relearning how to live your life. And I've been doing really good. It's been almost 3 months, right? I think it's been 3 months.
That's cool. That's really good.
Yeah.
But it's pretty easy for me. I just, with anything, my whole life, I don't want to do it. I just don't do it.
Yeah, I just quit cold turkey.
But that's what I did. I just one day woke up and was like, oh, I'm done. I don't feel like doing it anymore. Everybody was like, oh my God, you quit smoking? You've been smoking since you were 12 years old. People almost had a heart attack because I quit smoking. They're like, no, you didn't. I'm like, oh, yes, I did.
Yeah, but some people are able to just quit cold turkey. Not everybody knows how to do it, but some people can do it. Like I can do it, you can do it. You know, but not everybody knows how to do it.
Yeah, but that's you have to have a very strong mind to do things like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
If you're weak-minded, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's true.
I know I'm trying to get Brenda to quit smoking right now, but she's cut down a good at least half. She was smoking like 3 packs of cigarettes every day. That's a lot of cigarettes.
That's a lot of cigarettes. I mean, 2 packs is a lot, but 3, I mean, But yeah, I mean, I can see where the 3 packs comes in. I mean, you know.
That's way too much. I mean, 2 packs is a lot, but 3, oh my goodness.
Yeah, 3 is a lot. 3 is a lot.
It's an awful lot. Like for her, I helped her get off like probably 17 different medications that her doctors had her on.
Yeah.
And so she could be healthy again. And now it's like she just smokes a lot more. So now I got to get her to not smoke so much.
It's a work in progress. Fair, I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll add it to your room.
Yeah, Farrah, it starts off with a conversation, and it's just, and then once you start with a conversation, then it's like, that's the lifestyle that you have now. This is the lifestyle that you want to change into. You know what I mean?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Is it easy? No, it's not easy. But it's
That's
like
right.
it's like a, you know, and I noticed that it's the people around you that will influence you into that lifestyle. If that makes, like, if you want to quit cigarette, then you have to surround yourself in an environment where there is no cigarette. Like join a gym. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For me, I've joined.
Yeah, that's true.
For me, I've joined DoorDash, where I'm always running, picking up
Well,
orders.
that helps.
I mean, it really does. I mean, it's just I'm always like moving. It's like the ultimate
I
exercise.
don't know. That would be hard.
Yeah.
To just drive around all day and not smoke a cigarette. That's probably really hard.
It is. It's not easy. That is true. It's not easy. Like, I remember when I first started doing it, I mean, it almost felt impossible. I'm like, what do you mean I'm not going to smoke a cigarette when I'm like waiting for an order, when I'm sitting? So, but it's just slowly, you just change your mindset. You're like, I don't need a cigarette.
Yep. And now tomorrow, I just bet my son while you were doing what you were doing. I just bet him that tomorrow I'm going to quit smoking. So he's trying to argue with me.
Absolutely.
So now I have to.
Yeah,
now I have to do it because I have to prove a point.
I mean, that's how it starts.
So now tomorrow I get to start my day with no cigarettes tomorrow. But that's okay.
Yeah,
It'll be fine.
you relearn. By the way, you know how hard that is. You relearn how to drink coffee. A lot of people don't realize that you have to relearn how to drink coffee without the cigarette. You have to.
Yeah, I like black coffee when I don't smoke cigarettes. I like to drink black coffee. It's easier.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You supplement it with something else. Like, I know, I found myself, now I drink orange juice, I drink milk, you know what I mean? It's just, and these are,
right.
It just cuts the curve, the craving that you need for a cigarette. Like, at night before I go to sleep, I drink milk, okay? I don't need a cigarette anymore,
Right.
okay? Throughout the day, I drink orange juice, and it's just weird. It just, whatever craving that you need, it just gets rid of it.
Yeah, my only problem was when I started eating those little goldfish crackers. Oh my God, I ate so many, I just got fat.
Yeah. And that's another thing you have to be careful, because once you quit cigarette, you're gonna want to eat more. So you have to be careful with your diet, because then you don't want to be like just like a fat person. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that, and I can't gain weight like that, because then my diabetes comes back. And I finally got rid of it after my whole life, so I don't need that coming back.
I'll take the cigarette over being fat. Okay. Why'd you get back into cigarette? Well, you know, I was getting fat. That was funny.
No, I quit eating sugar and carbs for like 4 months straight. No sugar, no carbs. And I lost a lot of weight. And it stayed away.
I notice when you portion out your meal, throughout the day, and you don't eat after like 8 or 9, like there's a cutoff time where you don't eat after like 8 p.m.
Well, yeah, because it's not good for you. It just sits in your stomach.
You're gonna lose a lot of weight. If you just portion out your meal throughout the day, you're gonna lose a lot of weight. Whatever your meal.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't eat breakfast ever. I don't eat breakfast. I drink the tea that I make. And it has a lot of weird herbs and stuff in it, and it tastes like garbage, but I don't eat breakfast. I drink that every single day.
Interesting. I mean, that's interesting.
Yeah. But that's what helped my diabetes go away, so of course I'm going to keep doing it. I'm not going to stop doing it.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm doing a podcast in the morning, I skip breakfast. Never eat breakfast before my podcast. Like I have my coffee. Okay. Yeah, that's like a habit. Like if I'm doing a podcast early in the morning, or I'm doing anything, if I'm doing anything important in the morning, you know what I mean? I skip breakfast.
I haven't eaten breakfast for years. Probably like 3-4 years by now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a DoorDash pickup.
What's the name on there?
Jamil.
All
right, thank you.
But I also fast for like a week or 2 weeks just with nothing to eat.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It's like you're giving your system a break.
Because
hello.
It's
you're about to close?
Yeah,
Thank you.
like 20 minutes.
Thank you.
We're like doing ski and stuff as much as we can right now, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll do. Have a good night.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, if you fast, it's really good for you.
Yeah, you give your system a break. I mean,
Mhm.
yeah, that's true.
It's really, really good for you.
All right, Farrah. So this is the
You can now trade on tennis.
that's the podcast I was telling you about with
Choose your position and live stream while you live stream. Ladies and gentlemen.
this 3 days ago.
Okay.
Welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We did it. Meghan Markle and Harry are going back to the UK to raise their children. And I want to thank all of my colleagues that have made this happen, and people like
Finally, they're going back.
myself, Piers Morgan, and others, although Piers now gets to own them. They're coming back back to the UK, the one thing about a good con knows when the jig is up. Like they were probably saying, listen, what else are we gonna do here? They spent 6 years in America. They tried to do tried to write children's books. They tried to sell jam. She tried to be Martha Stewart. She had a Netflix show where she taught people how to make pasta. I mean, you gotta hand it to them. They left no stone unturned. He has to deal with them. He's the prince. You know, that's the thing about America. We don't have a royal family. We don't really have to deal with anybody. The UK has no choice. They are back, and you must deal with them. You must take them. It's like when you have a child, and the child is acting up and getting in trouble in school, and you go, well, they're your kid. You got to deal with them. That's the whole thing with suspension. Suspension, when the kid gets suspended from school, it punishes the parents because the state basically goes, they're your child, you deal with them. And in the same way, Meghan and Harry are going back to the country that is forced to deal with them. They have to take them back. This is what it is. They plan to relocate from the U.S. to a private, non-royal residence outside London with their children, Prince Archie, 7, and Princess Lilibet, 5. They are enrolled to start school in September. Their UK security was downgraded after they stopped being working royals in 2020. Which, by the way, do you realize what a loser you have to be to say, I'm not going to be a working royal? Like, I don't even, that's not even real. Being a working royal's not a job. You just go to places and wave, you get photographed. A working royal is the funniest coupling of words that has ever been invented in the English language. They resigned from their royal duties. The royal duties were not even real. They would just go to some country that Britain still kind of owns, and they'd walk in there, and then there'd be a bunch of like young children with cleft palates, and they would go and stand with them and take a photo. That's what it means to be a working royal. You're not doing anything. They don't make policy. They're not political in the way that like the prime minister is. They're a completely ceremonial, largely pretend tradition, and the people of the UK love them, and God bless. There's some value in tradition. I don't know what value there is in this, but they resigned from being working royals in 2020 and moved to the U.S. where they have paid for their own protection. And by the way, no one wants to kill them. That's the other thing. Nobody wants to kill these people. Nobody cares enough to go kill them. People just want them to stop inflicting themselves on the public. Nobody's trying to kill them. But in their lurid fantasies, in her mind, white supremacists are trying to climb in the window of her Montecito estate and kill her to make some point. So they had to pay for their own security because you stand there and you take photos at home. We just want them to sit in their house and eat a fucking Tesco's chicken and watch tabloid shows and read tabloids about the palace intrigue of what's going on in your life. So that's what a royal is. A working royal is just a real housewife. It's just a gossip mongering. You exist to entertain the working class that the UK doesn't care about anymore, that languishes in alcoholism and in drug addiction. And the UK goes, you are their entertainment. That's what a working royal is. Just entertain them. Look nice. get in squabbles with the other members of the royal family. We're gonna take all kinds of photos of you when you go on vacation. We're gonna be climbing in a window at a hotel room, and sure, I guess a lot of it gets annoying, but make no mistake, you are living this life not because you add value in any tangible, quantifiable way. The only value that you add is that you are a reality show for the British working class that is increasingly desperate.
What if you could learn more about you in under an hour? The Pernuvo whole body scan screens for hundreds of conditions, including...
And we have made so. We're making them increasingly desperate, and they get to turn on the TV or open a magazine and read about your lives and go, must be nice. It must be nice. You know, I heard that she's in a row with Kate. She's in a row with, she's in a row with Kate, is she? Well, Kate's real class. So Kate stayed really above it. And this is all it is. And they couldn't even do that. They couldn't even
I'll be back.
It's like when these real house...
Okay.
Wives come out and they go, well, you know, the production schedule is very heavy. You go, all you do, you're a drunken cunt. That's all you do. You show up to a restaurant, the producers ply you with alcohol, and you sit there and say like crazy shit, and you go, well, the production schedule is very heavy, and it's wreaked havoc on my family. You go, you don't care about your family anyway. That's why you've got them all on camera. In the most important years of their lives, these real housewives trot out their children when they're teenagers. They're awkward. They have all kinds of issues, and they make them grow up on television, which is why a lot of them then start OnlyFans or kill themselves. And then they go, well, it's been a lot on my... It was actually took a toll on my marriage to do this show. You knew what it was when you signed up for it. You knew what it was. Meghan knew what it was. To be a working royal is to be fodder for the British working class. You show them pictures of your children, you tell them about your lives, and then occasionally you get on a plane, some private jet, and you go to some other part, and you open a woman's shelter. You take a picture with someone in hijab and go, isn't this good? It's great. Again, or whatever. That's all it is. It's
we're all together again.
It's a couldn't even do that. You couldn't do that.
The way you said that. The way you said that. We're all together again. Like, where did we go? Where were we and where did we go?
This guy's funny.
Oh, he's hilarious. I mean, the reality check, the way he says certain things in a funny way, but he's just being honest about what everybody's dealing with.
That's right.
Well, we'll come to the UK and I'll be welcomed, and I'll come Rosa Parks. That's what I'll be. I'll be a civil rights leader. She came back here thinking she was going to be a civil rights leader, okay? And then when that fizzled, she goes, well, I guess I'll just be Martha Stewart. And she did this terrible show on Netflix, which I enjoyed immensely, but other people didn't like, where she talked down to people and said, listen, you fat welfare slobs, don't know how to eat, you don't know how to cook fresh food from your garden. Oh, you don't have a garden? You don't know what fork goes with the salad. You're animals. And I'm gonna civilize you And you know, that became a big joke. She started releasing jam, trying to sell jam. That became a joke. So now they're going back to the UK. And I guess they're gonna, you know, but they better get with the program over there. They better get with the program. And by the way, I think they will. Here's what I think. Here's my prediction. I think they'll go over there and they'll fall in line a little bit. I think they'll fall in line a little bit, and I think basically what's going to happen is they're going to realize they're basically, they are now committed to the lives they are living. We're going to be in Hollywood. There is no Hollywood. It's over. It's can't even be what she was 15 years ago, some C-level actress on Suits. Like, you can't even be that. So they came back and realized that that didn't work, and that was fake. So now they're in London, and I think basically they're going to fall in line and basically accept the fact that this is their death. Let's take a look here. This was an NBC News piece, and about them the way the world works too. That is our news media now. A royal bombshell no one saw coming. Everyone saw it coming. There's not one person on earth who didn't see this coming. No one saw this it's a bombshell. It's not a bombshell, and everyone saw it coming. Continue.
6 years after they stepped down as working royals, Prince Harry and his wife Meghan are moving back to the UK along with their 2 children. The move, the paper says, will make the UK their primary base, with Archie and Lilibet, 7 and 5, to be enrolled in British schools starting in September. When asked by NBC, a spokesperson for the couple did not deny the reports. India, quite the bombshell tonight. How surprised were you and other royal insiders?
I think it's fair to say that it has caught everybody off guard. I think it's very important for Prince Harry, for his children, to understand his own British heritage, his upbringing, the family they are part of the Atlantic.
Now, the couple will not be reprising their roles as working royal, will not live in a royal residence, and their security arrangements still unclear. The couple left the UK for California in part because of what they said was unbearable treatment by the tabloids. Prince Harry's memoir later frayed tensions, describing the breakdown in the relationship with his brother and father. Last month, Harry...
Here, stop it for a second. You always forget he's a rat, you know? Book about his family just trashes his family. You know, they really are detestable characters. You know, their entire family. Now, I do that all the time. But my family doesn't pay for me to live in a fucking castle. God, I'd keep my mouth shut if that... You know, if people, you know, listen, I tell stories from, you know, the way I grew up and whatever. But by the way, if you're a royal, just keep your mouth shut. I can't believe this guy released a book where his brother and his family... And he's a really, you know, here's the thing about Prince Harry. He's kind of like an unremarkable guy. He's just, you know, yeah, you were in the military or whatever, you know, the royal family. Born into this royal family where people lived centuries in, that he's living the way he's living, that they can, who's going to pay for their security? What are their security arrangements? Who gives a fuck? No one's trying to kill them. Nobody is trying to whack these people, and they're convinced everywhere they go because he married a woman who, like, looks
really,
a
no one
tiny
cares.
bit ethnic. You know what I mean? He acts like he married, like, fucking Glorilla or something. He married a woman who lives like has a tiny bit of melanin in her skin, and they act like you know, white supremacists are charging the door. They're going back. They won't be working royals, so they're just going to be annoying. They'll just be annoying in the UK and bother them. And good, by the way. Good riddance. We miss you. We wish you well. I hope their marriage lasts. I'm a believer in family. I'm a believer in children having parents that love each other, and good luck there. Good luck there. And we don't. By the way, she should go to the UK and immediately take up like Prince Andrew's cause and say he was completely railroaded. And her job should be to get the pedophile Prince Andrew back into the royal family. And that's what she should do. She should go back there and say the treatment that Prince Andrew has suffered is completely out of control. So there you go, Harry and Meghan. I hope if I tour in the UK, I hope they come. I really do. I hope they come. Everybody all the time is talking about Quince, and I'm telling you, it's all about fewer, better clothing pieces. They're made from premium materials, built to last, and designed to become the ones you reach for day after day.
Sure, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, they specialize in everyday staples that work harder, like their ultra soft organic cotton tees and premium Mongolian cashmere sweaters. They're versatile, timeless, and transition seamlessly from a casual workday to dinner out. Everything at Quince is 50 to 80% less than similar brands. They work directly with ethical factories and cut out the middleman. So you're paying for high quality, not brand markup. And it's not just clothing. Quince has become my go-to for everything hotel quality bedding and bath essentials, premium cookware, and travel must-haves. And it's a really good, affordable, budget-friendly option to get premium stuff for a fraction of the price of other things. I'm telling you. And they have nice sizes too. So if you're 1,000 pounds or something like that, you can still use it. 1,000-pound sisters, that show. Remember that? They're doing well now. They're much smaller. But if you are in that position, I got you. Upgrade your everyday. Download the Quince app for app-exclusive offers. Go to quince.com/Chim. Get free shipping on your order and 365-day returns. It's now available in Canada and in the UK. I have a lot of people in the UK. That's QUINCE.com/Chim. QUINCE.com. It's so easy. You can order clothes on the app. They'll let you return them if it doesn't work. It is the easiest. The user experience is amazing, and everybody is happy about it. Everybody loves Quince. And it's good, and it feels good. You're in the cotton. You know what I mean? And that's good. It's an ethical thing, too. It's ethical factories because, there's a lot of what's going on out there is ethical. Don't you know that? You find out what's going on, and you go, because sometimes you'll be wearing something, and you look into it, and you go, oh, boy. You know what I mean? Like, I had no idea that was... You know what I mean? I had no idea that was how that was manufactured. But when you have an ethical factory, all the people that make the clothes at the Quince factories, this is true. A lot of people
Yeah, I've got a DoorDash
while they
pickup.
work. And they're not, and it's not forced.
Oh, Will?
You know what I mean? It's not like sing or I'll get you. It's just kind of a, we're making clothes for Quince. We're making the clothes for Quince. And they're so, cotton makes you warm. And they sing, and I visited the Quince factories, the ethical factories. I visited them, and I wouldn't lie, I never have. And I go there, and they're singing. I walk into the Quince factory, and a little guy came up, like not deformed, but just of course of a little guy, he came up, he had a hot cocoa, like kind of like, I wouldn't want to say Al for Santa's Workshop. That's reductive. I don't want to do that. But it was just kind of a little fun guy. And he was like, he goes, Mr. Dillon, welcome to the Quince, because he had this weird, it's kind of, you couldn't really identify the accent. And he goes, welcome to the Quince Ethical Factory. And I go, whoa, it's so good to be here. I love you guys. I love your clothes. And he's like, would you like to see the main, production center? And I go, yes, I'd love to see it. And he opens the store, and there's just singing. And the smells of chocolate, and everybody is happy. They love making these clothes. They love making these Quince clothes. And that's what I'm happy about. Truly, like that to me is because some of these factories, people aren't as happy. But if you go to the Quince factory, funny story from the Quince factory, and then we'll get out of here, but funny story from the Quince factory, okay? I was there, and I'm like, and I asked, and then you go to the mess hall, and they're all eating, and they have a nice lunch. They have a nice lunch. And I go, you guys don't feel rushed? And they go, we can take as long for lunch as we want. And I go, what is that? What? And here's what the Quince factory, they have found a way to suspend time. They use a time-bending sort of ray that was pioneered by DARPA, so that actually the reason it's so happy is that 100 years is a day. Something like that. Like they were telling me that was so they have all the time in the world, and they use this kind of time-bending technology, and they were explaining it to me because she was explaining to me that it's a bunch of parallel dimensions happening. And right now, all the stress is on like one dimension, and that's where like you have the bad, naughty factories where everybody's getting in trouble for using the bathroom. But they're on another dimension, and so that they can make these clothes, and everyone's happy about it because she goes, we can take 10,000 years, and it's like 3 weeks. She goes, people don't understand. And I said, why are you guys able to use the kind of time-bending multiverse system? And she goes, we have good corporate leadership. Go to quince.com/Tim. That's QUINCE/TIM. I was watching this Trump. Trump is not that funny anymore, and he's, destroying Earth, and he's, his shrinking base of loyalists is becoming, increasingly detached and unmoored from reality in a meaningful way. But this is one of the moments where classic Trump shines through. And again, this doesn't excuse covering up the Epstein files, the Iran war, the destruction of the American economy, building a tech surveillance state, the likes of which no one has ever seen. All of those we still view as negatives. Arming Israel to do whatever the hell they want. We all view this as negative. However, you still see he's got a little bit of his charm left. There's a little twinkle of his charm, and here's what I mean by that. He brings in the young man, the young lifeguard who saved that kid in, I believe it was Laguna Beach. The kid was caught in a very rough surf. It was like a riptide or something. And the kid saves him, and the President of the United States brings this lifeguard into the Oval Office, which now, by the way, looks like a suite at the Wynn Hotel in Las Vegas because he's adorned it with gold. And he's sitting there, and he tells the kid, that kid was lucky that I wasn't there that day because I would not have saved him. So that's the old Trump charm going, because you get a glimpse into the inner workings of his mind when he brings the kid in and he goes, man, that guy was lucky that you were on duty that day. I don't know that I would have saved him. So that's the President of the United States bringing in a lifeguard who saved someone and then saying, I don't know that I would have done that. I don't know that I would have done that. So here we are. Let's just watch this again. It's actually beautiful.
What else
if
do you
you
have?
appreciate America the way I
Other
do,
than
and you
pasta.
should. You live here. This is a beautiful moment where the President of the United States essentially tells someone who just saved the life of a child, he essentially goes, I don't know that I would have.
So the Frosty machine is not working. That's what I'm telling the person I'm picking up for. The Frosty machine is not working. Did you want a soda instead? All right, let's see.
That would be horrible to have to tell them they can't have what they want.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, sorry, you can't have that.
Hmm.
They're probably like, damn it, that's all I really wanted.
That's all I wanted. That works. All right. Lemonade is good.
Lemonade is good. Country time lemonade's really good.
You think they can get a lemonade? Lemonade?
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night. All right, we got the lemonade, got the food. We are good.
Perfect.
All right, ETA is 4 minutes. That's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
I think I'm gonna shut it down after this. Go home.
Yeah, you probably should. It's getting kind of late.
Right? Go home, sleep. I mean, this is semi-early. You know what I mean? So.
Right. Well, for you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, at least go home. I can wake up early tomorrow and we can do this all over again.
Oh yeah, you definitely need sleep.
And I think just because I'm not feeling it right now doesn't mean I'm not tired. I think just because I took a nap, that's why I'm not really feeling it.
Well, at least if you get good sleep, you'll feel better tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Taking that course of action. Here he is, President Trump.
This is very exciting to me. You know, it's so exciting to see something like this happen. He's a real hero. You know, when you see that, I don't know if I'd do it. I wouldn't, probably.
I wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't. See, there is where, this is when you realize the appeal of Donald Trump. Donald Trump, when he is at his best, does not pretend to be anything other than what he is. A deeply selfish person who would not risk anything for another human being. That's why when he walked around Walter Reed, he was like, why do these soldiers even do this? Why do they join the military? Don't they know there's money and pussy? You know, America abounds with money and pussy. What are these idiots doing trying to protect America? You know, whatever you think of, like, the wars we've been in, the people who joined the military, many of them largely believe that they're doing it to protect their friends, family, and fellow citizens. And the President of the United States goes, what? Why would they do that? Don't they realize there's crypto scams, there's money, and there's pussy out there? And that's really his worldview. Some would call it cowardly. He thinks, that's the way you have to operate. And he's probably correct. To become a billionaire and to basically do what he's done, you have to think like that. You cannot let other people, including your own children or any one of his wives, none of those people have ever been put before Donald Trump, which is why he was elected. It was so refreshing for people to hear, hey, guys, we're not putting on a show. I'm not telling you I'm a hero. Trump's like, this guy's a real hero. I don't know that I would have done it. I wouldn't have. Here's what he said. He saved a child's life. He goes, I don't know that I would have done. I wouldn't have. And there's something about it that, when he comes down that escalator in 2016, and the entire history of modern politics has been very scripted and staged people who go, I'm doing this for you. I'm a selfless guardian of the national interest. I care about you, and that's why I'm here. I could have made a lot of money in the private sector, but I chose government, and that was every speech that I grew up listening to. It was like some...
Fair, I'll be right back.
was like, or some gal who was like, by the way, there was money out there for me, but you know what I chose? I chose to do this because I want safer communities, stronger families. And Trump was like, listen, we're getting ripped off. That was his appeal. He didn't come down and go, hey, I chose. He was already a billionaire, and he was on reality TV for years, so there was no way he could do that. He came down and goes, listen, we're getting ripped off. We should be ripping other people off.
There is another theory, and when you really think about it, it actually does make a lot of sense. I mean, he was bankrupt.
Yeah.
He was going to jail, and the entity that bailed him out and got him to win the election is the state of Israel.
Of course.
I mean, he said that himself.
Of course it is.
He's by the way, this is not me saying it. He said it himself. He went to the Israeli Knesset in Israel, and he said, Mary Adelson, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have won my election.
Wow.
An Israeli citizen.
Wow.
Funding his. He's telling you that I wouldn't win my election if it wasn't for that lady.
Exactly. That's crazy.
I mean, it's crazy. I mean, saying it now, it makes sense. If you say it before, everyone would tell you, no, this is the only hope we have for this country, blah, 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 and you'll never hear the end of it. But in retrospect, I mean, you didn't deliver on one single promise that you were voted into office for. What are we talking about?
No. He made stuff a lot worse.
You made stuff a lot worse. I mean, it was bad. It was bad, but you made it even worse.
Yeah, way worse.
You're being lied to? We should be lying. Like, he did this appeal. He's like, I'm not telling you I'm a hero. I'm not telling you, I'm not showing you, some like crazy video of me, standing, in like some the aftermath of a hurricane, standing there going like we got to do the right thing by the people that suffered and that. No, I'm coming down the escalator of a building I own, and I'm telling everybody that you should be richer than you are. And the reason you're not, and he wasn't wrong, is that we've all fucked you over. We've all been fucking you over. You always thought we were fucking you over, but guess what? We were. And I'm telling you, and I'm gonna stop fucking you over. And I will even cop to this. I was like, this is the most interesting moment of my life as someone who paid attention to this shit forever. I was like, this is the most fascinating moment in American history. And there was a part of you that was like just the sheer excitement of it. Not necessarily believing that Donald Trump was going to like come through on everything he said. He was a huckster, he was a carnival barker. But you figured the guy was rich enough, he had enough fucking money. Maybe, just maybe, what a great movie, because that's the America that we all believe.
I mean, he got everybody depressed. I mean, fair. Just take a hard look at what's going on with Missy.
Right.
he's got Missy reading the Bible.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I mean, that's how depressed. I mean, people believed in him. And he flat out.
Yeah, some people really just kind of obsessed with him though.
Everybody did. I the majority of people believed him, and they thought he was really going to fix the country. Well, people are waking up to a reality where the guy is a fraud.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, when you
Just like the rest of them, they're all frauds.
When you get Missy so depressed, where now she's the only thing that she's turning over to is the Bible, you fucked with Missy.
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
That's sad. That's really sad.
The Christmas Carol. Scrooge goes, he's visited by the ghosts, he wakes up and goes, hey, get the turkey, give it to the cripple, whatever. But the point is, Trump comes down that escalator, and in his campaign and in his debates, there's this idea that, like, wait, this guy...
For procurement managers, Granger is the go-to partner that helps keep your healthcare facilities ready for patients. Because there's no time to...
is breaking the fourth wall and telling everybody, hey, we've all fucked you forever, and here's how we've done it, and I'm gonna stop doing it. And what happened instead was he goes, we're gonna fuck you in a way you can't even imagine. We're going to get over on you in ways that you can't even imagine. The fact, dude, it's going to be so blatant that you're going to have to disassociate like a trauma victim.
I mean, look, he's not only telling us that he's gonna fuck us over, he's telling us he's gonna fuck us over, and hey, he's saying it in everybody's face. Hey, we're on the Epstein list, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Not only are we fucking you over, but no, the people that are fucking you over are on the Epstein list.
Yeah, that's sick.
I mean, that's beyond. I mean, you thought if you think that, I mean, if you think it was bad, this is way worse.
Right. Yeah, way worse.
Speak to the people that are still really into the Trump thing. They're like trauma victims who've been like brutally raped or whatever, assaulted or whatever. You know.
I swear to God, he's describing Missy. Listen.
And if you speak to the people that are still really into the Trump thing, they're like trauma victims.
I gotta send this to Missy. Wait. Okay, this is the time. Okay, hang on. Farrah. Okay, he's at 31. Okay. Farrah, can you text me this timestamp? 31. Okay, look, 31 and 32 seconds.
Okay.
31. I have. Oh my God, I have to send this over to Missy. I'm like, Missy, I found someone that's describing your situation. She's gonna hate me for this. She's not gonna hate me. She's gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. This is funny.
He ain't like a trauma victim. And if you speak to the people that are still really into the Trump thing, they're like trauma victims who've been like brutally raped or whatever, assaulted or whatever. You know, they're trauma victims who've been through torture, and they basically have disassociated, and they've splintered off and created other personalities where everything's good. And that's what he did. He's like, it's gonna be so blatant. It's gonna be so in your face. It's gonna be so reckless. Whereas previously there was like some care about like, yeah, we're gonna fuck you, but we're gonna try to like massage it a little bit. We're gonna try to like give you the idea that we're not, you know. He's basically like, it's gonna be such a blatant money grab these 4 years that you're either gonna have to full on accept it and get on board, or disassociate like a victim of extreme trauma and basically walk around talking to yourself, muttering to yourself like a schizophrenic.
Reading the Bible.
That's what he's done. But moments like this, they warm my heart. When the President of the United States brings in someone who heroically saved a kid and goes, I wouldn't have done it. It warms my heart. Let's watch the rest of it because, again, it is a feel-good story.
You know, know, when you see that, I don't know if I'd do it.
It's incredible what Ryder did. I'm just beyond grateful to him and Aaron and the rest of the team, and even the Good Samaritans that were there.
Now, by the way, let's stop for a minute. I'm forgetting this. The father and the child who were saved are also in the room. Am I correct on that? Okay. Now this takes on a whole new dimension. This is why I don't prepare for the show, by the way. I don't prepare for the show ever. And I just bring the articles up. Here's what's amazing about this, and I didn't even realize this. Trump is saying in front of the child who was saved, I would not have saved you. This is I didn't even realize they were in the room. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. The child who was saved and his father are in the Oval Office. And in front of them both, the President of the United States goes, I don't know that I would have done it. I wouldn't have. In front of the father, he's saying to the father, I would not have saved your child. And the child who's sitting on the couch, Trump's going, I would have let you die. I would have let you die. This is unbelievable. Peak Trump. Peak Trump. Take it away. Continue.
I'm just beyond grateful to him and Aaron and the rest of the team, and even the Good Samaritans that were there. I mean, it's just such a privilege to be sitting next to him today and able to celebrate his birthday tomorrow.
And I'll bet you'll stay a little bit related to this group of people.
Absolutely.
You realize what a fantastic job they do.
In those dangerous moments that we have, we always try to fall back on our training. We are trained so well by many to handle that situation as best we can.
Trump is so bored. Stop it for a minute. Trump, nothing interests Trump less than people saving other people. It really is boring. And by the way, I'm a little bored by it too. I get it. Like, I'm happy it happened, but I'm also a little bored. I grew up in Long Island. Like, I'm like, yeah, whatever. All right. He's like, in those, the lifeguards, like, in those moments of extreme danger, we make sure that we coordinate, and then Trump's like, all right, yeah, but who's making money here? Where's the money in this? Trump's going, where is the money in pulling this fucking Mexican kid out of the ocean?
I can't believe he saved
Where's the money in this, buddy?
I know.
This is crazy.
It's crazy.
Fair. I just go home.
Yeah. Okay.
I love you.
Well.
And I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right.
Everybody, love you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be another beautiful day.